various points of the Earth to measure it.
Oh, really? Sticks,
That's
so
not drop over
shadows.
distance.
Shadows.
That's
so
not
they
even
measured
drop over
shadows.
distance. That's not drop
go
over
ahead.
distance. No, it's not drop over distance. It's asking you for drop over distance. Not sticks and shadows and Aristosthenes. That's not drop over distance.
I'm just telling you how I know some. So I don't know who did it. I know it's not Aristophanes, but some guy in Europe or whatever. He sticks and shadows, and then one day of the year he put this stick up, and exactly 12 he measured, or some time or whatever. They measured this length, and then the same day at the same time he measured the same length, and he knew the distance between these places, and then he could calculate curvature on that. It wasn't that accurate, but he calculated. And I don't know who this was.
Do you know that was Aristosthenes, and do you know why he calculated the radius of the Earth? Because he already presumed that the Earth was a ball anyway, and by finding out the lengths of shadows and inserting an R in his calculation, why are we all surprised he ended up with a ball, being as he presupposed one anyway? It's interesting, right? You've stood underneath a light, you know that the shadow is directly underneath your feet, but when you walk away from that light, your shadow increases. You've done that on the flat floor. So this isn't proof of anything, and most definitely not drop over distance. It was Aristosthenes.
I don't think it was Aristophanes. This was some other guy after him. But I don't know that.
As the history guy here, it was Aristophanes who did it in ancient Greece.
Regardless, he assumed the Earth to be a ball, so used the calculations to find out a ball. So guess what he got? He got a fucking ball. I've just walked you away from underneath a light. You understand walking down the street at night, when you walk away from one light and the shadow increases in front of you. He'd done this on a flat surface. So again, not proof of anything.
The scale, though, that wouldn't have. It would be minuscule. It wouldn't have any effect.
What do you mean scale? The sun's really high up in the sky and the Earth is fucking big. At one point, you stand directly underneath the sun. It was a well, by the way, and you saw the reflection of the sun's light directly ahead. 500 miles away and saying somebody else with a fucking stick noticed the shadow. Brilliant. The Earth's really big. The light's really high. You've moved away from underneath the light, and don't be surprised when the shadow increases in front of you. The surface of the Earth does not need to be curved for shadows to increase, you idiot.
So are you saying that the ISS, they didn't calculate it, so therefore they couldn't launch the ISS?
Well, they can't launch the ISS into second law of thermodynamics violation known as the vacuum of space, because they declare it to be an open system. So you got fucking problems there. That's a defiance of entropy. You can't defy entropy, can you? It's a law of nature. Entropy increases. You're talking about. Go on, what?
So I have a question. What do you mean by a second violation of the second law of thermodynamics? What do you mean by that? Can you paraphrase?
Yeah. Do you know what entropy is? Direction, right? I'll give you an example. I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone. What happens to the hot cup of coffee? It gets
cooler.
Cold, yeah, exactly. High pressure systems disperse into lower pressure environments. I've got a gas container. I pop it. The high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. I've got a vacuum chamber. I open the vacuum chamber. The higher pressure outside disperses into the vacuum bit, right?
So what causes that, though? What causes that?
Don't know.
Vacuum?
Dude, we're talking about a law of nature. Right, you do understand that laws of nature. We've literally got down to the last bit of it, and entropy is a law. It is what it is. It does what it does.
So you're saying
high pressure. High pressure systems disperse into lower pressure environments. Is the Earth an open or a closed system?
It's open.
Awesome stuff. So you will understand that we are devoid of any necessary antecedent for the consequent of gas pressure. As in, to have gas pressure, you need a contained volume for the gas to exist in, and the pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. Problem one, we're breathing gas pressure within an open system. Fuck me. Problem two, it's an open system. So according to laws of nature, the high pressure environment should disperse into the lower pressure environment. We've got high pressure here, there's a vacuum out there. You understand what's going to happen. You burst a balloon before the gas is going to disperse or fuck off into the lower pressure environment.
So there's one problem with
your
that.
Satellite. Go on, say gravity. Say it.
No, there's a problem with that. You're talking about how if we take a vacuum chamber in an atmosphere and then we release it, the atmosphere fills that. So my question to you is, do vacuums suck?
No, the high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. You idiot. I've said this 3 times.
Yeah, right. And that's in an atmosphere, though.
Yeah,
With no atmosphere.
Everywhere. Dude, everywhere it's a law of nature, isn't it? This is why it's a law of nature, right? So everywhere then.
So do vacuums exert force?
No. The high pressure system will disperse into the vacuum. It's the gas that's here that's busy and energetic, the stuff that moves freely and randomly in all directions and only can be stopped when it bounces into something physical. Like when you contain it in a football. There you go, I've got a container of gas and I can kick it around a football pitch. If I burst the ball, the high pressure system within the ball is going to follow this law of nature and disperse into the lower pressure environment. So I'm going to have to say this again. We're breathing the consequent of gas pressure in an open system. Fuck me, there's problems there because the gas needs something to press upon. It's not going to press on a vacuum now, is it? I'll tell you what it is going to do. It's going to disperse, though, because the energy comes from the gas. The gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and there's lots of space out there for the gas to freely move into because there's nothing physical in the way. So your International Space Station is in the second law of thermodynamics violation. My friend, you can't have vacuums of space uncontained from gas pressure systems, you idiot.
So in the heliocentric model, we have an atmosphere which is, in the heliocentric model, is described as like it's held together from the gravity, and that gravity creates the pressure that is around us, holding the air in. And in the heliocentric model, it is described that the vacuums, they do not suck. So,
hold on. No,
Why?
because no one here said gravity. No one here said vacuums suck. Right, and you have said gravity.
Okay, just interrupt me
You have
some
said
more.
gravity. Oh, excellent. You said gravity. You got a scientific experiment that proves that.
Can I finish what I was saying about the heliocentric model?
You said gravity. Yeah, have you got gravity and you've got a scientific experiment to prove that? You're going to say gravity is defeating entropy. You're going to say that gravity causes a decrease in entropy where entropy increases.
That's
awesome.
not what I was going to say.
Have you got a scientific? Awesome. I don't care. Which direction's gravity relative to you and the Earth? You pick something up and you drop it. Which way's gravity?
Relative to me, it's down.
Awesome stuff. And which direction does gas go?
It's held together, down.
No, no. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions.
But then, if it was...
Which way does the gas... Dude, which way's the gas going right now? Where's it going?
I don't
Which
know.
direction?
I can't see.
Awesome. But you understand that it's described as moving freely and randomly in all directions, right? All.
That's on a small scale.
No, yeah, in all scales. Natural laws, right? Here in the physical and natural world, every single scale, right? So you understand that a football takes the shape of a sphere because the gas is pressing in every direction outwards, right? Like a balloon, the gas is pressing 360 degrees omnidirectional around it, outwards in all directions. You say gravity is just a vector downwards because you pick up a rock and you drop it. Awesome stuff, that's fine. Scientifically speaking, though, when we're looking for an observed phenomena, I'll tell you what, even though you haven't given me gravity, I'll let you fucking have it. There you go, mate. You've scientifically proven it, whatever. But we've got a fucking problem now, because even though gravity is just a vector downwards, the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So we don't have a phenomena to even start asking the question, what caused it?
Gas is moving freely everywhere, but that doesn't mean that it can't be influenced by gravity.
Well, it isn't, because I've just told you that scientifically we don't have the observation of gravity doing anything to it.
So you're saying
gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity is just a vector downwards. If I was to pop a balloon, the gas would move in all directions. If I was to drop a rock, the rock would go down, right? You don't have an observed phenomena.
That's because the rock is too massive.
You don't have an observed phenomena. You don't have one. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. I'll give you gravity. It's not affecting gas, mate.
I'll give you an example. So the atmosphere has different layers of it. So the closest to the Earth, is the densest, and as you go away, there's less dense. So that can be described as gravity having a bigger pull closer to it. So when the gas is closer to the Earth, it has a bigger pull, and there's more atmosphere. It's higher pressure.
Where's the gas produced?
The gas isn't produced you can produce things like trees can produce, or exchange, I should say.
There you go. Nitrogen cycles, carbon cycles, yeah. So the gas is produced down here at ground level because of biological and chemical cycles, right?
So why would it not go up?
Oh, it does. This is the thing I'm trying to point it out. So within the mass of the Earth, the thing that you're saying is keeping the gas here, the first instance of the gas is to fuck off away from the mass that you say is attracting it. That's brilliant. So we don't have the observed phenomenon of your mass attracting gas, because the first instance of gas is to move away from the mass. Obviously, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, so you don't have the naturally observed phenomena of gravity acting upon it. It also doesn't appear in... No.
We see air or the atmosphere randomly moving every direction on a small scale, but if you were to look at it from the ISS perspective, that wouldn't be the case. You would see it would be denser, and then it wouldn't be dense. It's too far to see exactly, but you can see the levels of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, but you understand what happens when you burst a tire? The gas comes out. Because you can't have high pressure environments uncontained from much, much lower pressure environments, because that's a lot of space for the gas to freely expand into. Do you know what the inverse square is?
That's only because there's an atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere is the gas, mate. The gas that we're talking about, the stuff that we're breathing, the atmosphere, the gas. Yeah. That.
Yeah, and that's created from the gravity. The reason why we have pressure.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
What do you mean no?
No, because one, you haven't scientifically proven gravity, right? Two, you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon. Hold on. Two, you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon of gas going down like rocks and shit, because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Please don't go up into the International Space Station, turn around and take a picture of the Earth and declare that's what it is, because that thing, the International Space Station, is in a second law of thermodynamics violation. You're also talking about a decrease in entropy every single time you invoke gravity. Decrease in entropy, sunshine. What the very fuck are you talking about? You don't know these natural laws, do you? You don't know what science is, do you?
If gravity doesn't exist, how do you explain the rock falling or people standing upright?
We did that earlier, so that would be relative.
I didn't hear that.
That's fine.
You just said it.
Shut up.
You said it.
Shut up. That'll be relative density. I'll give you an example. I've got a container, a fish bowl of water, and I've got an egg, and I drop the egg into the water, and the egg drops to the bottom of the water. Brilliant. I then add salt to the water, making the water denser, and guess what happens to the egg? It rises. Now, scientifically speaking, hold on. Scientifically speaking, being as I've varied and manipulated the medium in which the egg resides in, then the cause of the egg moving is the medium in which it is in. That's relative density, my friend.
What would happen if there's no gravity? Like, if you're in the ISS, have you ever seen those astronauts drink water?
The International Space Station is the thing that is in contention at the moment because of the place where it resides. The vacuum of space. Have you ever seen anyone in a zero-G flight, like in an airplane going zero-G? A parabolic flight where everybody's falling at the same rate?
Yep.
Yeah, an illusion, yeah.
Okay, so have you seen anyone have an object that stays up? It just floats, right?
This isn't proof of anything, mate. This is a non-sequitur.
What I'm getting at is that you can put a Alka-Seltzer tab. I've seen this in the ISS. They put an Alka-Seltzer tab in this water, and it's not going to the edge or anything. It's staying in the middle where it's the densest. Like, you need to have gravity. If there's density, you can have density, but you would need to have gravity in a uniform.
You need gravity because you're on a spinning ball. You need gravity because you've got people 180 degrees antipodal from you in Australia standing upside down. You need gravity to keep the waters of the Earth attached even though they're tidal and not spinning off. Do that again. You're the one that needs gravity, my friend, so you better scientifically prove it. Don't ask me what gravity is on the fucking flat Earth.
What?
Fucking pig.
What? I didn't even burp. That was some other guy.
That's fine, but you still haven't proven gravity, and you haven't negated the law of nature.
I've been trying to show you the mass attracting mass, but you guys just say that's not possible because some guy made this apparatus.
Is it a scientific experiment that follows the scientific methods? It's pseudoscience, not proof of anything. That's what they moved on to the second idea.
It's not even about...
So not proof of anything.
It's not about if it's scientific. It just shows a phenomenon. Can we see the phenomenon that is the mass attracting mass, mass accelerating the mass? Can we see that?
No, because you haven't told me what the control... Because
wait.
Two things. One, you haven't given me the control variables, and two, you're just asserting this always happens. It doesn't always happen.
It does.
I've given you. It doesn't, and you don't. It doesn't, and you don't know. This is why you told me earlier you're going to go away and do 20 experiments. Do you remember that? You don't know. You don't know.
The thing about his logic, because forget about the rhetoric and the words. The same illogical form that he's using is the same when others say, "Who cares about a phenomenon?"
But like, I'm not talking. It doesn't.
Who cares that this condition that we've created has nothing to do with a natural phenomenon?
It matters because it's strictly correlated to gravity and the explanation of
other people would
our
correlate
Earth.
These made up phenomena to things as well, and doing the same thing as all.
I can correlate them if you want me to. Okay, then. So we can't even admit that this experiment shows. I'm using experiment because that's the only way I know how to say it. But even if it's not scientific, can we at least agree that there's mass attracting mass?
No, because you fail to recognise that when these experiments are done, there are 3 different things that happen. I'll state them again. 1, the objects don't move. 2, they do move towards each other. And 3, they repel. But you won't admit that.
So you're cherry picking some information out of here and saying that these...
Not cherry picking. You're the one that's cherry picking. You're only saying that when it moves, it moves. I'm pointing out there's other things that you haven't taken into account. I'm not cherry picking. I'm giving you the whole basket of fucking fruit. I'm giving you this. Jesus, man, I'm fucking trying to help you, and I'm giving you more information that you don't know, and you just want to hand wave it away because of your fucking belief that you live on a ball. You want to die on this hill. Mate, I ain't trying to convince you of anything. I'm just trying to tell you, 1, you're wrong, and you might want to fucking look into this. This being 3 different things happen within the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment. Doesn't move, moves one way, moves the other. You've not looked into it, but you did say that you would go away and do it. Go on, go away and do it. Tell me what you get.
All right. What about I can pull up a YouTube video if you want, showing the acceleration. If that's easier to see.
That's fine. That's fine. That's one video. Remember, that's cherry picking now.
There's a couple though.
Oh, awesome! So a few that show attraction. Brilliant. Do you want me to give you the original Cavendish papers?
Sure.
The original ones. Okay, cool. And you will notice within his framework, they didn't move. They moved the other way, and they moved together. Right.
All right. Let's see.
And then replicate the experiment in liquid.
So even if there's one case where they do attract, how do you prove that is not gravity?
Oh, well, you haven't got gravity as an independent variable.
Oh, what was that?
It's called a burden of proof reversal.
What does that mean?
Where the burden of proof is reversed.
Okay, whatever.
What? It's fallacy, mate. I'm just telling you what it fucking is. You just said fallacy earlier and couldn't fucking name it. At least we know what they are individually and can express them to you.
I don't know every single fallacy.
Yeah, I know. But you would just say that's a fallacy, that is, without even understanding what the fucking word is that you used. Like experiment.
Is there a citation for the original paper, or...?
Yeah, just go find the original paper. I'm actually not going to do your fucking...
You said you were going to post it.
Yeah, Yeah, I can't be asked now because you're a lazy cunt. It's a
What?
Wikipedia search.
Oh
It's a
my god.
Wikipedia search away. It's a Wikipedia search away. You're on a device right now, aren't you? You're
So
perfectly capable of pressing buttons, aren't you?
you just said you were going to cite a paper that showed that it attracts, it doesn't attract, and then moves the other way. And then you say, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I can't be bothered for you because you're a belligerent idiot. I have
You
given
just
you
said
the
that you were gonna-
opportunity. I have given you the opportunity to do it yourself. How about that?
But
Go do it
wouldn't
yourself.
but if I were to find my information, you would just say that's cherry picking. So I want something from you so that I'm not accused of cherry picking.
I told you where to go. Go and pick my cherry from my tree that I told you to go and get it from. That would be the original papers from Cavendish. You can find them on Wikipedia.
If it's so easy, then why don't you send them for me?
Because I can't be bothered.
So you're gonna say I can't cite
It all
anything.
depends. Hold on. Do you not want to be in control of your own learning experience, or are you going to pass it off to fucking other people?
Thank you, Amish.
There you go.
So, is there any citation on? Is there any?
It's going to take you a while to read that.
So, is there any part of this specifically, so I don't have to read through all of it, that says that they move, that they don't move?
You should probably read through all of it, so you get a base understanding about what it is.
Well, you're giving me a source, not a citation.
But that's fine. I haven't given you anything somebody else has.
That's what he said. Find it yourself.
I know, but he did. No, actually, he first said that he was going to give it to me, the original, and then he said, I can't be bothered.
He said, that's me. Jedi said, yeah. Jedi said, because I'm tired of this, mate. Right, this conversation's gone on for an hour, right? You haven't admitted to anything. Even the claim that fucking Cavendish is pseudoscience, right?
Well, you haven't admitted that they don't move, so. If you're gonna claim that they don't move, then I'd assume some sort of source or something, but then you just say, I can't be bothered.
There you go. There's more in the live stream for you. There you go. Everybody else is giving them to you now. You've got a plethora of information to look through, haven't you?
All right, let's look at this YouTube video.
Oh dear, well you were going to give me a YouTube video and that was sufficing for you, so why is it not sufficing the other way around?
I'm looking at it. I'm not saying this is not suffice. I'm watching it right now. I'm skipping all this. Huh?
Put yourself on mute for a bit. Watch the video.
Well, which one? I mean, there's a couple of them. I should watch all of them?
Yeah, fuck off and watch them all.
All right.
Weird how he's asking for the citations from the paper that he brought to us to support something he said.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
It came in acting
Yeah.
like he citing this experiment as if he had proof, like he'd done it. And then when you
Whoever that...
found it,
You're really quiet, whoever that is, man. I could just about hear you.
Sorry.
Who was that? No, you don't apologise, mate. Just speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, wife and kids are in bed, so I can't go on a big rant like I want
Sounded
to.
like an incantation or something.
Your settings are jacked, I think. Whoever that is talking, we can just barely hear you.
Okay, so
You should give a strike to Scare Bear as well for that disrespect earlier.
Or was that him who burped into the microphone?
Yeah, he just unmuted just to do it too, which is fucked.
Yeah, I'll have a word with him later.
Accident. I've been here for a while. Chill out, Cal. Relax.
Wow, there's a live stream, dude. Like,
Don't tell us a stone in a glass house like you've never actually done something on mic you didn't mean.
no, I push to talk, dude.
I thought he seemed pretty genuine from what I've heard of him so far, for what it's worth.
In what way do you mean genuine, mate?
There's a strict no burping
Care Bear?
policy.
Yeah, I don't find him to be a troll. I don't find him to be a narcissist or a toxic type, from what I can tell so far.
No, he truly believes in the shit. Like a wizard.
Scare Bear? Maybe I'm confused about who we're talking about.
Yeah, Scare Bear seems all right. But
I thought you were talking about the guy that we were just talking to.
Right,
that
right.
boy? I'm
That's
just
soy
kidding.
boy.
I was just kidding.
Oh dear.
Yeah, soy boy is definitely not genuine. I wasn't talking about him.
Hey, Rad, when Miggy has almost 800 followers.
Holy crap.
200, let's
CB,
go.
you got a TikTok account yet, CB?
Yeah, I made one just to follow. Yeah.
And we just figured out how to increase them faster. Like, yeah, it's
200 to
insane.
go. We gotta put some respect on Elijah's name. I've seen y'all been working together on this project, so good job, guys. 200 more to go, and we're live, baby.
What does live mean? Live for like 30-second clips that are live, or it streams just live all day, all night on TikTok?
Live stream, baby. You know, good. You know, the Wild Wild West. Yeah.
You told me you weren't going to put that evil device crap on your evil device.
I haven't. I refuse. I just made an account on my phone, on my computer, and that's made a follow. I'm 1 out of 1,000. All right, you can count me. So if you guys haven't made an account to TikTok, you know, go do it now and follow Miggy on TikTok. I think it's Mayhem 100. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers so we can go live. There seems to be like 0 people streaming Flat Earth on there. When I searched it, there was nobody. So we could totally dominate the space. So if you don't have an account, go make one now.
All right, so I've watched all the videos. So the red, like, Christmas tree ornament one, that one, it might show attraction, but it's also outside and it's jiggling in the wind, so I wouldn't really say that's not really any controlled environment. So that one doesn't work. Even if it's not repelling or if it's attracting, that one, just rule it out. The one with the 66 symbols, the guy doesn't even show the example of it. He doesn't even show it working and just goes over what it is. And the tilt washer Cavendish experiment and the Cavendish experiment NG and the Cavendish gravity experiment time-lapse version 1, those both show attraction towards it. I don't get where there's no attraction. They hit it, they bounce back, and then they are attracted towards it. I don't get where there wouldn't be any attraction. But all of them, except for the what is it? The red ball, like, Christmas light one, and the 66 symbols don't even show real experiments. So there's no really evidence that they don't attract. They all, the valid ones that actually show the experiment, all attract. The red ball is swinging in the wind, and it's swinging in the wind from the start. You can see it. Like, that can't be valid. Even if it is attracting, it's not valid.
Yeah. I didn't post that, so I don't know about that one, buddy. Did you read the Cavendish paper?
Well, I watched videos because those were easier to watch, and I didn't read the whole thing. But who is this? The admin cited these ones, so these are all showing that there's attraction. So I didn't see anywhere in here that there wasn't attraction, and they hit the more massive object, and then they bounce back, and then they accelerate towards each other. And he said the relevant part of this video, the first video, I don't really get what he's trying to say here.
You're asserting attraction. You're not observing or measuring attraction. You're just measuring movement. You're just measuring movement of some lead balls or whatever your instruments you're using, and then asserting the cause.
You can see what is happening.
You can see something moving. Yes, you can see something moving.
Hold on. Why'd you just lie, soy boy?
When did I lie? Oh.
So the first one with the physicist?
Yep.
It doesn't work at all. What are you talking about?
He was just going over it. He didn't even demonstrate it.
Did you listen to what he said? He said they couldn't get it to work, so the technician got mad and sawed it in half.
But I was talking about examples that are not attracting. He doesn't even show examples that are. He's just saying that it didn't work.
It doesn't work. That's the point.
He was saying
that's
the whole.
That's a
Sorry.
university professor. The apparatus they're using is a scientific grade Cavendish experiment, Cavendish setup. Cost like $1,200, and it didn't work. That's the point.
Anyone can say anything. He could have said it didn't work, but it did work.
Why would he do that?
There's numerous reasons. Why would NASA lie? There's numerous reasons.
Okay, so a guy, he went to do a video on the Cavendish experiment. It didn't work, and then it did work, and he just lied and said it didn't.
Like I said, this is not. Wait. Can I finish? This. I was asking for any evidence of it not working, and he's saying it's not working, but that's just him saying stuff. Anyone can say anything.
Okay, and then this is next. Hold on. This is the next video, and they use washers, and then they get one. They get one rotation when the washers are oriented one way, and a different rotation speed when they're oriented another way. And the next one, these Christmas bulbs aren't heavy enough. They're not massive enough to do anything.
But there was a flopping in the wind, so.
Oh, now it's the wind, right? So you got lots of excuses.
Oh,
so then there's the last one, and then there's the last one that doesn't work, right?
It does. You can see it.
Dude, the last one, Cavendish Gravity Test Time Lapse version 1, it didn't work.
What part of it didn't work?
It did not rotate the predicted value. It didn't, dude, it did not rotate the predicted value. It even says it in, read the description.
It did not.
Due to environmental problems, air blowing across the apparatus, the results of this experiment are compromised.
It didn't rotate at the. When you have set values in math, they're not going to line up in reality. They aren't perfect.
Yeah, have a nice day.
That was funny.
Brilliant.
So the point is, right? So, okay, and then the first one I posted, they're telling you what it actually is. They're measuring an oscillation, right? What happens is it rotates, but then it starts bouncing back and forth. It oscillates. And they measure the rotational, the angular rotation, how long it takes to change the angle, right? And from that, they infer G. Okay? So that's how it's done. You didn't even know what the experiment was, and it's your evidence.
First of all, are you just going to deny that there's an attraction between these forces? We can clearly see in the
can say anything, right?
one. Wait, let me finish.
No, you're cherry picking.
Come on, let me finish.
You're cherry picking.
No, let me finish. You guys all about letting people finish, but you're not going to let me. What's up with that?
Because you're making baseless claims.
That's not valid. You're not going to interrupt someone because it's not valid or whatever. You hear them out. That's a civil conversation. Let's have a simple conversation. This is a debate live stream.
Yeah, I can hear you snickering. Okay? You're not
just
clever,
insult. Are you just going to insult me? Like, is that your answer?
Saying you're snickering is an insult? How is that an insult?
It has negative connotations. But let's not get into that, though.
Yeah, you're not clever, dude. Okay?
So
what you're doing isn't working.
The time lapse, you can clearly see that the mass is attracting, even if it's not their expected value.
Oh, you can clearly see the masses are attracting. You can clearly see that.
They accelerate towards each other. Did you not see that? I thought you watched the video, right?
I did. Yes.
So, do you see them?
I didn't leak the conclusions about why we're making that observation.
But can you see that these masses are attracted?
Yeah.
So we can conclude that these masses attract mass.
Why is that? Why can we conclude that? Why can't we just say it's unbalanced? Or there's wind?
It's not. He shows at the start of the video that we can see at the start of the video that he demonstrates that without any mass around it, it oscillates a little bit. There's some oscillation, but when there's masses are placed, the oscillation is.
He said himself that it's inconclusive. He said it himself. It's in the description of the video.
But so we cannot see that there's mass attracting mass?
No, you cannot.
So there's no mass attracting mass?
No, there is not.
So the time lapse is completely invalid, and there's...
No, you're drawing a faulty conclusion from the observation.
How so?
Because it was unbalanced. So if I take a string and I hang it between two weights, right, and it's not dead center, what happens? Does it rotate?
One side goes to the ground. Hello?
Closer than that, right? When they're close enough where they're not a slight imbalance, dude, not a huge imbalance, it will rotate, especially if there's tension on the wire.
But is there not acceleration though? I mean, you can clearly see the acceleration.
How did you measure the acceleration?
I said you can see it. I never said you can.
You have to measure it. So acceleration is the rate of change. Acceleration, right? What is an acceleration? Tell me.
So are you saying that you can't?
Tell me what an acceleration is.
Are you telling me that you cannot see a car accelerate? Are you telling me that you cannot see a car accelerate?
I can't see a car accelerate, but we're not talking about a car. We're talking.
Can you measure that just with your eyes?
No, you cannot.
Then it can't accelerate.
It's your claim.
Then it can't accelerate, right? That's based off your logic.
I'm asking you for the evidence it's accelerating.
You're telling me that I can't see it accelerate with my eyes, and I'm giving the same example of the car, and you're saying the same thing as me, that we can see it accelerate. So
I said you can't. Not from looking at it.
So you cannot see a car accelerate.
You can't see a car accelerate if it's an extreme acceleration, but that's not this case. You're trying to compare apples to oranges. See, this is a rotation, right? So you're saying it's accelerated. That means the rate of change of the rotation is speeding up.
Yeah, you can see the rate of change in the time lapse. It's the time lapse. Did you not watch the video?
So tell me the change in angle. Like, how much does the angular change increase? Quantify it for me.
You can see it increase.
Yeah, quantify it.
It gradually goes towards the balls, and then it picks up. And then once it hits the balls, it rebounds.
Yeah, quantify it for me.
You don't need to quantify a car accelerating. I can see the car accelerating. I don't need to quantify this.
Well, in science, we quantify things, right?
Yeah, I'd have to analyze it pixel by pixel. Huh?
We don't. Oh my God, dude.
So there's no mass attracting mass in this example?
No. And the guy that made it admits it. The only one that thinks this is an example of mass attracting mass is you. And nobody else.
Not in reality.
He's just saying due to the environmental problems. I mean, it's compromised. It's compromised, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there's mass attracting mass.
Yeah, it does, because you're trying to draw a conclusion from the experiment, and the experiment on its face is faulty. So, how can you reach a conclusion from an error?
So, if there was no balls there, would there be no acceleration?
How can you reach a conclusion from the error? You're just saying that.
Yeah, I am just saying.
Well, so I got a scenario. What if I had buckets of non-Newtonian fluid, and I filled up the buckets, and that was my masses. It was non-Newtonian fluid, and I stuck them in there. What would happen?
What? Wait, can you say that experiment again?
A non-Newtonian fluid is a fluid that when force is applied to it, it gets more dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what would happen if I used buckets instead of balls? Buckets of non-Newtonian fluid.
Are you saying that the balls are attracted to it, or are they in the fluid?
This is over your head. Never mind. Let me forget it.
You just need to clarify. I mean, you're not really that concise.
No, it's too complicated.
Okay.
So a non-Newtonian fluid, if there's a force acting on the buckets, then the fluid in the buckets would get denser. It would get harder.
Well, it doesn't condense. It's shear friction. It gets more viscous under pressure.
Yeah, because a force is being applied to it.
Yeah, and the reason this experiment is a thing is to show the extremely small forces. It's not about, like, the forces...
No. Oh, God. Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? You don't know who Brian Cox is, the famous professor, scientific guy on TV, gives us loads of programs, right? You don't know who he is. Do you know who George Musa is? Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson are?
Yeah.
All right, so these people will declare to you that gravity is not a force. We can think of gravity as a force, but it's not a force. Professor Brian Cox, gravity is not a force. Neil deGrasse Tyson, bending and warping of space-time. Michio Kaku, bending and warping of space-time. Gravity is not a force.
If you're going to cherry pick what they're saying is, so if you're going to... Wait, stop.
No, don't stop me. This is a hostile witness on your side. Your priests say this. The guys who give us the heliocentric model turn around to us on TVs and say, gravity's not a force.
So you're going to believe...
hasn't been thought of as a force for 108 years.
Can I ask you something?
No, because I'm making a fucking statement. They don't think gravity is a force. The people who say gravity is a thing, they don't give you a scientific experiment for it, because they admit there isn't a scientific experiment for it, and it is most definitely not a force.
So you're going to believe one statement Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but you're not going to believe his whole theory of the Earth being round. You're not going to believe anything else he's going to say. You're only going to believe that one thing.
Do you know what hostile witness is? Yeah, do you know what hostile witness is? It's somebody from your side that says something that debunks what you're fucking saying.
But he's also saying that the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's fine. Then he would have to demonstrate that with measurements of curvature, something else that is in contention. But somebody who propagates the idea of gravity, a scientist, quote unquote, will turn around to you and educational facilities around the world and say gravity is not a force.
Why do you nitpick what he's saying?
It's called fucking hell. It's a hostile witness.
Let me ask this guy.
Well, what?
Soy boy. So your claim is that these balls move because mass is attracting mass.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your evidence? That's the reason. That's the causal mechanism.
You can see this in an observation.
You can't see the mass, right? So what's the evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism?
You can literally see it.
What does that mean? What am I seeing?
You can see that mass is attracting mass.
What's mass?
I don't see masses. What does mass look like?
What?
What color is mass?
No, that's not. Oh my god! Oh my god! Elementary.
Yeah, what color is mass? What color? What does it look like?
Why are you saying? What are you saying?
You said I can literally see it, so I want to know what I'm seeing.
You can see the phenomenon. I'm not saying you can see mass.
Yeah, so we want to know the cause of the phenomenon. How do we determine that?
We can determine the cause is because of the bending of space.
There was us all thinking that you were going to give us
it bends the fabric.
That was a force. What happened to that?
It is a force.
It's not. It's bending and warping the space.
Wait, there's too many people talking. What?
Okay, even if you claimed it was the bending of space, how did you determine that's the cause?
There's other factors. I mean, I'm just talking about the mass attracting mass here.
Okay, you're just repeating the same claim is the cause, right? I want the evidence that's the cause. I don't want your claim. I know what your claim is. I want the evidence for the claim.
The evidence is the acceleration between those two masses.
Okay, that is a circular logic. The acceleration is the evidence of mass attracting mass, and the evidence for mass attracting mass is the acceleration. That's circular logic, dude.
It's caused by this fabric of space, but we can see it because of the attraction.
We can see what?
We can see the two balls being
together. Yeah, we want to know why that's happening. What the
because of gravity, what we call gravity.
Okay, yeah, that's your claim. That's your claim. How do we determine what the cause is scientifically?
Through other methods, we can assume that if these balls attract each other, then it must be gravity.
What?
Affirming the consequent. Just full of fallacy.
Right.
Isn't what is that one? If it's like if Q then P therefore Q or whatever. It's like that.
Yeah,
if we can prove, I mean, if we can prove, if Q improve,
P, if I'm hungry, then Q, I've eaten 10 hamburgers. Sorry. Oh, fuck, I always get this the wrong way around, the P and Q fucking formulation. It's really hard. But ultimately, when we're talking about this, you're just circling one presumed cause when there could be a multiple of things. For example, when somebody says that they're hungry because they've eaten 10 hamburgers and that they're hungry and the only cause of that can be 10 hamburgers, then you realize they could have eaten pizza or Chinese or anything like that. Something else could have caused the phenomena to happen. When we're affirming the consequent, we're just saying that because the phenomena happens, it's just because of the cause that I fucking assert to be and forget about everything else, which is why I was on about you and your control variables earlier, which you didn't want to give me.
I did give you.
No, you didn't. You didn't even mention the gravitational pull of the sun or the moon, the electromagnetic field or influence of the earthly environment around it or anything like that.
That's because you didn't ask me.
I asked you what your control variables were.
We don't even need an alternative. You have to prove your proposition. We don't have to disprove it. If you say gravity, mass attracts mass, is the causal mechanism of the balls moving, demonstrate it. How do you demonstrate that? With a scientific experiment.
Yeah.
I can demonstrate it if you wanted to. It might take a while, though.
With a scientific experiment.
I'll set up a hypothesis. I'll set up control variables, independent variables, all that.
Cool. So what will be your independent variable? What's the phenomena you think you're going to try and find the cause of?
My phenomenon will be mass attracting mass, therefore gravity.
Your phenomena will be mass attracting mass. What's the cause of mass attracting mass?
The warping of space, or the curvature of space.
Awesome. So you must understand that your independent variable is the curvature of space-time. But that's not physical, my friend, is it? Space is the
That is, actually. You can do that with the differing masses. The curvature of space-time is directly proportional to the mass.
Hold on, these are aspects, mate. These are not actual physical things. You're talking about space with the absence of anything, so not physical. And time, well, I'm really going to enjoy you not painting it red and you not putting it in a jar for me. These things have to be physical for you to vary and manipulate.
So you can't see the air, but can you manipulate the air?
You do understand that space-time is a reification, as in not actual things.
So you're saying there's no such thing as space-time?
Yeah, it's a reification. It's a not actual thing.
Concept.
Okay, then.
It's a concept.
That's what you want to think.
It's a mathematical concept.
It's not what we think. It's what reality is. It is a concept in the minds of men. It doesn't exist. Okay, did it exist prior to someone thinking about it?
Probably. Or no, probably not.
Okay, then there you have it. Probably not. Whatever. That means it's a bullshit. Okay, you can't even make a statement about it. You have to make a statement on each side, which means you said nothing, basically.
Oh no, I meant to say like I was there before, and then I was trying to say I wasn't.
Awesome. Are you going to be able to give me space-time then? Can you pass it to me? Can you send it to me?
Everywhere. Space-time is a constant. It's everything. Everywhere. Space is the medium.
Brilliant. Then give it to me then. If it's everywhere, give it to me.
It's already everywhere.
Well, give it to me then. And say it's already there. Well, brilliant. Give it to me then. If it's already there, give it to me.
It's already given to you.
Give it to me and paint it red.
What? So can you paint air red?
Pardon? Can I paint air red?
That's
I can do shit with it and change its colour, yeah. But I'm asking you to give me space-time. Give it to me.
So a magnetic field. What a magnetic field? You can't see a magnetic field.
I'm asking you about anything else, and you're going to say things that you can't give me. That's fine.
We have limitations. We have limitations of seeing it, but we can prove.
Is time physical?
Time is not a physical thing, no.
Oh, okay. So being as we're doing science, the physical and natural world, and we've definitely got to be able to vary and manipulate our presumed cause because it's physical, then we're not going to be varying and manipulating time then. Awesome. So space, absence of anything. Can you vary and manipulate nothing?
You can add air to it. When I say space, I'm not talking about a vacuum. I'm saying...
space-time. Yeah, that thing. Not talking about the vacuum, but I'm asking you about the space bit. Space, the absence of anything. Can you vary and manipulate, make something happen to absence of anything?
You can manipulate the fabric of space by having a massive object. Okay, a massive object will curve the space-time.
Hold on. I get what you're saying, as in your statement, but it's up for debate at the moment because these are non-physical things. Space-time, reification of joining these non-physical things together. Not physical, it's a reification. You're not going to be able to give me time. You've already admitted to that. And nothing. You're not going to be able to give me nothing now, are you? Here's nothing. Go on, very manipulate nothing for me. Oh, brilliant. So in your scientific experiment, when you've reified space-time, you're going to need to vary and manipulate your reification of not actual fucking things.
When I say space-time, I mean like the fabric of space. Like, what is like space?
Give me the fabric.
The fabric? It's just described as fabric. It's not actually fabric. Like, you can see demonstrate. What?
So it's not fabric then, it's just described as fabric, so give it to me so I know what it is. It's not
Wait, you guys even have demonstrations of this. I mean, you guys post stuff. I'm trying to find one in the chat. It's like, have you, like, massive, have you ever seen a black hole, like the density thing? Like, it's just a visualization of it.
Yeah, it's a visualization, but it's not the actual thing now. I'm asking you for the actual thing, not a visualization or a concept based on the idea. I'm asking for the actual goddamn motherfucking thing, my friend. The thing that has to be varied and manipulated as your presumed cause of your effect of mass, apparently, or whatever bastardized version of a hypothesis you're going to attempt to give me again. Mate, I'm trying to help you.
Don't even say it, because that's not even true.
It is, because you're uneducated. I'm trying to help you trying to help you change your mind, because it is not correct. When you hold a standard like the scientific method to things, you must understand that Cavendish doesn't follow it. When you're going to give me things that are not actually real and then tell me that they are actually real, my friend, come on. Time is not a real physical thing. Nothing is not a real physical thing. You cannot sandwich these two things together and say all of a sudden they're a fucking fabric. But it's not a fabric. It's just described as a fabric. I want the actual thing then. Do you understand?
You can't hold it.
I'm pointing out to you, right, as a mirror. This is what you're giving me, and it's ridiculous, my friend. Please think about what you're saying. We've been doing this for 2 hours now, but you're belligerent. You want to die on this hill because of a belief, and it's taking all of us with big slaps around your fucking face to try and wake you up. Sorry if you're taking this the wrong way, mate, but we are trying to help you.
It's impossible to hold space, the fabric of space. It's not.
Well, then you can't use it in a scientific experiment. It's not manipulatable. It's not. You can't manipulate it. Then you can't vary it. It's not. No, you can't. It's not physical.
By something having more mass, something being more massive, you can manipulate the fabric of space by bending it more.
Well,
that's a consensus. That's a consensus.
Okay, well, I've got a bowling ball. Where's the space-time fabric bit that it's bending? Where's the physical interaction? Where's the physical interaction that you're talking about of this fabric that's not a fabric?
It's not a physical interaction. It's just it's like you have to conceptualize it. It's not like a physical thing.
So it's an idea.
Like magic. Science. So outside of science, where we're trying to deal with the physical natural world, you're just going to give me fucking concepts. Do you understand? Yeah. No. Science deals with the physical and natural world, where we have a physical phenomena and we have a physical cause, and within the experiment we physically manipulate what the cause is of the effect. You're giving me concepts. It's interesting, right? Because that's what space-time is. It's a mathematical concept. It's not fucking science.
So is buoyancy a concept?
And I vary and manipulate the things like I explained to you when I had an egg and some water and changed the density of the water and the egg rose.
So that's not a concept. We didn't make that up. We didn't make buoyancy up.
We made words. We make words up to describe.
So we made words up to describe space-time or fabric.
So the physical interaction, the water, the density change because I've added salt into it, and the physical phenomena of the physical egg rising, all those are physical things. I've physically interacted with them. And we're going to go round a space-time fucking merry-go-round again where we admit that this isn't physical, and you're going to say it's a concept again.
We can interact with it. We interact with space-time all the time.
All the time, but we don't fucking see it.
We interact with it.
we interact with it. But where is it? You just declare that it's there. This not actual thing. It's not an actual thing.
It is.
It's time that we can't vary and manipulate. This absence of space that's nothing. This fabric that's only described as a fabric. We're physically interacting with it. Have you got special eyes or something, mate?
We interact with it. We can see it because of gravity. The Earth interacts with it. The Earth pushes it. It makes a bigger, kind of divot. I guess you can imagine it in the space fabric. We interact with it.
According to your story and belief, yeah, because you think you're on a spinning ball flying around in the vacuum of space.
Are you bending and retarded?
Well, that was kind of insulting.
But what we're going to do is we're going to get down to the base claim. Hold on, my friends and everybody else. Shush. We're going to get down to the base claim. We're going to get down to the base claim because it doesn't matter if you're talking about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. In every single calculation, you've got a letter of the alphabet, and that letter is R. That is the radius of the Earth. So whichever gravity that you're talking about within the calculations, you've got an R. You know, Cavendish trying to figure out the weight of the Earth, which was a ball, and the ball sitting in warping, the bending of space-time, that R value. So have you got a direct measurement of the R value?
Well, the R in this, I don't know the R in this thing because I haven't made up the experiment right now. I think the R is the R the if R then P, or is it if R then Q?
Radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles. We need a direct measurement of the Earth that is in all of these calculations to make these phenomena happen. So if you've got a direct measurement of the radius,
24,809 miles or whatever.
Yeah, that's the circumference. I've given you the radius. We can double the radius to get the diameter. What we're looking for 8 inches per mile squared of drop over distance. Is there a direct measurement of that anywhere?
8 miles per. I don't really understand what you're trying to ask.
I'm asking you for a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, which is said to be a ball in all of your gravitational ideas. You need the Earth to be a ball for all of your gravitational equations. So have you got the R, direct measurement, not calculation?
Of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
No, I don't have the exact value.
No, not the exact value. I want to know how it was measured to be true in the first instance.
I don't know the first instance. I don't know how they measured it the first time, but I do know they measured it.
You do know that they measured it, but you don't know how. So it's just a belief that you got, right?
No, because how would they be able to launch a rocket or ISS without knowing that?
Hold on. You've just given me that it's a belief. Even though, yeah, you need the R value first.
Yeah.
Before you go into space to fly around the R value, the radius of the Earth, you're going to need to know how fucking far you're traveling, right?
Uh-huh.
Awesome stuff. So before we go to space, we need to figure out how big the fucking ball is. So how big is the ball? 3,959 miles. Awesome. How is that directly measured to be true?
I don't know how they measured it. I don't measure the Earth.
Awesome. So you just believe that it was done, don't you? Just like you believe there's a scientific experiment for gravity. You just got a lot of beliefs, my friend. You've got no first-hand knowledge.
Belief. It's based on science. It's based on measurements.
Well, it is a belief if you don't know who did it or when they did it or how they did it. You just believe it is, so it's a belief.
And
I know people have done it. I know people have. I'm not saying like no one has done it, buddy. Then it would be a belief.
If you knew,
it is
then
a
you'd
belief
be able to
because
tell us who and how.
Yeah, give us the name of who did it.
I don't know who measured it, but I know
you don't know it's a belief, buddy. Come on.
Instant doublespeak. Then he just said that he knows people who have done it. Then he says, "Well, I don't know who."
I'm saying I know that people have. I don't know who.
Yeah,
Can you guys understand
you know that people have. Oh, but you don't know who. So then, how do you know that people have?
Because it's pretty obvious that people have. If they're going to launch something into space, then they would have to know how big the Earth is.
Yeah, they would. So how do you know that they've done that?
You can see rockets take off and go into orbit.
No, you can't.
They can't.
Space, bro. No, you can't.
They never went to space, bro.
What do you mean they never went? Where do they go?
Vacuum of space can't exist, buddy. So you're going to have
You're
to
gonna need that
verify
money.
everything you keep saying. You're just stacking claims on top of other claims that you haven't verified. You even admitted you don't know.
I don't know who measured it, but I know people have.
No,
Yeah,
you
how do you
don't.
know that?
You
How
just
do you-
said
how do you
that
know
you
they've done
don't know.
Yeah, how do you know they've done that if you don't even know who they are? You don't even know who you can point to or what you can say that they did. So how do you know they did it? That which you don't even know.
If I'm NASA and I want to launch a rocket or I want to launch the ISS into space, I need to know how big the Earth is. I need to know the rotation and all these things.
Yeah.
So it would make sense for me to measure it.
Yeah, so someone is going to have to have done that in the first place. So who did it?
I'm sure NASA has done it. Because they would have to know.
Provide us with that.
Until
They
we
would
ask
have-
you what they did and who did it, and then you have no idea.
It would be pretty obvious that NASA did it if they're going to launch something into space.
Okay, then go get us the measurement from NASA.
I could try to find it, but I'm sure it's saying that they haven't done it because, if can you guys not see that if I was going to launch an ISS into orbit, I would have to know how big and how much it
It's a derivative claim that's based on your primary claim of the radius. So that has to be established first before you can go to anything else after that. Anything based on that is irrelevant and invalid until you can provide the first order primary proof for the radius it's based on.
So is your claim that the Earth cannot be measured?
Literally, nobody made a claim.
I'm asking. is
You're
it
the
your
one
claim?
making the claim.
I'm
You
asking,
keep
is
saying
this-
you know, but you don't know.
Is this your claim?
Yeah,
No,
we've
I'm
measured
asking-
the Earth. We've measured the Earth. The waters are flat. We're asking for measurement of curvature. Yes, the surface of the Earth can be fucking measured.
Okay, so it's possible that the Earth's circumference can be measured.
Supposedly, who did it?
I'm
careful.
I'm asking you guys.
How do you know there's a
Sorry, be
circumference there to measure?
Yeah.
What was that?
We're looking for drop over distance, not going around in a circle, right? That's circumference. Yeah. So drop over distance. You know that you know a beach ball or a basketball. You put your finger on the top, right, and then you put another finger anywhere else lower down. Between point A, your first finger, and point B, your second finger, point B is descended from your first position at point A, right? The consequence of being on a curved surface is going to be curvature between 2 points, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So we're looking for that then.
Well, I mean, this is by NASA. They say they use GPS and other GPS satellites to measure the Earth. They
use
need that
GPS.
You're going to need that
GPS
first
satellites.
Yeah, you need the measured radius beforehand.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
measure the
required.
Earth, and they can get a more accurate prediction from space.
From space, which is the second law of thermodynamics violation.
It's not.
A decrease. It is a decrease in entropy. You haven't proven. Hold on. You haven't proven gravity. Go round again, and you still don't have the phenomena of gas being attracted to fucking masses. Being the first instance, gas goes away from the mass and exists in the space away from the mass. But you can't keep saying that they have gone to space and measured the radius of the Earth because they needed to know the radius value of the Earth before they went into, quote unquote, the fucking sky vacuum, apparently. So we need the first measurement of that. It's interesting that you're not being able to provide it for us because there isn't one. You just believe that there is.
I mean, there's multiple methods. Like, I think Aristophanes was the first, and he used shadows in a well. But there's
Well,
other
give him the
several-
inkling that it was a ball to be measured in the first place, because
Yeah.
it seems to me like you're just doing what he did. He assumed that the Earth was a globe and then inferred it and then measured shadows.
So why does it matter if he originally?
Because it's all based off of assumptions. It's
What he has is
fallacious.
sorry, Kim. Yeah, sorry about that. What he has is an inference
fine.
of a radius, not a measured radius. He doesn't have a measured arc segment, any measured drop over distance. He's just assuming those things are there and then extrapolating them from something else that has nothing necessarily to do with that, i.e. shadows. That's what he actually measured. Shadows.
But
We're asking you for the direct drop over distance measurement.
If Aristophanes measured this and his measurements didn't add up to what his assumptions were, wouldn't you say that the Earth is flat then?
Stop. Measured this. This. What is this?
The size of the Earth, the circumference.
No, that's not what he measured. What he measured was shadows. He extrapolated the size of a sphere that he would have if all of the assumptions that he made in the first place are true. right? So that's not what we're looking for. We need first order proof of the thing that he's assuming and then extrapolating a size of in the first place. So that would be a direct measurement of drop over distance, not a direct measurement of shadows and then an extrapolation of drop over distance from those.
Well, in order to measure the circumference of the Earth, you can't measure it all at once. You have to use shadows and quote-unquote extrapolate.
I said that's a straw man, so that's why I said arc segment. I didn't tell you to measure it all at once.
But you'd need to measure some part of it to...
Yeah, that's what I've said for a third time now, an arc segment.
A drop over distance.
Who done it?
Who? Eratosthenes, didn't he measure the Earth's curvature?
Oh boy.
He did not measure curvature of the Earth, buddy. He measured shadows.
But doesn't that doesn't his measurements add up to be curvature?
Imply. So you're talking about implication. So, like we said, that's implication or inference. We're looking for a direct measurement because that's the only way you're going to confirm it.
That's right. Direct confirmation of the thing that he inferred.
So
otherwise, how do we know that what he's inferring is even there?
So you're saying his shadows can't be accurate. So then what would be accurate? How could you do that?
No, that's a straw man. I didn't say the shadows are not accurate. They are what they are. What he's interpreting from them is not, obviously, since it can't be directly validated.
The assumed ball needs to be validated. It can't just be assumed and then just, the assumption's just what we accept. It needs to be verified. Do you get that?
So
you can't just assume and then not verify your assumption.
So in order to prove that the Earth is a ball, you can't assume that it's a ball?
Don't assume anything.
Bro, if you want to assume that sea level is curving, then you be my guest. You can assume that sea level curves as if words don't have specific meanings, but that's alright. Back to you, Flatsy.
I'm just over here about to bust a gut laughing at this guy because he just doesn't seem to get it.
No, it's not a good idea that you beg the question, right? Eratosthenes begged the question. That's when we say he thought the Earth was a ball. And within his calculations, he used mathematics to assert that the shadows would give him the consequent of a ball. Don't be surprised when at the end of his mathematics he ended up with a ball. It's not proof of either way because you know that you can stand in your kitchen underneath a light and only have the shadows underneath your feet when you lift them up. But then you walk away and you watch the shadow increase in front of you. If you were to assume that your kitchen's a fucking ball and use the mathematics associated with that, you can literally turn your fucking kitchen into a sphere.
So are you saying that his calculations... So how do his calculations, if it was a flat plane, wouldn't they contradict his idea of it being a ball?
No, because he assumed it to be a ball in the first place. So therefore he used the maths to come out with a ball. Guess what he got? He got a fucking ball. Yeah, you can walk away from a light source on a flat plane and watch a shadow increase in front of you. What's that going to prove?
Yeah. He hasn't shown the globe in reality. He's just assuming it in the maths. He's solving for a circumference that's never been demonstrated to begin with. He's just assuming it's there.
Well, we can see curvature from the ISS, though. Like, that's just... You don't even need to measure anything. We can literally see it.
You shouldn't. That's a problem. Geometrically, 250 miles above a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, you should be seeing about 3% of that ball's surface. You shouldn't notice a curved horizon. If that's what they're showing you, then that's bullshit.
Well, if we only see 3% and we can see the edge and it's not a giant ice wall, then we can assume that it's not flat.
There's not only 3%. What are you talking about? The whole Earth and only 3% of it wouldn't show you that much. Think about what you're saying before you say it, buddy.
I'm saying that... 1 second, let me pull it up. So there is this 50-minute ISS tour, and it's
No, you can drop
You
the
can
ISS
see the curvature.
right
You can see the haze of the.
We already dealt with this. Geometrically,
man.
you shouldn't see any curvature, so if they're showing you that, there's a problem there. And also, you need the measured radius to have satellites in orbit in the first place to derive the orbital mechanics of the ball. You need to have that radius in place first, so you're trying to jump off of the primary claim and go to something derivative again. We're asking you for the direct measurement.
Yep.
So, are you saying that I've posted a picture in live stream voice chat? Are you saying that that's not curvature? I mean,
Are you talking about a bendy horizon, or are you talking about drop over distance?
Drop over distance. The curvature of the Earth.
Oh, so how do you measure that from a photo?
You can see if in the flat Earth model there would be a ice wall, and you can clearly see that there is no ice
That's
wall.
a great straw man, but so what's the radius of that ball that you're showing us in that picture? Because that looks a lot smaller than the one that you've been in here arguing for all this time with sticks and shadows.
The radius of this one is around 3,000 something. The radius of the Earth.
Oh, really?
3,000 something.
Yeah, 3,959. I shouldn't be seeing any curve, let alone that much from that height above the surface of that ball. So you must be a tiny Earther. You must believe in a way smaller ball. Like
So
maybe
then
you think you live on the moon or something. I don't know.
Then what would this be then?
A fisheye lens, wide angle lens.
But it's not. If you watch the video, there's no distortion whatsoever.
Let's watch the video. Link it.
Yeah, please show us that there's no distortion.
I'll give you the link. So it's a flat
That's a
plane
burden of proof reversal fallacy anyway. It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
So
it's not up to us to explain what you're showing.
So
your priest has told you differently. They tell you that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyways. So we can just move on.
If you're looking straight at it, but again, you're looking at an edge, you're not looking straight down at it. If you are looking straight down at it.
So we're looking at the edge. I thought you said it was drop over distance we were looking at, not a curved horizon.
It is what are you trying to, what?
So what's the claim? Is your claim that the curvature is representative? Are you claiming that a horizon is representative of Earth curvature?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just talking about a sphere. I'm talking about just a sphere.
So wouldn't that be the horizon, the edge that you're talking about?
From up there, I don't even know if you call it a horizon.
Well, that's what the horizon is claimed to be in the globe model, quote unquote.
Well, I don't really know. I'm not sure about that. Well, have you guys looked at the video, or it's?
Well, what's the definition of a horizon?
I don't know the definition of a horizon.
Where the land and/or sea appears to meet with the sky.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sound one.
Right. Well, that's what you're seeing, right? In that image.
But the sky is space. It's not a sky in this example.
Oh, it's not.
Hey, yo,
it's not sky. Are you kidding me?
Yo, Hubba Bubba Soy Boy. I mean, like, here's the important question, though, which, have you figured out what the difference is between pseudoscience and physical science is yet? That's like, really important.
Well, I think I know the difference.
Okay, please explain to the class.
Science is...
Right, because I told you 5 times earlier.
What? I was just trying to explain it.
Good.
All right, let him explain it, Jedi. I just want to hear this. I probably wasn't here for it. Let him explain it.
Pseudoscience is not real. It's not something that is... It's just not real. Like, it doesn't exist. Like, if I were to say, this crystal transmits energy through this copper wire and disables your phone, and you're being like, what the hell are you talking about? There's no science backing that up.
That's not it, buddy.
I'm giving an example.
If you couldn't tell by the giggling, it's wrong.
It's kind of a weak example. It's kind of a weak example. Okay, can I just lay it out for you? Because I have, over the past 7 years, I've had to learn the difference between pseudoscience and physical science. And pseudoscience is simply made up of a series of hypothetical ideas which cannot be proven observably in reality. Okay? That's the difference between physical science and pseudoscience. Pseudoscience cannot be proven in physical reality. They are just hypothetical ideas. Physical science is something that is observable, testable, verifiable, repeatable. Can you observe gravity? Can you observe mass attracting mass? If you put one rock next to another rock, is it going to become one big rock?
That's a little this a little dramatized a little bit, but
no, it's not dramatized.
It is.
Simple. I'm putting it in the simplest terms, my brother. I am putting it in the simplest terms. If you put one rock next to one rock, do those two rocks become one large rock because mass attracts mass?
If you put two masses close enough together, they will exert a force.
But if I put one rock next to another rock, they're literally not doing a fucking thing.
That's because the force is too small. They're not massive enough.
So gravity is selective then?
No.
Gravity sounds like a picky bitch. I'm just going to put it out. Gravity sounds like a picky bitch, brother.
Okay.
Gravity picks and chooses what it does and doesn't affect. So you've got a gravity that's... Hold on, I'm not done. So you've got this gravity, okay, that I've heard a lot of globe believers invoke as the containment for Earth gas pressure. I've heard a lot of globe believers invoke gravity as the reason why for their spin or whatever. Okay, this isn't working. Okay, you've got gravity going in two different directions because of this pressure gradient. You have a gas pressure gradient because various gases have various densities, my brother. Okay, and there is no vacuum. You cannot have a vacuum adjacent to a pressure system. Mass is not attracting mass. Take gravity out of your vocabulary, and what do you have? You have relative density and you have relative buoyancy, my brother. And that just means that there are different mediums in which these things fall or float through. Yes?
Kind of. So I've let you speak.
Okay.
So I'd like to speak for myself. So gravity and the buoyancy thing, like you can have a high pressure system next to a vacuum. Vacuums in space don't suck. They don't exert any force on the atmosphere. The only force that they exert is in an atmosphere.
Demonstrate this claim.
The only way you can have a open system next to a vacuum is with gravity, mass attracting mass.
Demonstration, please.
A demonstration is the orbits, the ISS orbit.
Guys, please, I'm going to have to jump in again because it's like he never listened to a fucking word I said. You do remember about our conversation about vacuums and they don't suck? No one says vacuums suck. The energy comes from the gas that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, and the vacuum is absence of anything, so there's nothing stopping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum.
Gravity is.
Entropy is in action. Now, if you're going to say gravity again, I'm going to fucking remind you don't have a scientific experiment that proves you one, but I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. It doesn't seem to be affecting the gas because that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, and you drop something and that you declare gravity to be. So you don't have the observed phenomena to start your science with. You're talking about a violation of a law of nature. You're talking about an entropy decrease where entropy increases. In this instance, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. I don't want you to not be educated when you leave here. I walked away and I let Jenna talk to you about the the pseudoscience. You didn't seem to fucking understand that, and I went through with you earlier. I've just gone through this with you again, only because you said vacuums suck, and I corrected you on that earlier. It's like you haven't listened to anyone.
I never said vacuums suck.
Oh, he listened to Professor Dave, apparently.
So I agree with you in the sense that if there's no gravity, an open system cannot be next to a vacuum. I agree with you on that, but there's one thing, is that the gravity is holding the air or the atmosphere to the ball. I mean, like, the gravity is mass attracting mass.
You know what inverse square law is? As in, the further away from mass, gravity decreases. That's a fucking problem, being as you've got gas up there. So what's stopping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum of space, being as that's where gravity's weakest? Being as gravity's strongest down here, I remind you about where the gases produce carbon and biological cycles on the surface of the Earth, so where gravity is at its strongest. And guess what it does fucking down here? It moves freely and randomly in all directions and moves away from the mass. You don't have the observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas. Like I said, I can give it to you, but scientifically you haven't got the observed phenomena to assert a cause to.
The farther away you have from a massive object, the less gravity there will be, but that doesn't mean that it will float away. That just means that there's less attraction, so that it will stay up there. Like it can be in...
I'm sorry, that's not...
Where the gravity is strongest, down here, where the gas is produced, the gas is moving away from the mass in the first instance. So stronger down here and it's moving away and not affected by gravity, but you say up there, where it's further away from the mass, there it starts taking effect of the gas and it starts pulling it back. Are you fucking stupid, Sunshine?
No, that's not what I said. Well, you can stop with the insults. You don't have to insult.
I do, because you're being really silly and we're wasting an awful lot of time on this. Do you want me to go through it again? I will, no problem. Gravity gets weaker away from the surface of the Earth. Gas down here is moving freely and randomly in all directions and filling every available space. Up there, where gravity is weaker, you're saying what? That it stops the gas now, where it's weakest, where it was moving freely and randomly next to the surface of the Earth, where it was strongest. Now
there's still a pull.
There's still a pull, is there? Where's that? Where's the gas coming back?
Pull?
Where's the gas going? Where? Show me.
The pull is from
the water cycle. What about the water cycle?
What the heck does a water cycle have to do with the gravity?
Because when the hydrogen bonds are broken in water, which way do they go?
They reach equilibrium.
No, which way do they go when water evaporates, buddy?
They reach equilibrium. That can be up, down, or whatever.
Buddy, you're avoiding the obvious elephant in the room.
If you want me to say it goes up.
Which way?
Up. It goes up.
Exactly. So where is your vector down? Gravity.
The vector down is gravity, yeah.
What?
The buoyancy to reach equilibrium can overcome gravity only to a certain point.
No,
a hydrogen balloon can only go up so far before it reaches equilibrium.
Why can't you respond what Jedi said though about the weak?
I must have missed it.
Like the gravity being stronger next to the Earth, for some reason it doesn't bring down the weak gas, but then somehow it happens all the way up there in the sky when the gravity's weaker.
It has more of a pull near the center of mass.
Yeah, well, why does the water go up?
Buoyancy.
Buddy, you are just a double speaking snake.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why am I double speaking snake?
Because you just said that when water evaporates, it goes up, but closer to the surface of the Earth, everything is being pulled down.
Everything is relative.
Not everything is. So where's your gravity?
Everything is being pulled.
Huh? Yo, soy boy, hubba bubba boy, hubba bubba soy boy. I mean, you evidently have never seen rain in a jar show. Like, you don't know shit about terrariums and it shows, bro.
What are you talking about?
What is this person saying?
Dries, what are you trying to say?
What are you guys talking about? I'm sorry for just like cutting in.
Oh, so
you cannot. Okay, all right.
Derivative claims that reified the sphere radius that he can't show a measurement for in the first place, and so let's just go back to that. Where's the direct measurement? Because everything else you say is based upon that. It's all derived from that, right? So let's just go to the first order proof that substantiates literally the entire paradigm that you're arguing for. We don't need to waste our time in the weeds.
So what do you want me to give you?
I want a direct measurement of drop over distance of the Earth's surface.
Isn't it like 8 inches per mile or whatever?
We already know. Parents, if we already know that there's miles upon miles of missing curvature.
We want to answer this question. We want a measurement of drop over distance, please.
That's what we want. Everything he says is based on that, is derivative from that primary core claim that he has. So that's what we need.
Right now, I don't have a measurement because I don't have resources on me.
Okay, no measurement. So you can just shut up then. Because, like I said, everything else you say is based upon that, right? That would be the primary core claim that basically everything else you're saying is based upon. So if you don't have it, just be quiet. Yeah, until you get it, just fuck off.
What?
Yeah, just fuck off until you get it, right? Because you're just delving into the weeds. You're just wasting this panel's time with derivative nonsense, fairy tales, fantasies, pseudoscience, all based on the claim of a globe radius that you just told us you don't know how to provide any measurement for.
Oh, I know there's a measurement, I just don't have it on hand.
Oh, how do you know it's there if you don't have it?
Because there's Earth curve calculators and stuff like that.
That's cool. I can put numbers into a calculator and make one too. Doesn't mean it's based on anything that actually exists in reality. I can make an Earth curve calculator for a hypothetical globe Earth with a radius of 500,000 miles if I wanted to. Doesn't mean it's real. That's a reification fallacy.
So even if I were to give you a measurement, you just say it's false?
No. I would say
fine, I'll say it's 1 inch or 1 inch per mile. There you go.
Stop appealing to future.
Not the calculation. We want the direct measurement that asserts that the Earth has a radius of the set value. We need the direct measurement first.
Of the radius?
Yeah.
Oh, the radius is like 3,900 feet, something like that?
3,959 miles. We know the associated values. We want the direct measurement of those values.
But that is the measurement. What do you mean by direct measurement?
As in, how did you come up with those numbers in the fucking first place, you idiot? Did you measure them?
No, I did not. I didn't measure those. I didn't put those measurements out there, obviously.
Excellent. So somebody must have measured them for them to be in the calculations. And the calculations are based on reality. They must be based on a direct measurement of that reality, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we need a direct measurement of the R value of the Earth then, don't we? Before we can even suggest we can put it into calculations for shit, right? So when's that been done and how was it done?
Didn't Eratosthenes do a curvature?
Oh my god, are you respawning?
It's literally we're having the same conversation with the same guy 5 times in the last 2 hours. We're just going to be talking about lights in the sky and walking away from them and increasing shadows. Assuming the Earth to be a ball, using the calculations to get a ball, not be surprised when we get a ball at the end. Shadows don't prove anything because you can have shadows on curved and flat surfaces, you idiot. So not Eratosthenes, and he didn't measure drop over distance. This is the circumference value of the Earth. This is why you should pay attention to the question. Drop over distance, please.
I'm just 1 inch per mile. There you go. Because it doesn't seem to matter what.
That is a value again. You just keep doing this. You just keep giving us values. Not even the correct one, but you're just throwing a value out there when what we're asking for is the measurements that were used to arrive at those values. So what you're doing would be like, what if I came in here and said, I'm 6 feet. Okay, how was that measured? 6 feet. No, give me the method of the measurement. 6 feet. That's what you keep doing.
He's exposed. Everything about anything he's brought up has been exposed. You're exposed.
What do you mean exposed, though? Like
he's exposed as a fraud.
You're right.
How is he a fraud? Like,
sorry, my friend.
I just don't. Like, he seems like he's genuinely trying to understand.
Listen, don't interject. Listen. You'll understand more about the conversation if you listen. Did you hear what Heretic said to you? You can't just make declarations that you're 6 foot without a direct measurement. How do you know you're 6 foot? I'm 6 foot. How do you know the radius of the Earth value gives radius of the Earth's value? Have you got a direct measurement for it, mate? Can you prove you're 6 foot with a measurement, please?
Yeah, I don't know how they measured it. It's measured, though.
You can't know it's measured if you don't know how it was done.
There's a measurement, so you'd have to measure it somehow.
Okay, get us that measurement then.
The direct measurement or just the measurement?
Direct measurement.
Okay, you should clarify that next time. I already said I don't know the direct measurement.
Then don't say you know that somebody has it.
But it's been done.
Don't say it's been done if you don't know who did it or how they did it or what they did.
I can go on a little Google search if you want.
Okay, go on that and then get back to us. And just shut the hell up in the meantime because you don't have what we're asking for otherwise.
All right, I'll come back.
Audacity. Oh.
we should literally clip this out and then paste it after when Mayhem was going through logical fallacies. So we should have Mayhem's logical fallacies first that we did on the server, then this chat.
This guy's
Perfect
committed
demonstration.
about every logical fallacy there is. And then we got somebody white knighting for him. You don't even know what you're talking about. You came in here just a minute ago. The hell do you think you are?
Yeah, White Knight, who are you? What do you want?
Guys, like, why did I get muted? That was kind of weird.
Because you interjected in the conversation and had opinions about a conversation you knew fuck all about, and you were bloody rude about it. But apart from that, what do you fucking want?
I'm just surprised that you're being like, extremely rude to me. Like, I literally just joined.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
In terms of service, you are violating them by white knighting for somebody that we're talking to and interjecting.
Do I even gotta respond?
You don't have to respond.
I would prefer not to even respond to what you just said. I'm just like...
That's absolutely fine. Being as you wasn't in the conversation for 3 hours and haven't got a clue what had happened, you might not understand our frustration with somebody who was obviously lying a lot. So that's why we were pissed off, because we don't like those sort of people. And then people coming in saying, "Oh, are you all shouting? You should give them a fucking chance." Who, you know, when you haven't got any background information. So that's why people are probably going to be hostile to you. But apart from that, mate, how are you? Welcome to the server. How can we help?
Thank you so much. Actually, and I've been in the server like quite a lot, like almost 4 years now. So yeah, I've never been muted. That's why I kind of got pissed off. But it's fine, I guess. Happens.
Don't be pissed off, because I've just given you an explanation and reason for it, and I'll do it again if you understand.
Which I completely understand after you explain
Good
it.
stuff. No problem, my friend. So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, mate? Is it flat and stationary? Is it ball that spins? What say you?
My answer to this question every time is I cannot prove it is a globe. Do not know what it is. It is definitely not a globe. That is.
I appreciate that answer. See, we've been trying to get this through to our friend for the last 3 hours, and it was really, really hard. You can understand how that would be really hard, things you understand.
A couple of years ago, I was in his same position, to be honest. I was
exactly.
The same.
We all were, right? Yeah. So you understand his position, and you understand the frustration of people that are just literally trying to say, "Hey, look, for example, there's no scientific experiment for gravity," and all that type of shit.
I get it, but like I kind of sensed that he was like actually trying to like figure out something. But since you mentioned that he's been saying it for like 3 hours, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
No, he's an NPC respawning.
That conversation you heard took place 20 minutes ago. It took place 40 minutes ago. It took place an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. We've been going around in the same circle for 3 hours.
Okay. Well, I actually joined today because I wanted to ask you guys. I just like saw this Schumann resonance. I'm not sure if you guys heard about it. Did you guys hear anything about Schumann resonance? No.
Does it turn the Earth into a ball or flat?
I'm not even sure what is that, but like.
So we don't know either.
What is it? What the fuck is it? I've been just seeing it on TikTok. People have been like putting like thousands of videos on saying that everything's gonna change because of this Schumann resonance thingy.
Great.
In 80s, people were saying that Nostradamus, the 2007, everything will be burning, destroyed. I remember that story.
How is that connected to the Schumann thingy?
Yeah, they said 20 years ago I'd be underwater right now, but hey, here I am on Earth, standing on Earth.
Billionaires wouldn't be investing in Miami's property if it's not going to be there next year.
That's probably why Al Gore went like quiet mode. You haven't heard from him in like a long time.
Check, my checkaroonie.
What's up, Sonny? We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Okay, awesome. I went back and listened to a couple minutes previous, and I didn't have to go back very far to listen to the young man, whoever he is. And to be honest, I didn't hear the 3 hours of conversation either, but I can imagine. I've heard Gish galloping before about this gravity thing that they don't have any proof of anywhere, no demonstration, no cause and effect, and cannot be experimented on. Buoyant relative density trumps their imaginary fairy tale spinning ball in space, trumps it. And I'm so glad to talk about Earth. I just discovered something, or I watched some information that pulled this whole idea of more closely of where we actually are. And it's more about history, so it's not directly on the topic of flat Earth, so I won't veer into it too deeply. I'll leave a link for you guys to listen to on your own time, and I find it very rewarding. Something about the aliens, though, you know what? It does tie in. Listen, here's how it ties in. These people in the 1960s, guess what month? July 69, were in this place that I dropped the link for, the Taos Caves. And Neil Armstrong went on one of the things. Right after that, Eric von Däniken got involved and stole this guy's work, stole his information and investigations into an underground world, a realm that the ancients had. That goes from Buenos Aires. What did they say it goes from? I don't want to get it wrong, but goes from Buenos Aires all the way down to Chile. An underground realm with pyramids, running water, whole cities, highways throughout. Amazing. And so this ties into the thing because this is part of this. Like, it's part of this whole thing where they hijacked this information. This is part of what they were hiding. Where we are is crucial that we don't find this out. Because what if we all started connected to who we really are here, instead of the lie they told us? Now, that's pretty fundamental. But yes, the Earth is flat. Indubitably. Yeah, sometimes you have to take a break from this information. That's true. Donkey Kong.
Just scrolling through the server, guys. Sorry, Sonny. Just scrolling through, see if I can unmute anyone, see if anybody hasn't got any roles or anything like that. There's a few people with voice verified. Freeze, you got voice verified, but no way to turn in roles. Welcome back to the server, my friend. Can't see everybody. If you haven't got any roles or permission to speak, just go to voice checking number 1 and I'll follow you up there.
You beat me to it, Jedi. No, you're.
Hey.
How's everybody doing today?
Not too bad.
fine.
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I'm not too bad.
Well, I'm having a better day now. I had a really rough night. I don't want to talk about it too much, but I've had severe problems, and I feel like I just um, adjusted myself and had to I don't know. Anyway, I felt all out of alignment, man. I'm telling you. And all of a sudden it just popped back in, and I'm like, I gotta go listen to what they're talking about. I feel like I'm missing something if I'm not here.
Hey, Sonny, did you sleep bad because of bad information, or did something bother you?
No, I have a severe spinal condition,
Okay, yeah.
congenital, like a curve in my spine, and
Yeah,
sometimes
same here, I know.
spasms between my shoulder blades.
Mhm.
And it feels like an ice pick, literally. And last night I literally called. I didn't know what to do. I was in agony. And I had to go.
Yeah.
I would just suffer through and try to deal with it on my own. But this time I felt like if I moved this the wrong way, like in my condition, and I couldn't rest, couldn't get in any comfortable position. So I spent the night in the hospital, actually not asleep, mostly wide awake till this morning. So I'm doing much better. I got up and I'm doing some laundry now because I don't, I can't lay down there and sleep. It's still light out. And part of the reward of night sleep is working if I work enough. So I have to work. Sorry about that.
So, would you say that the curve of your spine is observable and measurable?
Absolutely. They even told me it's 16 degrees.
Ooh.
Bro.
And it flattens in between my shoulder. Like I have a big hollow cavity in my back. It goes straight up and curves to the left. And so what happened because of that is my lungs are extremely long.
Wow. Are they stretched because of this?
I don't know. I've had throughout the years them tell me that you have extremely long lungs because when they were doing an X-ray, they kept cutting off the bottom part because the machine was big enough to frame it, or they had to change the frame. Yeah.
Yeah, so the pain is both in your shoulders and back and onto your lung, basically.
No, my lungs don't bother me. It's just my back and neck and shoulders. Yeah. But look, I'm an old man. I used to row a boat to work for a couple of years. I've been a surfer for 40 years, 45 years.
Wow.
So I've had a rough life, and I'm strong though. I'm gonna keep fighting through. At my age, your body tries to tell you slow down. I have to it's this balance between okay, how much is too much? So that's the thing I've had to pay attention to the most. Being more cognizant of my own condition. I have to check in with myself because I can be nuttier than start getting really crazy and shit. If I don't talk to people for a while. That's why this place is really good for me. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Go outside once in a while.
I know. I do often. I'll probably do that tonight, regardless, because the weather is getting nicer, and so it's been sun out till sunset. So that's pretty cool.
Hey, Sonny, do they actually city underground? So just
What's that?
city underground?
Wait a second, you're breaking up. Try again.
It's because I'm riding bike. I need to stop. I don't know why this happens.
Yeah, it happens to me too.
I was just saying, do they actually show the underground city, or is it just like, kind of like just a...
No, this is not a little area we're talking about. It ties into all the way up to North America, Cahokia, the pyramids there, the Mississippian people that they know were probably the proto-Aztecs that they started up there. But they found places from Texas, around the Gulf of Mexico, all the way throughout Florida. They found writings of ancient peoples, Hebrew, Scythians, Celtish, like all these different peoples that were here in America. So the deal is, this is where all of that started. Egypt over there is a theme park, and they've tied it all into the aliens and these ancient aliens, and it pisses me the fuck off. And I can't wait to bludgeon the hell out of it. I really can't wait. I'm going to bludgeon it. You know how Miggy does the ballers on here? Sorry if you're a baller. I don't mean that derogatory. It's almost a term of endearment, actually. We love the ballers too. Anyway, so yeah, this thing about like when they started with NASA, they started with the aliens too at the same time, through books, magazines, the TV, radio, everywhere. I grew up in that. I remember.
Yep.
So I'm down to just tear it down to the ground with first-hand accounts of explorers, conquistadors, and not only that, the people that they were traveling with. And also this ties into the whole Jesuit order. They were the spearhead. They're the ones that controlled the military that went on the ships. They were on every exploration. They were part of it, tied to the church and the military.
Yep.
I got a bombshell that I hope before I go that everybody just thinks that's just such bullshit, and we find out who we really are and take control of our own land, our own lives. Fuck these people. Fucking blood-sucking parasites. Excuse me.
Jesuits are the ultimate bad guys.
I'd fight them in hand-to-hand combat. I'm one of those people. Yeah. Watch out for me. Like,
yeah, it's like as if someone would really reveal himself to you as such.
Exactly.
That he is part of this, and of course I would be part of this too. But they are still.
I'm not going to outrule the probability, probably a good probability that they are messing with us individuals. So like, I don't really care at this point, because when you get to another level, like I'm gearing up to move on to the next realm.
Yeah, I hope so.
Whatever it is, like.
I mean, I am taking this in a spiritual way right now. So,
yeah.
As Christian, let the evil let they do their evil thing, and let the good do their good thing. Like this is what we are commanded to, and therefore there's no judgment but His.
Exactly. And I don't claim to be anything. I don't know if that's not up to me. I don't claim to be anything, but I know there's a creator, and I know if that creator is absolute.
Mm-hmm.
And absolutely here inside of all of us, inside of me, I feel his presence. I feel like I hear the words. I hear something inside. Like I've been crying out my whole life. What is the purpose? Give me some clues. Like, I don't know. The clues were all around. So now it's a for sure, like it's
everything that is bound within truth, which is spiritual guiding, which leads to everything that you currently claim on?
Like, and I don't use any presuppositions with that. I know this place is created physically, energetically, and spiritually tied to me. I don't know how that's possible. So I know I'm here because of the geometry of Earth. It's there. It is what it is. It's just
It's undeniable. It's a proof of his existence. Yeah.
I'm gonna have you shout it from the rooftops. So anyway,
amen. Hallelujah.
Yeah, because like I've had a lot of pain, and I'm like I ask God. I talk to God all the time. Like I can't be made wrong. Like I know, like I know you're there. Like you made me. Like I can't be unequal. Please help me. Like, and I know like all the struggles we have. I'm pretty confident. Like we have a role to play here that's been written. But we also have these choices, right? So it becomes, I don't know. I don't want to get too philosophical. So I'll pretty much stop there and go outside and get some fresh air. Thanks for letting me rant.
Yeah, relax. Yeah, no problem.
I don't want to get too emotional, but it is very emotional. But I don't want to get too emotional and lose my path. That's what happens if I lose my like if I get off balance, upset, like I'm out of balance, you know. So anyway. I gotta go for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. So, as I have mentioned before, gravity does not exist, either in definition or in explanation. Density describes the behavior of every element to each other, whether it be in pressurized system or not. Not is essential, because the pressurized system does not change the element or atomic structure itself as a whole. So, when Soyboy was talking about density and mass attracting to each other, he really doesn't grasp the whole concept when we explain about the pressurized system. That is the mental construct that is space and the vacuum that surrounds it. So I wonder how we tried it for 5 hours right now. It's like ridiculous. I don't know if this was the longest conversation overall, but my gosh, it's hard. I tried to jump in multiple times, but I didn't want to interrupt anyone most of the time.
See, I think he was disingenuous from the get-go, because I remember, and I've just been sitting here listening, very early on, he pretended not to know who Aristophanes was, but then later in the conversation, cited him as the first person to measure R with sticks and shadows. I think the entire, anyways, just my opinion, I think he was trolling the entire time. He knew all the arguments, he knew all the rebuttals, he knew all the answers, and just played dumb the entire time, and then would use doublespeak and rhetoric or whatever. So that was just my take, but I just felt him to be incredibly disingenuous.
Yeah, I think he researched while talking about the persons and sight reading, maybe, and then claiming to know him. You know, it's like this gobbledygook. I know what you're talking about, kind of stuff.
Well, see what it is when certain Glovers have been around as long as they have, they shut off their brain as soon as they hear flat Earth. It shuts off, dude. It literally shuts off, and they immediately go into defense mode.
You see this a lot in other. I was gonna say you see this a lot in like other places where they talk about other subjects. Some people are they're not here to learn. They're not here to listen. They only react to what you say without actually listening, and that's why a lot of times they'll keep repeating themselves.
Mm-hmm.
There to like,
well, you're robotic. Was he robotic?
Yeah, they're just out there to throw out their points. Am I still roboting?
A little bit, yeah, but we can still understand you.
That's fine. I'm done.
I was going to say this though. Also, you're right. They're not here to learn. They like the reason.
So you're roboting very hard. So can you repeat that real quick?
I'll type it in the chat.
No, you sound fine right now. So please speak.
I was just say they you can tell they're not listening because if you ask them to repeat it, they can't.
Yeah.
They can't repeat what you say. Whatever you say, they cannot repeat it.
Oh, I was going to ask, and being relatively new to this topic in general, is this common? Is this interaction, I suppose, with someone who believes in the globe? Would that be a common interaction, or is this abnormal? I guess, and why go through the 2 to 3 hours or whatever circular conversation with someone who's obviously, at least obviously in my opinion, just egging it on? Do you think there's light at the end of the tunnel? Is this common, or is it usually different? I don't know how else to ask it.
Well, so iron sharpens iron.
Sorry. Continue.
Am I robotic?
No, you're fine. Continue.
They say iron sharpens iron, so when you're grinding against it, it's going to sharpen your argument skills, your debate skills. But it's common for an anti-flat earther to act that way. It's a different type of person. You got a logical person and an illogical person, and so that's what you arguing against. Are you talking to a logical person or an illogical person?
I have better success speaking with people in person than I ever do speaking with somebody over the internet. Somebody over the internet doesn't have to conform to any kind of reasonable human interaction. When I'm in a group of people like this, I'm allowed to ignore what was said previously and go back to an argument that I chose to use on the previous person, as if the previous person never existed or rebutted what I said. And then you get your 3 hours conversation of circles versus circles over circles. And in the long run, the only person who actually benefits are the people who are listening, right? Because you're going to get the sharp responses from both people. You're going to see the fallaciousness of whichever person is being fallacious. You will recognize, if you're paying attention, when these people are being fallacious. especially when the sharp individual is pointing out the fallaciousness. So you could be learning about, second law of thermodynamics violation, no drop over distance, and logical fallacies all in the same conversation. Plus, the guy's repeating himself. So if you didn't pick it up last time, you're going to pick it up a second, and then you'll point it out in the third, and then you'll definitely point it out on the fourth time he does it again. So it's beneficial.
I mean, he did it 16 times or 20 times. It was ridiculous. And it took on over 5 hours. Right. Now, I was in the ridiculous.
The part that kind of shows itself is that everyone here is actually listening to what he's saying, and we can tell when he keeps repeating himself. But he doesn't. I don't know if he's not listening to himself, or he's just got like a list of things that he's repeating, and once he's done with one thing, he goes to another, and then when he's done with everything, he goes back to the top. But that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot argue with the blockade he has built himself up with in his mind, It's like he is stubborn beyond any logical reason we provide. It's like, or even actual science, we wanted to prove him over and over again. He wasn't listening to this. He made his own pseudoscience, so to say, which we warned him of not to use. And yeah, he did it anyways. And so the loop repeated itself.
Yeah. But I personally have better conversations in person. This guy is the typical internet argument. You sound far away and underwater.
Yeah. You sounded like crackling something.
It's fine. I was just saying he's an MC.
He sounded like what?
Type it out.
I think he said he's an NPC. I think that's what he was saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, an NPC, bro.
I'm a non-participating character.
I mean,
you got it right.
Actually, this is kind of sad, It's like
I only reply with the programmed response.
It's a non-player. It's a non-player character. That's what it is.
So I just walk around like humming or something.
No, because it's a game term, right? So if you're not a player, you're an NPC, right?
Yeah.
So you're a non-player character.
We'll just advance it up a little bit because they seem to speak and they come in here. We hear them. So.
Well, and again,
NPCs,
I guess what I was.
Hey. NPCs speak too, dude, in video games.
I know.
I guess what I was thinking about.
They're programmed to, and that's why we call them NPCs, because they cannot talk about anything other than.
At least flat earthers know that when they're playing the game, they're still living on a flat, stationary plane. Yeah.
I wish golf was played on a flat stationary plane. It would be a lot easier.
I guess if you're just all in imagination, you could just be a glober and pretend like you're in the game. And I mean, I guess that's the point. But there's a difference between someone that knows when they go outside after the game, that it's not a fake place.
But you know what's funny about video games is that I can't remember the name of this game, but it's a space game. And basically what happens is, right, when you're out in space, you see all the planets as a sphere, right? But as soon as you go to that planet, you go into like a load mill. You go into like a load, and then you come, and now you're on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's a formula they directed. It's like an exponential expansion that goes into 180 degrees again.
Totally does. You have even the most advanced space movies like spacecraft landing on another planet, and you get down there and it's a perfectly flat horizon over nothing but endless ocean.
I mean, every game that has been created before any of those space games, they actually use the right formula because everything in them is flat. You see, there's no fish lens, there's no nothing.
Right, because they're properly using perspective as it applies in reality. That's why something as simple that it's as simple as that. Like if you go to this, I used to talk about this a little bit a few years ago, but perspective, like the reason painters and artists use perspective, why do you think that is?
Because they have to make the right angle in what they are painting.
To make it look realistic, right? It makes it look like it actually looks outside. Now, if you had globe Earth geometry, it ain't going to look nothing like that. I guarantee you. Like, I can see nths of a degree with my eyes. Like, I can actually see, if I line up buildings with my eye after being a machinist, I can line up the buildings and see the parallelism. Is that the parallelism? There it is. Of buildings and angles. If they're true 90 degrees, it's just built into me. That's how I see. So it's interesting to watch the sun move around in the city here where I am now and have been for the last few years. But I've noticed throughout the years how that sun comes sweeping from the almost like directly east. Now, what that means in a realistic level is I see the lights because to the east of me, there's tall buildings, but just to the south of them, there's more buildings on the other side of the block, some shorter ones and some taller ones beyond that in different directions. So the ones that are going north and south, the sun comes in through those in the morning, and I can see this as it lights, as it goes in this kind of arcing pattern, as it comes around from the east to the southeast, to the south, to the southwest, to the west, and then actually setting in the west and the west northwest at this time of year, very far north, and
summertime.
I can see the angularity of the lights as they come through. They get blocked as they're it's really interesting. And also with the moon, the angles that the moon, because I've spotted it at all these different times of year as well as the sun, and I know where they line up on these buildings, right? So I get a really good idea, when it's going further south in the winter, that I can kind of notice that. And then in the summer, as it comes around here, the light shines more through buildings because it's going further west and further north. So then the light shines through the buildings that are facing those directions, in between them, right? And interesting phenomena where the sunset's setting behind me, if I'm looking at my southeast window, there's a big building there. The light flashes sometimes because of clouds in front of the sun. I'll get this flashing in my room. What it's doing is the light's coming from the sun. It's bouncing off these windows. I actually have a second sunset at times a year in my room. Like I get one as it goes past the buildings to the south of me, and then it gets darker. Then as it comes around, it shines on this building right next to me across the street that's taller, and it shines light directly from their windows into my room, into my kitchen, through my window. And so the other day, I noticed something really weird. I go, what's that flashing? I noticed a flashing like that, like I was describing the second sunset from the reflection from mirrors on buildings facing directly west, and the sun's off to the west, if you get the picture. So this time I saw it and I looked out, I go, what is that? Like it's blocking the sun, it's flashing the light. And I went and looked the other direction, and there's clouds blocking the sun when it got close to sunset, and it started flashing its light. First time I ever saw that. Really weird.
Yeah, these are the moments where you really ask yourself, how does this whole perspective thing work? You know, it's like, this is like when you watch a sunrise or sundown, and you have, especially clouds help usually the perspective observation thing. Is the light really shining under the cloud, or is it shining through the cloud, or is it shining above the cloud? It's like you cannot take any one of those. It's either or.
Well, the thing is, for the light to be coming to me from that low position and hitting this building across the street from me, then bouncing back in, that clearly is straight line of sight. You know, but yes, we don't know like where that focal point of the sun is. All right, we don't know exactly if it's a focal point of the source is it's a focused beam. That I mean,
we do not have fixed position where we could. I mean, we could read with photographs and specific measurements. We could bring the sun further to us, but it wouldn't really put us into the perspective how big the radius overall is for us in our eyes.
Yes.
To make out the range of the waves that come in.
I don't know. I don't think they're waves. Like the light.
I
don't think the light are waves. I think they're illuminating something that's already here. But anyway, the angle of these lights coming in like that, they have to be straight line of sight. But what I was going to say about the focal point is, you know how when they say like people try to do elevation angles from different parts of Earth on the plane, you know, like some in Europe, maybe some in Germany, or in, let's say, South Africa, Europe, and the U.S., like those three places. Or Australia, you go even further. Now, like how they tried to triangulate, and you can't get a good fix. Like once you get two or more players, the sun appears all in different places, right? So you can't pinpoint it exactly, right? Yeah. So do you know where that could happen? If you have a source that's back behind the focus point, that's how that can happen. Think about it.
So where is the focus point?
Like, listen, if the focal point is closer to us, that's what's focusing the beam, but the actual source is behind it. And if that focus beam is just a focus beam, so in other words, it's not directly where the source is. It's closer to us. That's the sun we see. Mm-hmm. The source.
Are you talking about? Sorry, are you talking about like the sun is directly wherever you're, like you see it as far as where you're positioned? So like let's say, is that what you're saying?
Oh well, yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly. Because listen, if you have the source, let me see how to describe this. So the focal point is an extension of the focused source, right? Like it's a focus beam, so it crisscrosses the pattern, right, to get that focal point, right? So what I'm trying to say is the apparent position of the sun could be closer to us than the source. In other words, it's how do you describe these things? Is dealing with light focused beams, so you have crisscross patterns going to that focus point. So now everyone would see that in a different position. It has parallax, just like the real sun does. That's how that could happen. You know what made me think of this? Is how they do things in light shows. Because it appears to me like it's some sort of light show. It's a timepiece, but it's like a light show up there. Moving with synchronization. And so, I mean, that would explain that. But then again, we don't know what the source is, if it's a focus beam or not. But one thing we do know that you might tie into what I just said is, we know that here on Earth, only electric light can grow plants. Boom! Can I get a mic drop here? All right.
And I mean, of course, why do we have artificial light lamps and ultra V lamps to make plants grow in our whatever station we put them in? You know, it's like, how does this work? Why has nobody questioned this? And you know,
why doesn't the light from the fire grow plants?
Sonny, say that again. Say it again.
Quiet. You're roboting. Did you want me to say it again? Say it again. Okay.
Yeah, I just said you're right, because why doesn't the light from the fire grow plants?
So the only kind of light that can grow plants here on Earth is electric light. Period.
It's interesting because I've just bought a new light to help grow some plants that I have, and obviously it's electrical. Fucking hell. When you talk about truth staring you right in the bloody face for your entire life. Thank you for that, Sonny. I mean, I think myself quite smart. I didn't know that, and I feel fucking stupid. Cheers, man.
So now take what I said about the source and the focus beam and electric light. It can grow plants and it will show parallax. Boom. Mic drop.
So we can assume that God created something electrical that we can observe, either be it in day or in the night.
Yeah, and you know, we may
We're affected by it physically. Yeah.
Well, you may think otherwise if it weren't for the fact that electricity is in everything. This whole place runs on electricity, even our cells, if they are cells. We don't know if they're cells. Fuck that. Whatever it is inside our body, the corpuscles, I guess you could call those cellular. Okay, they can see cells. Yeah. Sea cells, seashells by the seashore. Never mind. So now, if electricity weren't in everything around us, then you might have a different thought. But electricity is in everything. In this whole thing, plants have electricity in them.
I mean,
I gotta hold on. I got a quick question for Jedi, if he's still listening. Chris, you there?
Yeah, man. What's up?
I was just gonna ask. So if you don't have electric light, does that mean your plant fucks off?
Yeah, pretty much so, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a real simple truth, though. Like, because I mean, that's very telling. That simple statement is really pretty powerful, because That's the only way you can grow plants. You can't grow plants with plasma, burning balls of plasma in a vacuum. If you could create it anyway, if anyone could create it, God could, but he didn't. Otherwise, plants would be able to grow here with plasma balls. And we could probably make balls of things that you would see balls creating more balls in nature. Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah. You can make, especially in question of plants, if you have, how is it called? Mirror filters or UHV filters on that you put on your windows or something. If you put those in and you have plants in front of it, they are dying.
Exactly. Yeah. And if the windows have too much reflectivity to the outside, then they won't grow as well either. Right?
Yeah.
But then again, I've grown a plant here with these windows. They're just slightly darkened, I think. But I think sometimes clear glass can make it too hot. But anyway, so the electricity parts, yeah. So how do we know? See, here's the problem. No one knows what electricity is. People are going to rail at me for saying that, but it's true. You can tell me all about it, but intricately, you can tell me in a minute fashion what it can do. Everything you could tell me, everything it can do, how we can measure it, like all this stuff. How we can like conceptualize that it's like fluid running through a pipe. Like think of it like that. You could do all these different things with it, but you can't tell me what it is.
I mean, I guess the secret lies within when you take metal or iron in general and you try to polarize it.
Yeah.
The polarization actually might reveal the secret because you have to cool it down and actually to capture the magnetic direction.
Yeah, now somebody said before, I think it might have been AI. Wait a second. I'm just reading AI's message real quick. Okay, I don't know if I'm in that conversation anyway. So where were we? The light and plants and
focal point, maybe?
Yeah, the focal point. So I think that is pretty powerful, all of that. You tie all those in together, and then you start to get an idea. Like, oh, I know what I was going to say. We don't know, since we don't know what electricity is exactly, we don't know what this creator is working with exactly either. Actually, we don't know what this creator is working with at all. Some other level of something that we don't understand. Because how can we be here in the first place?
I mean, the question lies within the phrase where God himself said that nobody can look upon me unless he dies. Why is it so? Because maybe the radiation, aka the magnetic focal point or the light radiation he emits is so strong that he condensed this in for us in a viewable point in terms of sun and moon or any electrical device we can create, so to say. It's like
you guys want to hear something really crazy?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
sorry to interrupt you, but I have to reply to this because I'm a person who you guys can hear me, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I love keeping fish, and I have a fish tank. And here's the thing with fish tanks, right? You can basically have an entire ecosystem, right? self-sustaining ecosystem, just like how we live on Earth. The only thing you need is lights and to refill the tank with water. So what does that mean? We get light from the sun, and we also get rain. It's almost the same shit, no? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where you're getting at this.
So it's all set up. The thing is, it's all set up the same no matter what scale we can do in reality, but we don't actually know the scale of whole Earth. But what we do know is on smaller scales, like you said, the fish tank, it has a similar all the properties are there as Earth has, basically. I mean, you could put a little shoreline in there if you want. You know.
Well, what happens if it stops? What happens if it stops raining one day? What if we stop getting rain? What's going to happen?
I mean,
the water won't be
going to grow.
I don't think it can.
The water won't be cleansed.
Well, I'm just giving you a theory. Like, what were to happen is it would just suddenly stop raining, and it never rained again.
Water wouldn't filter. Water wouldn't be clean, and it wouldn't be viable for life.
Well, water would just keep evaporating, and eventually there wouldn't be anything.
Well, you're in an enclosed system, so it would have to return. It would condense and return. This is proven by, like, you can actually do a search on it called rain in a jar. You can learn how to build rain inside of a jar using just water in a jar that's enclosed.
Yeah, it's a very controlled environment, but when you...
But I wanted to say this. I think the key to the light thing is for the amount of time that you have with light, you have to have an equal amount of time without light in order to balance the ecosystem, because the ecosystem needs to rest. There's energy created and then it rests. Your eyes work on the same principle. So when you open your eyes and you look out and you see everything around you, what's happening is your neuron is completely activated and stimulated. That's why you need to rest at night. When you are resting, there's no activity going on with the neuron. The neuron is in rest. Everything's free flowing. Once you open your eyes, the neuron in your eye is activated and it stiffens. It's energized. I don't know how.
I know what you're talking about. It's
Well, yeah. Your body only heals itself.
The chemicals that are released are specifically responsible for this. There are people outside who have never slept in all their years, and they didn't go crazy like all the tests they have done with people and such who have gone without sleep for multiple days. And so usually normal people like us, you are talking about the sleep schedule for the daily routine we all go through, is not measurable for them because they do not have an enzyme or something like this that is responsible for them to go to sleep. So
I've never met anybody that's never. I've never met anybody that's.
No, yeah, I've never met anybody either way, but I have seen people on the internet who have gone through or are going through this, and people who are.
It sounds like a story, man.
No, it's not just a story. You can go.
Everything
right
needs a resting.
And go man without sleep. Type it in.
Yeah, I know. You can't go more than a few days without sleep. After that, it becomes detrimental to your health.
Yeah, but usually you find an Indian guy or someone else or an Asian guy who goes through this. I have seen multiple people about this who really do not sleep, basically. But they are totally sane. Their eyes usually
you're welcome to
look
drop a
like
link,
they.
but I don't think there's a. I think this sounds like a story more than anything else. Because I could tell you, I don't sleep, and you have to take my word
This
for
is
it.
why I said researchers just type in "man sleep" or whatever. Man cannot sleep.
Yeah, but are you observing this person like 24/7? I don't think so.
No, of course not. I'm just saying this is also something I observed on the internet that has been reported on.
And you gotta take that with some skepticism, though, because somebody could just be feeding you a story.
Yeah, sure, you can, of course.
Yeah, we don't see that in nature. Everything has to have a day and night cycle.
Like even dolphins, right? Dolphins, half their brain sleeps at any given time, or half their brain is at rest at any given time. So I mean, you can't not rest, man. Everything has rest. That's why plants. There's a nighttime. That's why all the growth happens at night, because they're stimulated. They're energized, and then at night they get to rest and let out their proverbial hair, let down their hair, and they grow. That's why plants do the growing at night, and all the energy taken during the day.
I mean, all I'm just saying is we have anomalies in our nature, even though it might be 0.0 point whatever percent.
Oh man, that's impossible, dude. You're gonna have to be a little more skeptical.
I've heard of a lot of people like who struggle with like insomniacs or whatever, right?
Right.
And we're talking weeks or months or whatever, but it's always, at least again in the stories I've heard, tied to severe medical issues, if not death, right? Like so. But just to say that again, I'm skeptical too. You're saying that there's some people that have never slept in their entire lives. I think that's a bit insane. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Even insomniacs sleep. They just sleep very little.
Yeah. That's all we're trying to tell you, dude. Be a little more skeptical. Dude, even us flat earthers, you can't take everything for granted on the internet. You got to take it with a grain of salt. And if it interests you, do some research on it. Find out whether or not it's really what's going on. That's all I'm saying, man. And hey, Ripcord, you gotta understand this too, man. Like if you haven't done like it's one thing to read articles on it, but to like actually research it, go find these people and find out like whether or not they're really, getting sleep. Because honestly, dude, there's Glovers that are going to be listening to this, and they're going to come on here and be like, "Oh my gosh, flat earthers believe nobody sleeps," and then that's their new argument for the next year and a half.
Like this guy, for instance, I just posted a video. Since 61 years, you have never slept.
61 years.
I mean, if you look in his eyes, even if you look just at the picture, his right
It's not
eye
a picture,
has
dude. It's a
more.
drawing.
What? It's not a drawing, bro.
I'm too negative for this comment, but yeah, I'm with the skeptic. I don't know. I just assume everything is a big psyop online until I can prove otherwise. It's so sad. I wasn't always this way, but better safe than.
I mean, we can, of course, we can take it with a grain of salt,
I want to know what he's smoking.
My parents call me Buzz.
The cigarette looks like to me. It's a joint of life.
So I listen all throughout my work shift. I work from home, but it's been really, really interesting all day today, just on and off. So everybody really good arguments, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, same.
I just like don't see how these people wouldn't be approached for a world record, because we have world records of like 11 days sleepless. So
right,
he's not slept for 20 years. Like nobody would approach him and say, "Hey, this guy can beat this like without a sweat." Just doesn't seem
Right.
plausible to me.
I mean, if it's his normal condition, I think he doesn't care about anything about this, you know.
Yeah, but if he's doing these, I guess like somebody is doing a reporting on him, so those people would care. They would be like, "Oh, we're gonna observe this guy not sleeping. We're gonna take note of it."
Yeah, he would have been not sleeping. If that were true.
If I get less than 8 hours, I'm in trouble. I'm just saying.
About what?
You're not a parent.
No, never mind.
If you were a parent, 5 hours is more than enough, man.
No, I got 2 grown kids.
I used to go 48 hours without sleep back in the day, and that was pretty bad.
Yeah, I worked a 24-hour shift once at a factory. This is years and years ago, and I think it took me a week to recover. So, but again, whatever cigarette this, what brand is that? I want to know. What does he smoke? And 61 years no sleep.
He's been on meth his whole life.
Why does he need a bed in his room? I just wonder, why does he need a bed in his room if he doesn't sleep?
Yeah. I mean, there's
The
just
irony.
things that come to mind. You're right. I mean, there's just things that come
He's
to
got
mind.
my pillow.
I mean, you gotta remember too, like we've all seen the show Ghost Hunters, right? Everybody seen the show Ghost Hunters?
Yeah, of course.
Like early 2000s, like that one? Or?
Yeah, I say that.
Well, I mean, any of them, dude. Like, I mean, you watch those shows and you just get the feeling right away that they're just creating a scary scenario to keep you enthralled.
You know, I got the same sense. I watched, this is honestly the first time I watched TV, like actual TV, probably in 10 years, because I was traveling in a hotel, throwing the TV, and it was, what's that called? Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
And it was like this reality show about these guys investigating Skinwalker Ranch. And I was telling my colleague who I was traveling with the next morning, I'm like, dude, I watched 3 hours of the show, and I have, it's like there was nothing in all of the 3 hours. It was just like, it was just one dramatic moment set up, and then nothing happened. One after another for like, obviously it wasn't 3 hours, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's
Right, like
just
hours and hours of talk.
Yeah, it's just
And nothing
creating
happened.
these, you know, the music, you know, it really starts to pump up like da-da-da, da-da-da, you know, or whatever. And it's like nothing. And it's just working on people's adrenaline cycle. You know what I mean? Or whatever it is. I don't even know. But yeah, it's programming.
It is. That's the only way I could say it.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Bigfoot shows. The same fucking thing.
Hunting Bigfoot. Or what is it called? What's that show called? Anybody know?
Harry and the Hendersons.
That was probably the most truest Bigfoot show ever.
I loved that show when I was a kid.
Everybody was a fan of Harry. Harry and Alf, dude. Alf was a shit. He's always trying to eat the cat.
Dude, I
gonna say they're the poor cat.
Talk about Harry and the Hendersons.
But I mean, that,
On my headset.
it's so easy nowadays to create a adrenaline ensuing show. They even do it on these shows like The Bachelor and things like that. Like, who cares?
Cake Boss,
But they
dude.
make
Cake
you want
Boss.
to care.
Watch them make the crazy cakes.
I'm telling you, dude. So anyway, I just like be careful what you look for. Like, be a little more skeptical in the and what you come across online. Like I used to, even when I first came across flat Earth and I was starting to learn about it and everything like that, and it hit me instantly. Like everything made sense after that. But like I wasn't skeptical of things, and coming in here, I learned to be skeptical of, flat Earth. Like you got to be skeptical about what flat earthers are putting out there. Is this a belief or is this fact? How do you know it's fact? What has been done to prove it otherwise? Is it falsifiable? Like these are all things that are important in whether or not something is or can be true. Just don't take somebody's word out on it.
That comment really rings true for me. I've only been kind of looking into this topic for probably about, 2 months now, right? And I actually mentioned this on FED the other day that, it's one of those things where you come from 40 years of indoctrination, whatever, right, into a certain ideology, and then you start realizing there's actually some arguments against whatever you presupposed, right? Not even believe per se. It's not like you had another option, honestly. Like growing up, it's not like there was no flat Earth, right? Not brought to me in my education, not by my parents, not in my friends, my whatever, right? My experience. And it wasn't until just a couple months ago, and I happened upon a podcast with a friend of mine, that I started thinking about this. Of course, I've heard it, right? At least just in the ether, quote unquote. But I'd heard the concept, right? But never really gave it any real validity in my own mind until you start digging in a bit. And not everyone does that, right? Not everyone wants to. Not everyone cares, right? But I'm always interested in kind of the alternative narratives, or why do people believe what they believe, right? That's really what drives me to different narratives or whatever. And so I come here, and then I realize through both this Discord server as well as FED, that it's kind of you guys take this kind of no nonsense approach of what can we know and what can we freaking prove, period. And look, I don't know where I stand, honestly. I'm not per se a flat earther necessarily, or I'm not a glober. I'm just I'm curious, right? And I'm inquisitive, and but what I can tell you is that the arguments that you guys present the other night, I think it was Friday night, and Jedi, I don't know if you're listening, but when Ruhif or whatever his name came, I thought, hey, here's this guy. He's incredibly well spoken, right? He presents well, and he seems to have some reasonable arguments for his position. But I felt like Jedi did a really good job of rebutting him and refuting him. Now, look, where do I land at the end of the day? I don't know yet, right? I'm still curious. I'm still trying to figure it all out, right? But what I love is that it's not ice walls and Jesuits all the time, right? That it's just what can we observe? What can we know? What method, i.e. scientific, can we use to explore a specific claim? And what kind of results can we glean, right, from those interactions with the evidence? So anyways, that's why I'm here and listening and enjoying it, right? And again, I don't know where I stand ultimately, but you guys definitely present some really great evidence. And it's what frustrated me a little bit earlier with Soy Boy or whatever, where he just keeps going in these circles, and you can tell either he's trolling or it's just this ideological circle reasoning that he has to go through because he's parroting something he learned from X, Y, or Z, right? And so if I'm an objective observer from the outside looking in and saying, okay, here's Jedi or the panel, we'll call it, of 24/7, who's got this Soy Boy on the other side who are talking about these two. If I'm, let's say I'm completely new and this is the first thing I ever listened to, I'm thinking, man, this guy who's presenting the globe really isn't reasoned in his arguments, and he's not really putting forth any backing for his claims or whatnot, right? And so, anyways, whatever. Kudos to all of you that do this day in, day out. But I've definitely learned a lot and appreciate what you guys do.
Oh yeah, no. The science has never settled. Is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
I'm sure out there somebody, some way, somehow will find a way in some form or fashion to create gas pressure without a container. It's probably bound to happen. I mean, they're going to have to jump through hoops in science or not science, but just jump through hoops of physics and do some things that, you know, would otherwise prove God yet more.
I think I would like to see a can of bendy light, actually. Or bendy water. That'd be great. Get some refreshing bendy water at your closest convenience store.
I can already see it, Sonny. Somebody is going to use sound waves to bend light. I can already see it. Some way, somehow, they're going to do it. They're going to use frequency to bend light.
That means I'm an actual light bender. Oh. I'll bend some light your way through my electric guitar. Watch out. I got a whammy, Ma.
Like anime characters.
Then you'll have to admit that light bends in the way that they tell us it does.
Hey, Blind Spot, didn't I? Aren't you one of the people I talked to on Twitter?
On Twitter?
Are you on Twitter?
No, that's not me.
I'm trying to get people.
That sounds like it's something for young people.
You know what's funny? I joined Twitter for a different reason. I swore I never would, and then I ended up joining it. But I joined it because I heard that on Twitter nobody knows how to shut up, and so the truth is out there. And eventually, I ended up following a large group of people. Even to this day, it grows, that are in pursuit of the truth. You know, and so basically, my Twitter feed has turned into a giant news feed, and a giant encyclopedia. So.
No, I am on there, but I don't. I mean, I think the last time I logged in was ages ago, so I was on there for probably political reasons. I think I got kicked off once. I was banned for something, and then really haven't paid much attention since Musk took it over. But hopefully, it's a better place. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Nothing's changed. The algorithms are still the same. I just thought you were. There was somebody else that was on Twitter. I think that they used the name Blind Spot.
Yeah, no, I've run into a few people. You know, I'm legally blind, and there's another because I had a YouTube channel back in the day. Oddly enough, I was playing Call of Duty as a blind guy, and there was another guy that kind of came along with kind of the same name or moniker or whatever. And he still does videos as well, but yeah. I mean, unless it was like 8 years ago or something, maybe. But what is your name? Sorry, I can't read, obviously, the names here. Who am I talking to?
Sheepdog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're the one who voice verified me. Yeah.
It's Jizbo.
Yeah, Canadians.
Wait, what did you just say? A blind guy played Call of Duty?
Well, legally blind. I have no central vision. I only have peripheral vision, so... it made aiming difficult. I wasn't very good. I didn't say I was good, Ripcord. I just happened to...
Can you explain to me how does this work for you?
Well, again, so I have no central
the
vision.
joystick
So.
and shoots, mate.
That's right.
It gets there.
you just sit in corners and camp. That's what most people do, right? You just set up some claymores and away you go. So I managed to get a few kill streaks. Not gonna lie. So.
Wait, so you only see through the peripheral to the sides of your eyes, like on the sides? You don't see straight? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, like if, let's say you're sitting in front of me, whatever. I'm on my back patio right now smoking a cigar, but let's say you're across the table from me about 3 feet away, 4 feet away, let's call it. And I look directly at your face, literally your entire head disappears. And what I can see then is just kind of like maybe, from your chest down or whatever, your shirt, right? Maybe a little bit of your arms and then the surrounding kind of area. And the central vision just kind of becomes this blurry void that the brain kind of then fills in with colors of the surrounding area, if that makes sense. It kind of blends. It's incredibly difficult to explain. It's called Stargardt's disease.
I bet every woman you've ever dated is beautiful.
Well, luckily for me, I've only dated one. I've only dated one, and I married her. So yeah, she's my sweetheart. So
He never looked at a shady face.
I'm kidding, dude, I'm kidding.
The good news is I don't have to tell anyone that their babies are good looking.
Right.
Babies are ugly, just for the record.
That's crazy. This is the first time I've ever heard that. That's really intriguing. Wow.
Yeah, it presents some challenges, but it is what it is, right? Similar to, I guess it was Sonny who was talking about his issue with his back, right? You just kind of make do and move on.
Well, they never say that life is meant to be seen. They say it's meant to be experienced, right?
Amen. Right there.
Yeah, I actually multiple times prefer to be a blind man, just because I rather listen to people than to look at their faces and judge them by their lookings, which I did previously, which took me also time to.
Did you hear what you just said? Clip.
Yeah, I know.
Did you hear what you just said, Ripcord?
Yeah, I did. So, what are you saying to me right now? What do you want me not to say? Basically,
You just said sometimes you would like to be a blind man.
Yeah, but I
with
listen
a blind,
rather to the,
with a blind guy in the room.
Yeah, I rather listen to the context about what
It's a little
someone
bit
is saying.
disrespectful, though.
How is it disrespectful?
Or maybe, yeah. If you don't know that that's disrespectful, man, I got nothing more to say.
I think he was making a broader point about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Report, about the way that you may be approached, even relationships with people, in that you judge them maybe from a strictly visual perspective initially. And anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, because I can see, usually you cannot only see in front of people and then they talk to me. The reason I'm saying this is, Yah says, you shall not judge people by their lookings or be afraid of them by their appearance. And therefore, I made my choice, or not choice, but a preferable statement to listen to the context about what people are saying in sincerity rather than judging them by
What about how they smell?
Say again?
I said, what about how they smell?
I mean, it wouldn't bother me either, It's like, come on.
I'm just having fun. No, I agree with you, man. When I was young, and still to this day, I judge people by how they look. I mean, yeah, I do.
I mean, to be honest, if I choose a mate, which is a female mate, by the way, it would be, of course, by judgment of their looks in the first place, which does everyone. Everyone does this, it's like, but at a certain point, you have to look at the characteristics, which, as you grow older, you prefer the characteristic rather.
Well, a lot of people don't know that blind people can actually see with their hands, and so a lot of times they'll touch a person's face, and they can kind of get an idea of what they look like.
Yeah, I mean, blind people do this. They can do this. Yeah.
Just for the record, Ripcord, if I ever meet you in person, I'm not going to touch your face.
No, you don't need to. I'm a pretty man.
Just stand to his side.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
But you can make out quite a bit, right, with your peripheral vision, I would think. Because
I mean, I can't drive. Yeah, they won't let me get a license or anything, but I can move around okay. Every once in a while, I'll use my cane, right, in certain situations, like if I'm going to the airport and traveling, things like that. But really less as a mobility cane, more as an identification cane, just to say, hey, this dude might need some help. And so when I come up to you and ask you, where's gate 4? And gate 4 is 5 feet away from me. I'm not, crazy. I just can't see that that's where gate 4. You see what I'm saying? So it's more of an identification thing than anything else. But yeah, I mean, it really just means here's a good example. This is what I try to tell people. You guys, a lot of you might be able to do this wherever you're sitting right now, right? So if let's just say you're in a living room, right, or in a room, and on the wall you've got a picture, right, some sort of painting or a poster or something, right? But then off to the left, let's say you got a plant or something else that might have a detail in it, right? But if you stare directly in front of you and focus in on a picture in your room right now, right, that might be 5 or 8 feet in front of you or whatever, and you just intently stare at that, do not remove your eyes from staring directly at that, and then describe something way off to the left or the right using your peripheral vision. It's kind of like that, right? It's that I have no detail vision, right? Because all of your acute detail senses or photoreceptors or whatever are in the macula, which is what's degenerated in Stargardt's disease. So you only have, right, the rods and cones on the peripheral, which inevitably are just not acute, right? Or they're very fuzzy or whatever you want to call it, not details. So, yeah, that kind of sums it up, I suppose.
Yeah, I was going to ask that maybe because your peripheral vision is the only vision that you really have, that maybe it got sharper, but that's not the case?
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? I don't know what sharper would be, right? It's one of those chicken and the egg, right?
Are you able to read with your peripheral vision?
So I do have a Kindle, and so first of all, I use a computer, obviously, for work and stuff like that, right? I use my computer, and I use Windows Magnifier, which for anyone sitting in front of their computers, hold down your Windows key and hit the plus sign and move that to about 400 to 500%, right? And then that's how I use my computer, right? At this 400 to 500% magnification level. And now look, I still have to sit like 6 inches from the monitor to still read, right? Emails or documents or whatever it might be. So yeah, at that magnification level and at that distance, I can definitely read. I have a Kindle where I can only read it if I put the font on the largest. It's like a Kindle Fire 10-inch, right? So if I put the font at the very highest possible on the Kindle Reader app, then I can read. The problem is it's painful, right? And not painful in really a pain way. It's so freaking slow, right? Because I only fit like 12 words on a page, right? Or maybe 20 words on a page. And so I'm just reading is a very slow process. So I love anything audio, right? So I love YouTube videos. And look, I don't watch YouTube videos, generally speaking, unless there's something really I want to, see elevation angles, right? Whatever it might be. But I'm generally just listening to that as in an audio form or audiobooks or whatnot. And I do all voice texting with my phone, right? Or with an iPhone. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, may I ask how long you have been living with this?
Well, it's essentially what Stargardt's disease is. It's the macula, which is the center of the retina, that degenerates, but it degenerates. It's juvenile macular degeneration. So I had glasses like in grade school, kind of growing up a little bit, but come grade 6, so 6th grade, even sitting in the front row of the classroom, I could not read, back in the day, the blackboard. Or probably for the new kids, the whiteboard or whatever you guys use these days. But, and so we kind of realized, so what is that, 11 years old, something like that. We kind of realized at that time, me and my parents, that something else was going on. But it took them until age 13. I had to go to the Sick Children's Hospital in Toronto, Ontario it's a pretty rare disease. So it took them a long time to diagnose it. I had to go through a lot of different crazy tests for them to finally figure it out. But so since I was 13, I was diagnosed. But even, it kind of progresses, right? It's kind of gradual. And so even when I first started working, I had mentioned my story about my 24-hour shift at a factory when I was like 18. But I was driving the forklifts. Now, they did not know, my employer did not know I was legally blind because I was scared to tell them, right? Because I didn't want to get fired. I had a kid. You know, me and my wife had just gotten into a house, and so I didn't want to lose my job, right? And so I just kind of faked it until I made it, you know, and I only tipped the forklift once, for the record. And so it wasn't too bad, but, you know, it's just, and then once you kind of hit your early 20s or kind of mid 20s, that's when it's finally kind of run its course. And then it's just a matter of being, I suppose, amplified by normal aging degradation of vision, right? So it just, what you guys might like, look, you might be 40, 45 or something. You got to put on some glasses because you're nearsighted. I probably have the same things. It just makes what I already, or just compounds, right? I guess is what I'm trying to drive at. So, but I'll never go quote unquote totally blind, at least not by this condition, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, my grandma had this very same condition you had. She got it about 10 years ago or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called AMD, age-related macular degeneration.
It was a very slow process. She even didn't realize it until it happened. And then she took the same measures like reading in magnification and such from computers and such. Yeah, it's
Yeah, and so my daughter, she actually just got her license, right? So she's just able to drive now, and I was driving with her for the first time because I couldn't teach her, obviously, to drive. My wife had to teach her, or tried to, anyways. And so I got to go for a ride this week with her for the first time, sitting in the passenger seat, and it just kind of struck me as like, wow, I've never actually driven a car. Like it just kind of struck me as like, here you are, my daughter, right, driving the car, driving your dad around, right? And I've never actually driven a car. And I don't know, it was just a weird kind of surreal experience, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but you still haven't answered how long you have been living with this.
Well, so I was diagnosed when I was 13, officially diagnosed, and then it progressed through my early 20s. And so, okay, so you want to know how old I am
right now?
No, I see. That's the game we're playing, Ripcord. Okay, I'm 44, so so call it
80 is 38.
31 years.
20 to 30 years, yeah, something like that. So, but listen, I'm 25 at heart. Okay, so
25 years old
same,
with 19 years experience.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody grows. You know,
No, me too.
nobody grows, but just
I'm probably younger. I'm probably younger than 25 at heart. I don't know. Who knows?
Sonny's forever young, man.
So Rod Stewart song.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm dating myself.
Peter Pan story. That's right.
I'd call it immature, Sonny.
Yeah, I can play that. I have that hat here somewhere. Well, that's what happens to kids that are like on the loose since the age 13 without really like anyone telling me what to do. I definitely had to find my own way. I did it my way.
well, you walked the right path. You know, you're here with us,
Yeah, it's good to be
having
here.
great conversations.
Awesome. I'm gonna go get some provisions because it is all about provisions, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll be back in a few.
All right. Have a good one. So what about the two muted people here right now? Capsho and Scarebeer? What about those?
Care Bear's been here for about a week now, so he's been contributing to the live stream. Who else?
I mean, are they constantly listening? And I mean, obviously they can't say anything, so they have
not
their
sure.
fair
The other
share
one you were
of
talking about
downloads.
was Kosho, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Glober. So if you can get him to talk, then go for it. Or is he muted? Let me check.
No, yeah, he is.
Oh, he's server muted. I'll unmute him if you want. Kosho, you there?
Yeah, man, sure, whatever. I mean, we need someone to talk right now.
Kosho, you're unmuted, mate.
Maybe he's sleeping also. Let's see. I think he is not saying anything.
I'm going to mute him again just in case he was muted for a reason. So he's not talking.
So, Ripcord, where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Kind of thought so.
If you couldn't tell, yeah.
I was born in Germany. That's why I was curious. Yeah.
Okay. Where you were born?
Bavaria, the greatest state of Germany.
Okay. Okay.
the only good part of Germany. Yeah, no, we immigrated. We immigrated to Canada when I was like 3 or 4 years old, so I didn't get to spend too much time there. But go back there every once in a while. All my family still, that like extended family, still lives in Unterfranken. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you speak German at all?
yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Conversationally for sure, but the bigger words are a struggle for sure. I don't think I could discuss Earth curvature in German. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Yeah, usually I have learned English mostly over YouTube.
Really? That's
And
impressive.
yeah, but my struggle was actually then finding the words in German when I was talking to my family or to my friends and such. It was very strugglesome because I couldn't make my mind up about what I was saying, and I had my fair struggle here already with differences about horizontal and vertical. And I maybe you were in the conversation where I had this problem, and I was timed out for quite a while because of this.
That's funny.
Yeah, I was talking about horizontal and how the gas is spread and whatever, but it was horizontal, not vertical.
I only laugh at, my dad, when we immigrated, I think he was 27, so he still has an incredibly thick German accent. And, he gets made fun of by us in the family quite often. And he just struggles with, especially being from where we're from in Germany, he struggles with B's and P's, T's and D's, right? Because they're so similar. And so, it's an interesting topic for sure, accents in general. So,
yeah, I mean, it takes quite a while to develop not to speak in accents, especially. So, I mean, right from listening and speaking, actually, it took quite a while for me to actually develop the right pronouns. Not pronouns, but basically how to pronounce words that are actually
pronunciations.
said. Pronunciations.
Hey, I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at my screen. So if anyone new comes in that you want to talk to, just yell out. All right.
Right.
All good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I'm just making conversation. So if anyone else wants to jump in, by all means. Are you from northern Germany, Ripcord?
No, Western.
Okay.
Not Rhine-Westphalia. Well, about Bavarian cheese, I could not answer. I do not know.
Say again?
No, Scarebeer is asking how Bavarian cheese tastes.
Bavarian cheese?
Yeah.
Dude, Bavaria is like, it's a wonderland. Everything there is amazing. The cheese is great. The schnitzel is amazing. The beer is phenomenal. Even the wine.
I mean, you cannot compare German food and drinks with Italy and Greece. It's totally different. It's not comparable at all.
So are you implying that Italian food is better?
No.
Okay. Wanted to be sure.
They are just different.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. that would be a category error, like a logical fallacy, right?
I mean, originally the Sarah was made in England, if I may remember. So I do not know what you are talking about.
Two people are muted right now. This must have been interesting.
I mean, one we have unmuted, but he didn't talk, so. Scarebear is online. Maybe you can unmute him and he may talk. He's talking with us in chat, so.
Scarebear. Who is the Scarebear guy? A globe head?
No, I just unmuted him. I didn't know why he was server muted, so I've unmuted him.
No, I actually burped while you were debating someone. I thought my mic was muted while I was driving, and I apologized and then muted myself, and then I got instantly server muted and then sent to cognitive dis. I didn't even get to say, like, in chat, sorry, or anything.
I smell cap on that one.
Alright.
Do you smell it?
Well, you can roll back the videotape.
I smell it. I could be tripping, though. I could be tripping.
I've been participating every day, supporting our side. Especially when it comes to the scientific method and people's not understanding of what science actually is.
Science is science.
Science is a correct observation in which every man agrees on.
Science, exactly. Like I said. Guys, is the N-word allowed here?
The N word is not allowed, I guess. I mean, why would you?
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Because I'm a real.
Yeah,
that's why.
Who cares? It comes.
Sorry, man. He's a liability. I just muted him.
Okay. Well, okay. I wasn't even aware who was talking. So either way, just for your curiosity, we do not care about your gender or race or whatever. It comes about the information and context you give and provide. So you do not find any gang members in that kind of sense here. So anyway, has anyone read about Enoch? In the Bible, or the Apocrypha, more likely. Because
Yeah, the Book of Enoch, right?
Yeah.
Not in the Bible version.
Yeah, I've got the audio book in Audible. I haven't finished it yet, but
Are we going giants, Nephilim? What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, generally for the topic, for the how the Earth, or generally the stars and the sun and the moon walks about their gates, you know? What are the gates? Are those magnetic lines, maybe, that the sun and moon is following?
It was GATE, not GAIT, correct?
I have to think about this really quick.
Because gait, gait, like when you walk, or like a horse's gait, GAIT, I
Yeah,
believe.
no, it's more likely the way the sun and moon walks in its way,
Yeah,
making the seasons and such.
Because gait, in that sense, is more of the way you process, right? Could be interpreted that way, versus a gate, a physical gate, like a fence gate around a physical gate, right, or whatever. I don't know. I
mean, of course, if you open a door, you go in a specific way after then, wherever this gate heads to. So therefore, it could be related in the same way. But yeah, I think the way the sun and moon walks on, or the stars generally walk on. Although there is something very curious. I'm hearing the last time it was about the Australian side of stars that were observed, and it had a specific name that I cannot remember, that people were referring to, where it was similar to the North Star.
Sigma Octantis.
Say again?
Sigma Octantis.
Yeah, Sigma Octantis. And I'm very curious. I've never observed or heard about this, and I researched it, and I actually couldn't find anything.
You actually can't see it. You can't
I heard it's
see
pretty
it.
faint. Yeah.
No one's observed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who is it that's speaking right now? You mentioned you have the audiobook. Sorry.
Oh, it's down the bottom. Timbo Slice, picture of a kangaroo.
Timbo, okay. Is that did you buy the audiobook, or do you have a free version? Is that something you can share, or is that something you bought?
On Audible, you pay for a subscription and they give you credits.
Yeah, no, I've got Audible. Yeah. I use a lot of audiobooks. That's why I was curious, because I'd love to actually get the Book of Enoch. If you have a good version, if there's more than one that you would recommend.
I'll have a look which one I've got. I'll tell you now. Oh, you know what I do have, though? I've got Johnny Cash reading the complete New Testament.
Johnny Cash?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Who's Johnny Cash?
He's a country western singer. So I've got the Book of Enoch by Robert Bagley III, which he's got
a...
Yeah.
Okay.
The third. He's got quite a good voice. So.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Do they sing the word or something? I mean, it would be quite awesome to know someone who sings actually and then reads the word.
Nice. I just picked it up. Thanks, Timbo.
No worries, man. I'm at work, so I'm just zoning. I've got my headphones on, but sometimes there's a lot of noise, so I've got to mute up. But I'll be done in about half an hour or so.
Yeah, no biggie.
The countdown has begun.
Okay, that was quite anticlimactic. So people need stuff to hear. The people are leaving.
We defy the law of entropy, reaching terminal velocity, ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
That's rad.
Mm-hmm.
I can already hear a lead in there. Da 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 da.
Wait, what song was this? What was System of a Down or something? Oh, Metallica.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Taboo Conspiracy. Oh, Joshua Searles. Oh, pretty cool. Can I play it? Oh, will it play? Hold on. Let me get my.
Sure.
The countdown has begun.
Dream of artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Preaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. Massive feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animated worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. Massive feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
Massive feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. philosophies, your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
How did that sound?
Oh, it was great.
Good.
Guess what it's playing through? A 1977 Kenwood amplifier with the original Sansui, basically like the big heavy Sansui studio quality, like home stereo. Like these are badass. I'm glad it came through well. I was just coming in from the store and that's what I heard playing. Do. I'm like, what's that?
Yeah, what song is that?
It's by Joshua Sarles. Here. I'll put the link also in the live stream. Sometimes I forget.
Sweet, man.
It's turning out to be a great evening. It's beautiful outside. I think I'm going to go back out. Summer is here. No more to fear about comets hitting you in the rear. Yep. How come no one's got a comet up their derriere ever before? Comets never come from the floor. Oh, so it wasn't good? Sounds bad. Oh, sorry.
When the floor is unliving, you have to speak to the living.
Yep. What we should do sometime is go to a room, another VC, and play around with like song ideas so that we don't do it like in the live stream. Know what I mean? Whoever's interested in something like that. We've talked about this before, but it's never got off the ground because everybody's got such different schedules, right?
Yeah.
That's the deal. It's hard to coordinate, but and to get commitment.
I mean, it's been months ago since last I heard the 300 voice acting like and such. It was played very recently, not very recently, but
what, that song?
From the 300, yeah.
What?
What is our profession? Oh.
Oh yeah.
It's like the yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's always really motivating, you know. Like if you hear something and the Globers usually shut up at the very moment, you know. Appropriate.
Wednesday night, hump day. What the heck did they mean by that? Hump day.
Who says hump day?
People would say that here in the States, Wednesday is hump day. It is Wednesday, isn't it? I'm lost. Lost some time. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, sounds very sexualized for me. So
No, they say it's hump day because it's like from Wednesday on, then it's all downhill during the week, like a work week, you know. The slave week. Now I call it slave week. I previously called it the work week, I guess, if I ever thought about it. Isn't it strange that you have this whole paradigm shift and you can't even think of things the way you used to now, or speak about them in the same way? The truth just keeps slipping out of my mouth.
I mean, to be honest, the whole Pride month and such, it's ridiculous what was happening. Well, what is happening still, you know, the month is still not over. I mean, I've seen American flags being torn down instead of the pride flag and what have you. It's like those guys are ridiculous. Well, what is going to be next year? Pride year, and will we going to convert the whole nation into fuckery?
Yeah, no.
Literally?
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And
That side is psychotic, severely mentally deranged.
I mean, what I don't get is why is government allowing this or pushing this more ratherly? I don't get this. I mean, of course, I get it because they have a certain intention in mind because of this to bring strife and my.
Yeah. Have you noticed? I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, I know what you're saying, like about strife and well, they're causing this with they're like mood. Okay, so the media is a mood altering device. So, so have you ever noticed this? Like recently, like the proliferation of the movies. You think about how many of those different a bunch of trash movies that I can't even like bear to watch. Like 10 minutes of it, just junk. As far as the screen goes, or filmmaking, or whatever you want to call it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and all the remakes, you know, and
so
instead of it's
the remakes, yeah, exactly. But so think about this. What I'm saying is, think about all the logistics of all of that going on. Where do they have the time to make all those movies and even the budget actors and actresses? Probably costs a pretty penny, like in the common man's view, right? And so, like, where are they getting all these research? They're a bunch of wasters, man. Wasting all of the sources.
The people who usually being chosen for a specific act to act as actress or actor are usually because of their being themselves, because they are still allowed to be themselves on the set.
Yeah.
And therefore they bring the best performance because of this.
If they're able to do that,
And-
yeah, that's true.
And now the remakes, they put people in to mimic or try to mimic something that is not theirs to be mimicked. It's ridiculous. The whole gender and race thing that is being switched, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's this new thing. It's the new social programming. It's it's identity programming. It's this identity culture.
I mean,
It's really
I chose at 15 years of age to not watch TV anymore because I realized everything I watched was absolute garbage.
Garbage. I know. I relate, especially now because I've seen so much junk. Like throughout my whole life, and we all have, of course. Now, there's very few things I've seen that really are even remotely interesting to me. So I'd rather listen to somebody doing an audiobook, reading something, and mostly real accounts, firsthand accounts of people traveling and exploring, and from the old days. They as prejudiced and as dogmatic and can't think of the term, bigoted as they are. You have to put that aside. Look at the reality of what they're saying they were seeing here in the Americas, which it's like. So you got. I'm gonna keep spouting out this guy's channel. His name is Carameo Ahua, and he's a cat that has like a lot of information, man. I like the way he puts the information out there. Let me get to the channel. Hold on. Oh, actually, I have a channel too. Wait a second. My channel's Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's when I did. That's when I kind of fell into this whole thing. Let me get that. So I basically have a bunch of mirrored, some of the old videos, some of the older ones from 2017 on, and a couple of my own. I'd done one on the vestibular, a couple on the vestibular system, and some like mud flood buildings in my own city. I want to do more of that actually. Because I look at these things, every time I see these buildings, huge granite structures that have like a cathedral that had this huge stairway going up to the second floor, and you go next to the building. This thing covers like this one's like a half of a city block. Huge. And it's got this big gold angel blowing a trumpet on top of it. It's so freaking gaudy. Oh my God. But it's a huge building. It's a church, right? So you go next to it, and it's got these cutouts in the cement going all the way down, and you go up and look, and there's these huge windows and doors, a whole story underground level. And then I go, oh, okay, so that's pretty bizarre. And I found another one, a brick one that the what is it called? The cornerstone is completely different than any of the material in the whole entire edifice. Think about this. And that one says 1914. This thing is ancient. It's a whole city block, and it's made of red brick. And it has, in the front, it has stairways going down to a huge courtyard a whole story underground, and then over on the side, it's got archways leading to big rooms and doors and windows. That's on the inside of part of this church. And then you
Sounds for
walk up on-
me
and
is
then you
Stairway
walk-
to Hell or
Then
something.
then you walk up on the sidewalk up the hill, and it's got another part of it, and that one also has a whole floor, and where they covered it up because of whatever building they were trying to do. That some of them will continue on and has vents, so it has another space underneath there, just like the first place. It has
We have a
vented space. So you don't make brick structures like that anywhere in the world. No one would do that. So then that granite one, and I forget. I think that one says 1924 on the cornerstone, and so that then you might not think anything if you saw one church like that, but then two, and then the large one up on the hill. Next to across the street on both sides are these old looking square apartment buildings, like really old looking with like some ornate like facades work and stuff like on the corners, just like kind of ornate little and rounded corners and things like these odd little apartments. And then on the other side has apartments with more like looks like 1920s or 1900, but it's got the Spanish rounded tile roof type thing on it. But both of those on both sides of this church have their stairway going up to the entrance, and down below is a vent going down to lower space like a basement.
We have a lot of buildings like that here in San Jose. A lot of, like you say, our churches and a lot of like our leadership positions, like mayor and governors, places are like that, are also very much like that. The stairs lead upstairs, and you can actually go downstairs, and there's much more deeper basement levels as well.
Yeah, so something's going on there because especially like I went to a school in St. Louis in the 60s and 70s to my junior high school, right? So I mean my elementary school and junior high school. But the junior high school was a whole floor underground, and they had just dug it out, like so at an angle, like there's 45-degree angle down to the first floor, a whole story underground in a very wet climate in Missouri, in the Mississippi Valley, right in St. Louis. It rains like hella rains there, man. Buckets of rains. It'll dump on you. I'm sure you guys know what that's like if you live in the Midwest or East or anything like that. These thunderstorms, and they just dump on you, right?
It was like that in Virginia.
Yeah. Then also the fog would come in. In both incidences, you would have to stop the car, or even a bicycle. The fog got so bad you had to stop your bicycle, or especially in the cars. And the rain got that heavy too. And the only place I've seen rain heavier than in St. Louis is probably. Did it rain? Where? That's funny. I sailed on a boat 6,000 miles when I was younger, all the way down the coast of Mexico to the Panama Canal, through the canal, up to Jamaica, over to the tip of Puerto Rico, right at the edge of the Bermuda Triangle, then down to the, what do they call it, Lesser Antilles, to Martinique. And stopped in these crazy places where there was places that are Columbus era buildings. I walked on forts in Santo Domingo and sailed past Haiti and I had some pretty amazing things, but I forgot where I was going with that. Sorry. Sonny will start telling stories sometimes, and I don't know why. It's just joking. Someone else talk. All right. I'm tired of hearing myself now. Your turn, Jim. Waterworld 100. Are you there? He might be in a thunderstorm. He said it was raining yesterday. What's going on, Eli?
I was laying on the couch listening to you good folks, and then Sonny was talking about Hermes Trismegistus, and I perked up, and then he said my name, so I was like, okay, I want to come over and say hi to Sonny. Hi, Sonny.
Oh, dude, I didn't say Hermes Trismegistus, but guess what? Oh, that rhymed. Guess what? This guy's got to think that he was in America too. All these places, like, this is the old world.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It's the old world. It really is. I'm becoming more convinced. More information. Let me get this guy's channel. It's the best.
I'm not surprised we weren't lied to about Christopher Columbus. I got no problem with that, man.
Oh, it's not. It's way deeper than that. So hold on. So this is incredible.
Explain to me why the entry side of the Great Wall of China is on the northern side and not the side the Chinese built, and that the defensive side's on the side facing China.
Guess what? They found walls here in America that they say the local tradition is that it's the Great Wall. Okay, so hold on. So I'm not just talking like nonsense. So you have something to gauge this with.
If I can't trust 9/11, the 6 Apollo moon landings plus the Apollo 13 that they made a movie out of, if I can't trust JFK, then can I trust what they said about the Korean War? Can I trust what they said about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Can I trust what they said about the Great Depression? Can I trust what they said about that thing from 1918 to 1919? If I can't trust any of that stuff, did Booth actually kill Lincoln in 1865?
Well, I think the more poignant thing is like who these people were supposed to be in the first place couldn't be further from the truth. And it's public knowledge, and you can find books that are written about these people, such as Lincoln. He probably was son of indentured slaves. And they may have been swarthy, like he's his own. No, wait a minute. Lincoln's own book says he has dark skin. He's dark skinned, copper. He's like copper colored. He was a black man.
Sonny. When we were younger in grade school and high school, and some of us, in college, it's just like when we read it out of the textbook, we basically considered it to be truth. I don't remember reading much out of the textbook that I didn't consider the truth, whether it was science, chemistry, history. I don't remember saying to myself, "No, that's not true." I don't remember doing that much, if any.
You mean like trying to come up with something or just to look at the information to see, check its veracity, right? See if this is true. Yeah, we didn't really do that, did we? None of us did.
Yeah, we just said the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor December 7th, and we kind of said, well, for the reasons given. We were told they dropped 2 bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we believe for the reasons given. We were told about the Korean War and the reasons given. We were told about Vietnam and the reasons given. August 2nd, August 4th, 1964, Gulf of Tonkin. No pictures, no videos. 3 days later, Congress gave LBJ the permission to go kill 3 million innocent Vietnamese, 58,000 Americans. Who knows how many suffered from there, and we dropped more bombs in Southeast Asia than we did all of Europe during World War II. And then it's just like, I'm telling you what, somebody says to me, this is what the book says, this is what Google says, this is what Wikipedia says. It's like, I really don't care. What does your common sense tell you?
Yeah, so basically what happened is all these peoples were already here. You know who they populated? All the plantations in the northern part were from Aboriginal people that were already here, and then they shipped those out to the places like the sugar fields in the Caribbean, and to all those places. And the natives from South America, they sent further up here into the Caribbean and to Europe and to the colonies that they were creating in Africa. More dark-skinned people came from here. The reason why they came from here is because there was more of them here. There's more people here. This was the first place out of the oceans, out of the waves. This is the first place where the first animals, like mammals, meat-eating mammals, cats, dogs, horses, camels, elephants, all came from here.
The map
From
of the
America.
Nile adds up with the Mississippi. It's quite interesting.
It sure does. It totally does. And I
There's also the Sphinx of Memphis along the Mississippi,
Memphis,
coincidentally.
so check it out. I want to find something that's goes along right with
This is now you're getting into my stuff. I'm like a huge ancient history, like architecture
I
nerd.
love this. So the forgotten.
I wanted to
history
be Indiana Jones growing up.
Let me see. I want to find the. I was trying to find something for Hermes because he says
You wanted to be Indiana Jones growing up, so that's what you said?
Yep, I wanted to be an archaeologist growing up and discover history because I knew they were lying since I was a kid. My parents were just like, everyone lies about everything to like just question everything.
So they have the oldest mummies ever found anywhere is in the Chilean deserts, right? Yeah, they know that they're 7,500 years old. That's what they're claiming. That's older than anything that they're saying is coming from the theme park over in Egypt, which that's all it was.
Yeah. That's
So
what I always
I
found
think that-
interesting was, the swastika and like pre-ancient cultures and ancient civilizations and how like they've been trying to get everyone away from it, even prior to, what happened in that time period. Like
And
they're trying to erase it and get rid of it.
Yeah, so there's one, and then that's a whole playlist. He has more than 18 or 20 of these in that playlist. Untold Ancient American Truth. Let me look through that playlist one second.
What I find fascinating is I think a lot more people on our side are starting to realize this.
Yes.
That heliocentrism is nothing but pagan sun worship. That's all it ever was. That the doctors of divinity in the Catholic Church, which taken over by the Jesuits in 1553, became the doctors of science, and the rest is history.
So you know who Hermes? I think they're saying Hermes was actually Thoth.
Yeah, who knows?
It's Thoth, like that. I knew
Because Hermes carried Thoth's staff, or his scepter.
Turtle Island, and they can't find out where the origins of the Egyptians and peoples like that came from. The Sumerians over there, they can't find the origin. You know what? Those people all said they came from peoples from the west or the furthest east.
Yeah.
They also said the furthest east.
Many of the temples and things, Egyptians have even said, we are people who have inherited this from our ancestors. Like they didn't build this, we inherited it.
Yeah, and so I just watched this one where they said that the peoples in, there's so much of this information.
Oh, this is Flat Earth actually got me into the whole like ancient history thing more in depth when I put two and two together with like mud floodish stuff and Tartaria stuff, and then you see the Flat Earth stuff, and you're just like, oh my god, it all makes sense. Like
it does. It starts tying all in, and
everything connects.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So let me see. I'm looking for those are both really good. I wouldn't even mind playing those, but I don't want to get anyone's nerves if we're not totally on topic. But sometimes some of these would be good, but they're generally kind of long. But he does a lot of reading out of primary source books, and it's fascinating. Okay, hold on. Let's see. We got this playlist, which is amazing old newspaper reports. All these things they found that was covered up and buried. Here's the evidence. Like all those newspapers, they said they find all these things. They found the dragon. They found these huge 50-foot, how long was this? 50-foot lizard with a saddle on it, with a giant buried next to it.
See, that was another thing. Like, I think a lot of these, quote unquote dinosaur heads, a lot of them are hollow. And, the rest of the bones have been stated. They're clearly flake and plastered and, filled and stuff. So, of course, you're not going to find the rest of the skeleton if it's hollow. Because the bones just aren't going to last and fossilize, whereas a skull will. Which would explain why we don't see the rest of the, the dragons.
Damn.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I actually
like
grew up-
if you and it's
Go ahead,
testable.
go ahead.
You can sorry, I didn't mean to
Go-
step
no,
in.
go ahead. No, go
If you
ahead.
actually examine real bones of T-Rex heads, like the structure itself is hollow, like that of a bird skull. It's really interesting.
Dragons usually do not have the mass they portray us in movies and such. They have to be hollow boned in order to fly in their statue.
And everyone always and that helped
Real-
correlate. Oh, it's related to the chicken, which is hollow boned.
Real
Yep.
bones. Have we got T-Rex real bones?
We're going off what we know. No, we're told and what has been,
Yeah.
With it here, let me phrase this to be exact and precise and use the words as how they're meant. We are going off of the information and available materials at hand.
Okay, Timbo. We got a break in the action here.
I've just finished work, so I've got a bit of time too. So perfect timing.
Like we got a break in the action. I just got one question, then we'll segue back to what we're talking about. I actually got about 5 of them, but I'm only going to give you one right now. Ready?
That's all right.
If in the northern latitudes the sun basically sets, south to southwest. Does the sun set in Australia north to northwest?
Actually, it would make sense.
It depends where you are. It's a really big place. So up in Queensland is the Tropic of Capricorn. So I'm down south.
Yeah, you're Melbourne.
Yeah, it's funny. In the winter, at the moment, it sits pretty low in the sky. So
here's my segue question. Here's my segue question. If it's setting pretty low in the sky like it does here in December, if it's setting pretty low in the sky there now, it would definitely be setting visually, if you could see it setting north to northwest. Correct or wrong?
It's I would say more west. I would say northwest westerly. So more towards north than northwest. No, sorry, more towards west than northwest. So come down another, what's half of 45, 22 degrees.
Yeah, I got criticized.
Things to set there. Yeah.
I got criticized in a debate for saying Sigma Octantis doesn't exist. Okay, cool. And I got criticized for saying how the sun sets in Australia because it would set opposite of what it does in the north. Because here in December when it's most cold, December 22nd, it's the lowest. We get a 9-hour day in the Midwest. Okay, 9-hour day. And it basically sets, it comes up northeast, goes up and sets south. It comes up southeast, doesn't go very high in the sky, and then sets southwest. And as you get toward July, like it is now, it comes up higher in the sky and sets further to our left and right, which is doing right now. So in Australia, wouldn't that be exactly the opposite in the same time of year?
It's weird. Like I'd say, winter, it looks like it arcs. If I'm facing north and I'm watching it come out from east to west, it definitely looks like it arcs towards me and then arcs away when it sets. In the summer, it's a lot more overhead. But it looks like sometimes it does the opposite. It's weird, man. That's why I just throw out every question to do with the sun, because sometimes in the summer it comes up directly east and it looks like it arcs away and then comes back and sets directly west. It's fucking weird, man.
It's winter there now, all right?
It's winter here now, yeah.
And so if you go outside, I did this by the swimming pool just a couple of days ago. And if you go outside and look north and look straight up, zenith, straight up, 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Does the sun always north of you at 12 noon? In January, December. No, excuse me, in June and July when it's winter.
Directly north, yeah.
If you're facing, it's like right now. If I'm standing facing south, then I look straight up zenith at 12 degrees 12 noon. Right now, it's just a little bit south of the zenith, just a very little. So, in your situation, you would turn around and look north, and the sun at 12 noon would be ahead of you up in the sky and not behind you, correct?
Yeah, it's hard to say with north and south here because do you know about magnetic declination?
I'm not really good at that subject.
My only guess of north, like I'll get to you, my only guess of north is when the sun is at noon, that is directly north. So if we're out a compass and it points north, then we have a problem down here where north there's a magnetic declination to this north place, but north is not actually where the compass is pointing. So they have to correct the compass a certain degrees in certain areas. And in certain areas in the south, it's almost 90 degrees off where it should be. So you think you're facing north with a compass, but you're actually facing either east or west.
I have another question.
So it's hard to tell, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever witnessed your shadow facing north?
Never.
Okay. That's I'm set and done. I know what's going on, dude. What the fuck, dude?
See, I just want to know. I was in Dallas for 4.5 years, 33 degrees, north latitude, and Sydney's about 33 degrees south latitude. I had a guy on TikTok. I can't find him anymore. I don't know what happened to him. And we used to talk about this stuff. He used to have a coat that had 33.86 degrees on it because he was so into this latitude thing, And so he even showed it to us online on a live stream. So right now I'm at about 38, 39 degrees north, up here by Lake Michigan, and you're at 40.
I'm exactly the same south.
So
I'm 38 south.
So everything when I'm experiencing now should be opposite for you. Is that correct?
It should be total opposite, but the other difference is the weather will be different because we're surrounded by the Southern Ocean.
Oh, sure.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, so we get our winters, although we get snow up at elevation, but if you're on the coast, we could maybe compare it. But
do you have ever stagnant winds, or do you have really strong winds usually?
I'm in the south, so winter. There's generally wind, so we do have days where there's no wind, but generally it's cold wind coming from the south. And then we get, during the summer, we get hot like hot northerly winds
Have you
coming out
seen
from the desert and stuff.
Have you seen Miggy's? Have you seen Miggy's? Or of course, it's now Mayhem. Have you seen Miggy's? Kind of like that. I forget what he called it. I got it saved in my phone somewhere, but I got 31,000 photos on my phone. I ain't gonna go look for it. And when Miggy gets back tomorrow, the next day, I'm going to ask him. He has that little. It looks like like an Indian tapestry thing where he has he has how the sun looks in the northern latitudes during the year. December lower, then the equinox, March and September, and then the highest.
No, I haven't seen it.
Do you remember that?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't recall it.
Well, when you and him and I are in, then I'll remind him, and he'll put it. Unless I find it. If I find it, then I'll go ahead and post it. But it's very interesting because it's based on what we're seeing in the north because we're living in the north, right? And
well, everyone used to live in the north. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
and so to me, it would be exactly opposite. It would be exactly opposite if you were in Australia. It'd be exactly opposite.
Yep. I'm at right below 33. Also, it does this weird loop around. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
It does now. I love it. I'm actually, we have 15-hour days, so obviously it doesn't loop right over us. It has to maybe, loop a little higher, but then it actually always moves right. It's always moving in sunrise, it's moving up and to the right. And at sunset, when it's moving away, it's moving down and to the right. And I love it because it's moving in a circular pattern that's giving us 15-hour days now. And I just find it fascinating. I put my P1000 on it, and I put the sun in the upper left-hand corner of my 3-inch viewfinder of my screen, and I'm serious. As much as it goes down, it goes over. I mean, I never ever knew that. It does it in the morning when it comes up, and it does it at night when it goes down. It did tonight when I went to Michigan City at the beach. It did the exact same thing, and because it sets so much further, it sets so much further north because it's end of June, summer, and it rises so much further north. But in December, it's going to be the exact opposite. I find it fascinating. So therefore, Australia's got to be opposite.
Yeah. Now, some of that is occurring because of the way perspective works. And then there's some kind of odd things going on about where it actually travels.
Yeah, and that's why I like, Miggy's thing that, we're going to try to find and maybe discuss. Because I want to know. Because I got these TikTok globers. TikTok globers are stupid. But I got these TikTok globers going, you say Sigma Ontentus doesn't exist. Well, it doesn't. And then I say, it's opposite in Australia, so the sun's doing opposite of what's doing up here, and they're going, no, it's not. And I'm going, you guys are stupid. And and I actually tell them they're stupid. And so it's just like, guys, get off my back. You guys are stupid.
It only
I'm going to find out what the sun's doing. And you know who I'm going to ask? I'm going to ask my friend Timbo in Australia.
I'm going to when we get some clear days, like I said to you before, I'm going down the coast is next weekend. So I'll try and get those star ones, but it's hard to get the sun at the moment because it's always overcast during the winter.
Oh yeah.
So, but as soon as it starts clearing up, I've got a really nice hill in the city, and the sun sets behind the city, the CBD, all the big buildings. So I'll get a time lapse and see if it arcs. But see, we should get some decent ones just before the summer, just before it gets to Capricorn. So
that would
be great.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I'll pay attention to it because
yeah,
I've got a really good viewing spot for it.
Yeah, I just find this whole thing fascinating. I mean, I'm sitting at the pool the other day, and it's about 1:00. So I'm looking straight up. I'm looking straight above me, and the sun is just, and I'm looking west. So the sun is just a little bit to the left of my zenith, just a little bit left of my zenith. I'm going, okay, this is about the highest it's going to get, right? And then I go out to the beach and I see, the sun is setting and it's still moving to the right. It's moving to the right when it comes up. It's moving to the right when it goes down. It's moving to the right all freaking day. And that's how you're getting your 15-hour days. So it's just fascinating.
Yeah, because we at the moment we're having 9-hour days.
Yes. Yeah. That's what we get
And we get to
in January.
Yeah, and then we get to summer and we get, I'd say, it gets light at 5 o'clock in the morning and then gets dark at 9, 10 o'clock at night. So,
Yep.
Yeah, so it's like 16-hour days.
Yeah.
Yeah, which at both points, the 9-hour days and the 16-hour days are impossible on a freaking globe. Are you kidding me?
Now, I tell you what, I've never lived on a large body of water in my life until February, just a few months ago. And I have learned so much. I've learned about the sun. I've learned about sunsets. There's really no sunsets that are the same. Fingerprints are not the same on different people. There's actually no sunsets that are identical. I just find it fascinating. And this movement to the right all day long blows me away. I thought it came up, went over me, and went down, right? And it doesn't. It goes up, moves to the right the entire time. When it's setting at night, it's moving to the right the entire time. That means it's moving to the right the entire freaking day. And I just find that so fascinating.
That thing must be hauling ass too. Can you imagine? Even if you just have a general idea of how far it is, which is hard to fathom in the first place, because for God's sakes, we see a plane that's more than 5 miles, you can't see it. So think about something that's like, let's say, from 1,000 to 5,000 miles.
Yeah, I have no clue. I have an opinion, but it's a speculation Sunday opinion, so I'm not.
That's all we can have about it. Yeah, that's all we can have.
Oh my goodness.
It's funny, as much as man wants to know, all of us want to know what things are. These things out there are so weird. Like, we can't even. I think that's, I don't know, man. We can't even imagine what's causing these things above us. Yeah, there's no way to tell anything about them.
There's none.
All you can just say is, well, there are lights and they're over there and they're moving kind of like a clock. They're definitely a calendar, a clock, and
This is, you get this at the quarter up to almost the full moon, and then after the full moon down to the last quarter, you get this phenomena where the moon is, the lip part of the moon is never facing the sun directly. And it happened again tonight. I got video of it, and it's never facing the sun. It's, line of sight. And I had people telling me, okay, it's perspective. That's not, line of sight. It's not working. They told me it's refraction because it's not working.
The light bending.
And they told me, light bending, space time. And so it's just like, guys, get your act together and get your stories together, because line of sight says that even in the fairy tale, if the sun was 93 million miles away and the moon was 240,000 miles away, you would still have line of sight. But there's no line of sight, and so, when the moon is the lunar month is 28 days and 13 hours, and it talks about keeping time for seasons and all that stuff in the Bible. It's exactly what the moon does. It keeps time for us and lets us know what the seasons are. That's exactly what it does.
They've changed our calendar.
It moves 14.5 degrees across the sky an hour. The sun moves 15. That's why the moon lags every day. It gets further behind the sun, and so it's just interesting. I'm telling you guys, it is so fascinating to see these globers lie through their teeth.
I know. It's kind of funny because all we have to do is sit back and go, we don't know what the fuck they are. Why? What's wrong with you? You're out of your mind.
I tell you what.
I mean, that's very that's really bold faced to be like saying you know what those things are is just one big. Oh, I love this term. A one big yarn rolled up into a ball.
Just before we miss someone, I'm just gonna see if Creature wants to talk. Creature, you have control of your mic. Welcome to the server. Creature, tell us if the Earth is a globe or it's flat. Tell us your opinion. No judgment, either way. Creature, are you there? Just press.
Maybe you have to do it in a Boris Karloff voice, Creature. All you got.
If you don't answer soon, I'm going to have to mute you, and then you'll be server muted. And you'll have to go up to VC check-in and get voice verified.
So right now, if you join soon, you'll get a consolation prize at least of VC verified.
And there's more.
Sydney, show them what we have in door 1.
And you'll get 2 sets of steak knives. Did you see what Systems just posted in the live stream?
Checking that out right now.
He's got nice blue skies up there, and I've got grey, overcast, raining, and cold winds.
Oh. So Sid. Oh wait. We got to check this one out. The sun is above the house, so that means it's not real high in the sky yet. And we need to dial back to the moon here in a second.
So it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 p.m. in the afternoon right now. Yeah.
I got to dial. So the sun.
Look at the angle on the moon.
The sun is lower than it would be if it was direct line of sight. If it was, the sun would have to be higher, or the moon would have to be pointing towards the sun, the lit part, to be direct line of sight. And so it's not. See, it's if I'm reading this right, this is. I tell you what, you guys, I need to come live in Australia for like 3 months, and because everything's opposite. I mean, it truly is opposite. I just can't get my head around it. And plus you're upside down too. So, hey, what can I say? And so right now, tonight, the moon was facing about 2 o'clock, 2:30. It was about 2/3 full, like it is right there. It was about 2/3 full. And gibbous, I guess it's called gibbous. the sun had already moved away. It was on below the horizon or what moved away, and so it would have been like at 4:30, 5 o'clock on the moon, but the moon was looking up about 2:30 lit part. Sorry, line of sight says sorry, moon is self-illuminating. So you got exactly opposite here. You got the sun, and then you got the moon, lit part of the moon looking up more than it should be if it was direct line of sight. You got exactly the opposite. I gotta come live in Australia. 40 degrees, or South America, it doesn't matter. 40 degrees.
It's facing up.
Yeah,
it's facing up on like a 30-degree angle, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say about what, 10:30? If it was a clock, about 10:30. Am I reading that right? There it is. It's about 10:30. Yeah. Us flurfs in America don't get into degrees. We get into what it looks like on a clock. Okay, so if you're gonna talk to me, it's got to be a clock. Okay. Oh my goodness, us Americans, we're so spoiled. I tell you what, we don't think very deep. Oh well, we like our NFL football team, so we're really deep there, man. And then we like to go to a nice bar or restaurant and have a few drinks and have a cheeseburger while we're watching our favorite sports team. So yeah, I guess what can you say?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we're the same. We're a huge sporting country. We love it. Everyone loves the sports here.
Everybody loves their sports.
We do the same. We go to the pub and have a few beers and watch the game.
Oh my goodness. Hey,
we have different sports in the different states. So
we have KFL.
Yeah, I found my model.
You guys play rugby, mate. You're all sniffing each other's asses.
Mate, I don't watch sports, so I'm not involved in men playing around with balls, okay?
Yeah, in America, men make a lot of money playing around with their balls, playing around with balls.
You get a lot of money doing other things with them too.
Oh, okay.
Not get into that.
Yeah,
Where have you been? Systems? I haven't heard your voice for ages, mate.
I've been keeping off the voice because I keep coming on it. I want to talk so much, but there's so much going on and there's big players around, and I just like to listen. Don't want to get
take a back seat. I've been taking a back seat when all the guys are in.
Yeah, I mean I'd love to, but yeah, I've been enjoying listening. Plus, I've been really busy, so. And I stopped listening while I'm in the car because I got a fine for being on my phone while I was in the car. So.
You guys got all those fucking cameras up there, don't you?
Yeah, man, it's like $300 and 5 demerit points.
Oof. Yeah, we don't have all those cameras down here.
I learned my lesson the hard way. Actually, I still haven't paid it. So
5 demerit points?
Yeah, man.
Sounds like China.
Yeah, it's getting that way.
I shouldn't admit this on the internet, but I have to give it to my wife, otherwise I'll lose my license. So.
Oh yeah, you're running out of points.
He's going to have to cop them. But yeah, it's I've been enjoying coming on here, Little Globers, lately, which is good. But I heard you guys conversate a little bit about the sun and that, and I thought I'd show you what I saw today with the moon and the sun always in the sky at the same time, and the shadows completely off, and just fun.
Yeah. It was off. It was when I was in Dallas. It was August 3rd last year or August 8th. August 8th last year was the first time I ever looked up in the sky and saw, hey, the lit part of the moon is not looking towards the sun. And then I saw it November 1st and November 3rd of last year, and I got video of all three of them. And then some people sent me more, so I had 6, and now I got like 4 more, just in the last month. And the P1000 is really good for doing that stuff. And so I got one again tonight, and I'll put it on YouTube and put it in the chat tomorrow. But it's just really cool, man. I tell you what, I'm not getting Chicago, across the, because it's too much going on, too much heat and too much stuff going on. I gotta wait till January, and I gotta freeze my rear end off to go see Chicago from any distance. And so, I'm biding my time doing sunsets, moon, and seeing Chicago when I can, and talking to people about it and being a pain in the butt to them.
No, that's the way. You got to just slow churn it out, learn how to use the equipment. I wish I had the patience and skill set to be able to do that, and the bank to be able to buy the equipment.
The only way I got it was in February. I applied for a 12-month same as cash through Amazon. Sorry, I bought some from Amazon, and they gave it to me. And so they gave me a credit line, enough to buy some toys to go with it, an extra few batteries and stuff like that, and a tripod. So I wouldn't have done it. And then I went to this authorized Canon and Nikon dealer 35 miles from here, where Notre Dame is, and North Bend and South Bend. And I walked in because I had questions on the camera, and the guy, Jack's the owner, he was very nice. And I was walking around waiting for him. And South Bend's a relatively small community minus Notre Dame. And so they didn't have a P1000, in their case, but they had a P900. And it was on sale for $500. And I'm going, $500 versus 1,000. I mean, I was just like, if I didn't have a P1000 already, it's like, $500, $1,000, man, go for it. Save $500, man.
That's the way to do it, man. I think the gain is much. Is the $500 is you're not going to miss the feature set in the change, and that, like, the $500 justification wasn't going to improve what you're trying to do with it anyway. I think. Yeah,
it's long story short, I mean, one's 3,000 millimeters, the other's 2,000 millimeters. One's 125 times, the other one's 83. The 1,000 gives you 4K 2160. The other one gives you 1080. I don't know if there's really that much difference between them, but I got mine on 2160, so I don't care. And the viewfinder is a little bit bigger. Is a little bit nicer, a little bit bigger. The battery lasts a little bit longer on the P900. What's interesting about the P1000? I think it came out in 2018, 2019. Every zoom camera review I saw from 2022 and the short ones we've had in 2023 always had the P1000 in the top 8. Any one of them had it as the top 1. And this is like 3, 4, 5 years after it came out. And it's still in the top 8. And I've only seen one review where the P900 was in the top 8. So I don't know what that means. But I don't know. It's fun. I will say a thing about the P1000 is when you got it out at 2,000 millimeter or 2,500 millimeter, which you can do with the moon. It zooms right in the moon at 3,000. You can't do that over the water because it just, you've got too much stuff going over in the water. But you can zoom in and get it pretty clear on the moon at 3,000 millimeter. And people, when they see that thing zoomed all the way out at 3,000 millimeters, they look at it and they go, "What the heck is that thing?" They really do. It's a great conversation starter.
Yeah, massive.
Yes, it's 3.1 pounds. The P900 is 2.1 pounds, so it's 50% heavier. And it's 50% more. I mean, it's almost double. more. But no, I wouldn't. If I didn't get the same as cash plan, I wouldn't have spent that money all at once. There's just no way. I would have got the P900.
I don't know how anyone can look at the moon during the day when the sun's up there at the same time and say that the shadow is caused by the Earth. It just doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, it can't. I mean, it's
ridiculous. No amount of refraction or any sort of atmospheric bullshit, whatever they come up with, is going to produce that result. And then to add on to it, how perfect the shadow is as well. Like it would, if the story is correct, or why is it so circular? Wouldn't it look more like a massive oval or something? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
It would be an oblong shape, yes, if it was both two spheres.
Yeah.
This bending of space-time curvature that they say.
With the refraction in all three atmospheres.
That's just the craziest thing in the world, man. But they say it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I know you can produce a smaller shadow from an object if the source of the light is close enough and big enough. But yeah, just everything lining up to be so perfect is just crazy.
I'm 25, 30 miles away. It's up the coast of Lake Michigan on the east side. You just hop on Interstate 94 or get on Route 12, and it takes you right to this place. I mean, you got to walk a little bit, but this is where Josh Lewicki took that photo. It's 160 feet high on a dune, 56 miles across. And that's that's not actually his best picture. He took a better picture someplace that he used a Canon at 200 millimeter, and he cropped it. and it actually came out better than what this does. But this one is the one he's famous for. This is the one that Tom Coombs, ABC 57 affiliate, said it was a mirage, and so even this photo, he's up 160 feet. You still have the very, very, very bottom part of the buildings, not there. And this is what you get. I have no idea when he took this. I don't know if it was hot weather, cold weather. I don't know. I don't think it could have been hot weather. But you still get that little effect right above the water. You see that little white mist. You still get that almost on every single pic that you take. You either get a little white mist or you get a little blue wall of water. That is an optical effect. So it's really interesting that no matter what you do, you're not going to see all of Chicago down to the ground. It's impossible, just because of the fact that when that photo of the football, that video of the football field where the guy is, sets his camera on the ground, he walks away and he disappears foot first, and his body disappears all the way by the time he gets to the end zone. That happened on a flat surface. And so if you're down relatively low to the ground and you see Chicago, it's because of how it is. You walk away from it. If you were at Chicago and you were walking away from Chicago across the water, if you were Jesus and you could walk on water, by the time you got 56 miles away, you turned around, the bottom part of Chicago would be gone, because that's how it works. Just like when you walk on a football field at the 50-yard line down the end zone, which is perfectly flat, you're going to lose yourself foot first, and if you go far enough, you're going to lose your whole body. That's exactly what's happening. So this picture is actually a great evidence that we live on a stationary plane, but Globers want to go, no, the bottom part of the building's gone, therefore it curves. No. It's like you just got to stand up to them and say you're crazy. Go to the football field. I'm going to do it. I got my camera. I'm going to get a 2x4 in the next few days. I'm going to go to Michigan City or some football field, and I'm going to set it down at the 40, 50-yard line. I'm going to put it on the 2x4, and I'm just going to walk to the end zone. And I'm going to walk back. I'm going to look at it and see what it looks like. And I'm just going to post it.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And the camera will be a little bit above the ground, like we are a little bit above the ground when we look at the sun. We're a little bit above the ground. And so the camera will be a little bit above the ground. And so I'm going to start walking away on a flat surface, and you will see that my feet, do disappear bottom up. Even though I'm on a flat surface, it does do that. And if I walk far enough, let's say I put it on the end zone and walk to the other end zone 50-yard line, you won't see me at the other side. I'll be on a flat surface. I wouldn't have gone over any curve, but you won't see me. But the ballers are going to go, well, you went over the curve. On a football field, I went over the curve. Okay, whatever. These people, you just got to get in their face and go, you're nuts. You want your balls. What has the globe ever done for you? I'm starting to say that. What has the globe ever done for you other than maybe get you a Globe Shield paycheck? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they had something going on at Michigan City football field tonight. They had the lights on and everything. I don't know what they were doing. It was too soon for football practice. They can't start until August. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe they had a soccer match. I don't know. Timbo, we're having a hard time. Your satellite in outer space must not be registering here in the north. You need to get that fixed.
Here's a good question, personal question for everyone to ask themselves. Why is it that when you're feeling bad, like you're sick, well, this might not be true of everybody, actually, but when you're sick, like the self-deprecating thoughts start coming in when you're feeling down. Why is that? You think that's just a normal thing that humans do, or is that not normal? Start feeling sorry for yourself, like, woe is me. And I'm not trying to minimize anybody's pain. I've had severe pain, literally. Like I had to go there last night, and I'm not one to like take pills. Like I don't like pills, but I got something to relax my muscles, and I was able to pop my back in. Now it feels like nothing happened. I'm like, what? It's just sore in one certain area of my range of motion on my left arm that it hurts my back. Grateful for that.
And now you have nothing at all?
So check this out. So our bodies have like guide wires. Those guide wires are also attached to our vestibular system. They literally are like the deeper tendons and things like that are structural supports for the joints and keep you upright. So even those things know when you're not standing straight up, the vertical from the horizontal. How about them apples? Another little short tidbit from Sunny. Thanks. Why is everybody so quiet tonight? Because it's 1 for 1.
No, I have been in search of my cat, so...
Like probably, huh? Is Mayhem on Rumble?
I don't know. Maybe.
We'll see that.
Oh, man. Oh. How long is this one? Could play one of these things probably since it's kind of quiet. Let's see. How about Indian Legends of Giant Races? Let's try it. If you guys want to pause anytime and check in, but on a quiet Wednesday, we'll play some Ancient America informational videos by Carameo Ahua. He's a good cat, man. He knows the hijack. He knows the spinning ball hijack. He's like on. He's onto that nonsense. Oh, wait. playlist. I never figured that out.
So wow, much love. We're back in the book, The Encyclopedia of Ancient Giants in North America,
Guess I just do play.
by Fritz Zimmerman and forward by L.A. Marzulli. We go to about page 28 of this book. We're going to start with the second part. It says here, Legends of an Ancient Race of Giants. Legends, while fanciful stories of the past, are believed to hold kernels of truth. Finding numerous stories that repeat the same tale result in a myth becoming a verifiable history. Native American legends are persistent in telling of an ancient race of human giants that they warred against and eventually vanquished from their lands. A constant theme within the legends are the descriptions of the giants having the white skin with yellow and red hair. Alright, they never said anything but the skin, they did say red hair though. Light-skinned people, sometimes referred to as white Indians, who were engaged in copper mining and commerce, adds additional evidence that migrations of metal traders would come into North America to exploit and extract the rich copper deposits of Isle Saint Royal on Lake Superior for the emergent Bronze Age in the eastern Mediterranean. Alright, so yeah, they were mining all this copper from here. We know we were giving that to the rest of the so-called old world. But again, nothing about their complexion or skin color was ever mentioned. Red hair, yes, we've heard about the stories about the red hair giants and everything, but nothing about their complexion, as he's saying it. Continues, says here, black bearded and red haired giants. Historical Collections, Henry Howie, 1888. Although not regarded by the government as reliable, the oral traditions of the native people in the eastern U.S. describe the existence of possibly two races of giants, one supplanting the other by violent means. Here we have the first inkling of some very remote prehistory preserved through the tradition of the Chippewa, Sandusky, and the Tawa tribes, members of the Algonquin language group, the existence of giant bearded men. In this connection, I would say that Mr. Jonathan Brooks, now living in town, stated to me that his father, Benjamin Brooks, who lived with the Indians 14 years and was well acquainted with their languages and traditions, told him and others that it was a tradition of the Indians that the first tribe occupying this whole country was a black bearded race, very large in size, and subsequently a red bearded race or tribe came and killed or drove off all the black beards, as they called them. Alright, so again, as you guys can see, they didn't mention anything about the complexion. They're talking about the color of their hair. In regards to copper mining in the upper Great Lakes, the Chippewa, Indian legends corroborates the theory that these mines were being exploited by a white-skinned people. Alright, Tosh the hijack. Now and long ago, a history of the Marion County area, 1969. James Wofford of the Western Cherokee, who was born in Georgia in 1806, says that his grandmother, who must have been born about the middle of the last century, told him that she had heard from the old people that long before her time a party of giants had once come to visit the Cherokee. They were nearly twice as tall as common men and had their eyes set slanting in their heads, so that the Cherokee called them Sunil Kalu, the slant-eyed people, because they looked like the giant hunter Tusul Kalu. They said that these giants lived far away in the direction in which the sun goes down. The Cherokee received them as friends, and they stayed some time and then returned to their home in the west. Another god invoked in the hunting songs is Tusul Kalu, or Slanting Eyes, a giant hunter who lives in one of the great mountains of the Blue Ridge and owns all the game. Others are the little men, probably the two Thunder Boys, the little people, the fairies who live in the rock cliffs, and even the De Tasata, a diminutive sprite who holds the place of our Puck. One unwritten formula which could not be obtained correctly by dictation was addressed to the red-headed woman whose hair hangs down to the ground. Continues as legends of traders and copper miners. This strange archaic-looking skull
do that. How do I select this inbox tray in the box?
Yo, what's up?
What's up with the music?
Sonny's playing music. Sonny, playing music, Sonny?
Sonny was playing a video.
Sonny's playing it.
Sorry about that.
Tasty music, man. It's a little globy, a little too globy for me, man.
Yeah, this is some great content, man. This guy. This is only 37 minutes.
All right.
Or 59 minutes.
59 minutes? What?
Yeah. I was trying to find a short one because it was so quiet.
Well, I'm here, man. Ain't quiet anymore, man.
I'll stop.
Come on, else. Woke up as well. I think it was Kel.
Yeah, I was just asking about the music.
You guys can watch it on your own then. I thought we'd get all this. That's all right.
Right on.
What do you say? The music's a bit globy.
It felt a little globish to me, yeah.
Yeah, that's because you're not used to it. It wears on you. You got to get the context because this guy's coming from like the indigenous peoples of America.
Yeah, I get it.
Tribal roots.
Right on. All right, shout out to YouTubers, man. RH Tahuti, Green Flowers, Raphael. What's going on? Green Flowers, RH. Pretty weak out there in the YouTubers. All right. Join the VC. 28 people watching, man. 28 people hanging out, man.
On YouTube? On the YouTube?
On the tube, yeah.
Wow.
We only got 12 in here or so. 13.
24/7 Flat Earth. Get in here and get VC verified.
Yeah,
I don't think Flat Earth Professor Dude knows this yet, but we opened up a new 24/7 Flat Earth Cherokee Discord server, and it's got 32 people listening to it now on Cherokee YouTube.
Cherokee YouTube, baby, I love it.
Yeah, Cherokee YouTube.
I love it.
The ancient Hebrews.
All the indigenous people in America were flat earthers, man. Everybody's a flat earther.
Now, Flat Earther Professor Dude, you are all caught up with the Cherokee Nation.
Yeah, I am. How you doing, man? You all right?
Hey, we're doing good. I saw. I now have 4 passes to Indiana Dunes, Michigan City, Warren Dunes, and St. Joseph beaches for all year. So I'm cool. I'm getting a little sun. I'm getting a little vitamin D.
It's a state park.
Yes, they're all. Well, Michigan City is 4 miles from me. It's not a state park; it's a city beach. But
Okay.
and St. Joseph is the one 62 miles away, and it's a city park beach. But Warren Dunes is the second. Yeah, Warren Dunes in Michigan is the second most visited park in Michigan, and then Indiana Dunes is right the southernmost part of Lake Michigan.
I've been to the Indiana Dunes a long time ago, but pretty cool place, man. I really liked it. I remember that.
I tell you what, you go there, and if it's a nice day, you look to your left. There's Chicago.
There's Chicago, right off to your left, baby.
There's Chicago.
I could see it when I was there. I know that for sure. I didn't take any pictures or anything, but this was a long time ago. It's decades ago. Anyway. So you have to pay for like parking, or is that why you said you got passes? I don't understand.
Old newspaper articles, some amazing finds.
With Indiana Dunes, it's $20 for a senior citizen, which is me.
Right.
And then Michigan City's free if you live in the town city, which I do.
Okay.
St. Joseph was 41, and Warren Dunes was 39.
Wow. So you got like you got 4 different areas you're going to go to. Is that what you're saying?
And what's fascinating, Flat Earth dude, I got the sun. The Chicago is fixed, but the sun moves north, south, or east, west. I can move north, south, east, west, which is really cool. And so I can
are these yearly passes, or are they?
Yeah, they're yearly passes.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I thought they were just one-time use. I'd be like, man, that's a lot of fucking money. Shit.
Yeah, it's yearly pass. The nice thing is, I can get silhouettes, with the sun going up behind Chicago, starting probably in probably mid to late September. It'll happen first at Michigan City, and then I'll just move on up to St. Joseph, and then in the late winter, early spring, I do the exact same thing when it's going the other way.
You need to get a boat.
We're going to
know anybody with a boat?
It says here, California's buried altar and monument.
Somebody's talking really low. Who's that?
Says here the recent and dramatic find of a.
I think Sonny's still got that video playing.
Oh.
No, that's Jim.
No. Jim, you have something in the background going? Okay.
No, I don't. Somebody's got something going.
It's really Sonny's muted, so anyway, I think it went away. It was kind of weird.
That's really strange because I had YouTube.
It's all good.
But it wasn't playing.
You don't know anybody with a boat?
Sonny, you sound like you're about a kilometer away, mate.
Here, something they found in California again.
Sonny, I don't know any boat people yet.
California, very.
That's not Sonny. That's Jim. That's Jim's background. I'm watching it.
No, it's not Jim's background. Jim has no background going on.
Not me.
No one else has got their speaker open though.
That's the most bizarre thing.
I think it's me.
No.
Listen, Sonny's open now.
No, it's Jim. Trust me.
No, look, it's Sonny. He just closed his mic.
Yeah, but I had closed.
I don't know who it is, man. Anyway.
Myself from somewhere, but
It's gone now. Moving on. Well, I appreciate you, Jim, wanting to get out and observe the great flat stationary plane we live on. More power to you, man. It's an enjoyable thing to go do, man, is to just go down by the water, set up a camera, see how far you can see, man. I encourage everybody to go do that kind of thing.
I shouldn't say this, but also, Flat Earth dude, watch the Babes. When you're 64, you can watch the Babes.
You can watch some Babes. Yeah. Definitely the Babes, especially in the summer, man. And a lot of skin showing. A lot of skin.
And Flat Earth dude, they have volleyball. They have sand volleyball, so the Babes don't. The Babes,
There you go. We're gonna catch some volleyball.
Yeah, just don't point your camera in that direction for too long.
Right, you got to be a little discreet, man.
Yeah, you have to point the camera out the water. You can't point it at the volleyball court.
Yeah. Or you could get a GoPro. Just point it.
Get a GoPro.
GoPro.
Oh,
We
my
got the
goodness.
Irish Leonard. He's kind of on the fence, man. What's up? Shout out to Irish.
I'm gonna try with Creature again.
I think they're reading that amazing old newspaper report of America off right now. Yeah, they're reading that off. It's on YouTube somewhere.
Dude, is that me? It's not me, man. I don't have anything playing, man.
Bro, I'm watching it. It's Jim.
Jim, you got something playing in the background or something? Like
Something archaeology? They were just talking about archaeology or something?
I definitely don't have anything playing. Can't be me.
Yeah, at 39 minutes after the hour, they're literally reading that script off.
Have you got YouTube on in the background, dude?
Are you on your
You're not
computer?
lighting up.
I wasn't lighting up.
I think
he's muted now. Anyway, it's no big deal, man. But it was just super low. I just thought somebody was talking. That's why I was mentioned it. Like, is somebody talking? I can't hear him. But no, that wasn't it. Am I talking? Am I
Yeah, look, Sonny's lighting up.
Yeah, but Sonny, I've been seeing that. He's not saying anything, though. Or if he is, it's very low. You can't even hear it.
Sonny, you might need to rejoin, mate. Your mic's doing some funny shit.
I can't hear you, Sonny. I need to hear you, man. We need to hear
it now. I got it. It's the slider.
That's
Sometimes when I play content from another source, like the Firefox browser, it'll switch my audio device to that one.
Yeah,
and
it does
it'll
that.
switch it'll turn the mic down automatically.
Crazy damn computers. All right, you're gonna try Creature again there, Tim?
Yeah, Creature, let's give it another go. You've got control over your mic. Just unmute and talk to Dude. He's probably the calmest guy in here, so you might as well talk to him.
Might as well talk to somebody who's calm.
Creature, please open your mic. Don't be scared.
Shout out to Creature. Don't be a creepy creature. Open your mic.
Should I do it in Boris Karloff voice again?
Yeah.
Creature, are you there?
That's pretty good, Sonny. Oh my goodness. Boris Karloff, man. Nobody knows who that guy is, man. Fuck.
Right?
That's hilarious. That is so funny, man.
Grew up in LA, right? LA, Los Angeles. A Los Angeles teenager. Yeah, we picked that shit. That's what happened.
Yeah,
that's the way it was.
Did you listen to Dr. Demento?
Oh yeah. Dr. Demento, KLOS, KMET, and
KLOS,
KMET, and K. What was the other one? That's where Dr. Demento played on. I can't remember the name. KMET, KLOS, and K. Oh, shit.
KROQ.
KROQ. That's
KROQ.
it.
And then we had this dude over here in Orange County. We had this other radio station that was out of Mexico.
Oh yeah,
out of the border, man. And we would get that station, and they would play like some really cool stuff that nobody was playing, man. It was like, damn. It was hard to get it. You could get it at night, not so much during the day. But
apparently that's what Billy Gibbons and the ZZ Top, those guys were listening to when they were up and coming. They were hearing that from over the border.
Yeah, you hear stuff over the border, man. You're like, what the hell? I mean, it was totally different than American radio. It was like they're playing some really like cool Latin jazz and all kinds of cool stuff that they just didn't play here at all, man.
Probably back in the day, like some old rock and stuff.
But they played even good, good, like just obscure, like punk and rock and just Not famous people, man. Not like super famous, not like the Stones and the Who and all that bullshit. They were playing just weird little bands like X.
Oh yeah, I knew people that knew her. I knew people that knew her, but like
Angela, they were playing like really.
And also the Runaways. One of my best friends used to go to like their parties, and my dad actually knew people that knew them personally too when they first started.
I saw him one time with a band called Mojo Nixon and Skid Roper. Opened up. Great little duo, man. Those guys fucking killed ass.
Wishbone Ash.
Mojo Nixon had a song called I Hate Banks. Can't stand them. I hate banks. Can't use them. And they got the security guard looking at me, and the bank teller don't like my ID. It's like, I went through all that shit with the banks, man, for years. Go to cash a check, I don't know about your ID. But I gotta verify the signature. I'll be back. Okay, I'll be here. Anyway, good old days. All right, so we got no new buddies. Yeah, Rambo's up back in the house. Kosho is deafened, server muted. Thank you for that. Whoever did that. No, I actually get along with Kosho. This time of night, we usually end up talking about something other than Earth.
Yeah.
But
whoa, it started again. What the hell? Oh, it's coming from mine. Duh. Now that time it was.
You're right, Paul. It's definitely sunny. We figured it out.
But it wasn't that. No, it wasn't before. I swear to God, because YouTube was just cycling. It was just like how like when it's not connected.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I wasn't playing anything. Now it is, but that's through my speaker. Now watch when I turn my speaker off, it'll shut.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
You're hearing it still? Oh, I know what's wrong. I must have, okay. When I shut it off, it stops, right?
I got a different setup here tonight. Might be me. Well, who knows? Did somebody join? Yeah. Yeah, we don't get a lot of new customers this late at night, kind of more like hanging out. Last night was pretty fun, and that was kind of chill. Yeah, that was about as chill as I've ever seen QE ever. Yeah, he was relaxed. Good. Anyway, was there some fun shit going on here today, man? Did anybody run into some Mongos or sophists or some cocks? Any cocks showed up in here today?
Yeah, there was someone called Soy Boy came in for a couple of hours.
Soy Boy?
Yeah, it could be worth a listen.
Right on. Did was he like, well, haven't you guys ever heard of Gravity, or was he like a little deeper than that?
Oh yeah, he was off his rocker, mate.
He was off his rocker completely.
Calm dude, but he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Right. He thought he knew some shit, right? Yeah, one of those. Yeah. I love those. Those are good.
Yeah, it was experiment for space time. Yeah, it's everywhere. It's all around you.
Please don't start that again, whatever you do.
It's everywhere, man. It's everywhere, man. You guys don't understand.
Well, using this experiment, but it's not an experiment. Well, it's in the name. That doesn't make it an experiment.
You know what really pisses me off is when these guys, the regulars, the super, the PhD guys, and they're like, well, I'm sorry you guys just don't understand it. And I just fucking hate that, man. And because, anybody in this server, man, that's in here on a regular basis, can understand just about anything if it's explained to him correctly, you know? If I said, hey, man, I can teach you how to rebuild a fucking transmission in a Chevy fucking pickup, whatever, I mean, you guys could fucking learn it. I have no doubt. You would at least, you could study it long enough, know the steps. I mean, any one of us can study some shit and figure out what the fuck is going on, whether it's transmission or some kind of bendy fucking space-time, bro. Come on. Sorry you guys don't understand it.
That he kept hopping between, was it Newtonian theory and Einstein's theory?
Man, fuck off, you know? It's just like, we've been through those papers for fucking years and years and years.
One's just an extension on the other. Actually, you're wrong. They're not. They have completely different, separate theories.
You know? And, yeah, we've been... That shit's been taken to the woodshed so many times that it's ridiculous at this point, man. It really is. I mean, QE is taking all that shit to the woodshed. I think he had a show called Taking It to the Woodshed. Yeah, and it was just, these guys would come up with the craziest ideas about how things work, man. It's like, and then QE's out there going, well, this professor and this professor and this professor all said that it's an absolute fallacious argument. And you're like, well, fuck, who do you want to believe at that point, right? You know, it's like, there's 6 professors from around the world that are saying, man, it's bullshit.
I just think it's sad that everyone gives up, the appeal to authority all the time. They're like, well, I'm not a professor or I'm not a scientist. It's like, but you are. If you do the experiments and you do the research yourself, you yourself become that individual. You don't need a piece of paper to say that.
You can just do the observations. You don't even have to do experiments. Just do the first thing. First things first, man. Let's observe the sun going down. Okay, yeah, let's do that. That is something easy, or a moonrise off on the horizon, or moon sats are bitching on the horizon, man.
That's something I've never understood, though, is, moonlight is colder than being in the shade at night. And I've always thought that was such an interesting thing to experience.
Yeah, I've heard some arguments against that or for that.
Well, I mean, I usually go out at night, like when we're having our talks and stuff with the debates, and I'll listen. Yeah.
If it's a clear night and it's a full moon,
it feels colder when I'm stepping into it versus when I'm hiding under the awning.
Then if you're like, if you're under an awning, it changes. Anyway, it's and it's an interesting phenomenon that you can check out with some thermometers and digital thermometers. And I checked it out, man. It pretty much holds true, but it's nothing definitive what anything is that we live on or the moon or anything. But it is a nice, beautiful light at night. I think it's a great clock. I mean, if you really...
you can read a book by it.
It's a calendar. You can hike in it. You can surf, sail. It's pretty cool, man, when it's bright. But then we get the no moon. Ah, oh, dark as shit. It's too dark. Okay. Tahootie in the chat. Right on, man. He said he'd join another time. He's busy. I mean, the floor is always open 24/7, man. Jump on in. That's what I love about this place. It's like, hey, you can't sleep. You got a week off. Whatever.
Someone's always in here.
Somebody's always in here. But
always.
Guaranteed. I mean, if you came in and just like I did, I'm like, Sonny, what are you doing? Are you playing music? Okay, I'm hanging out. I'm gonna, whatever's going on, they'll oblige you and talk to you. Somebody will go, at least go, yeah, your mic's working good. I got to go back to bed. Or whatever. Or something.
Oh, yeah. Like when you guys are heavy debating, it's nighttime. I love just leaving it on while I go to sleep. I can just listen to the debates as I sleep.
hell yeah, or just listen to you guys chat about, transmissions or whatever, whatever it might be.
Just learning.
Yeah, QE last night. I was like, you want to learn something, man? You shut the fuck up. That's when you learn shit. And then you try it. And you keep, when you're ready. 2 ears, 1 mouth, I always used to say. That just kind of says it all. It's like a common sense kind of thing. Otherwise, I think God would have gave us 1 ear. Yeah. The 2 ears work things. I like stereo. I don't know if you guys like stereo, but it's pretty cool.
I do. I am an audiophile.
There you go.
I collect vinyls.
Dude, somebody just gave me a fucking box, bro. When I was at a Flat Earth meetup, my buddy New Perspective, you might have met him, Dave. He's like, dude, I got something for you, bro. It's got some pretty fluffy shit in there, man, but it's got Moody Blues and some other shit, man. I don't know. I didn't look at the condition or anything. I just said thanks and I took it.
Never know, you might find some gems in there.
Exactly. I might find something I'd love to just spend one night and go, let's check this disco out, man. What the hell's up with that? Something about vinyl. It was a nice format.
The cleaner sound. That's what got me into it. Like my grandparents had records.
It has a big range, yeah.
There's just a difference between listening to like a record and comparing it to like our audio and our headsets. Like, there's definitely like a digital like aspect or sound to it. The difference.
No question about it. I don't care how many kilobits a fucking second you're using. There's just 2 different sounds, man.
They don't know how to explain it. It's almost like a white noise passive electric sound.
But then there's that good magnetic tape is pretty awesome too, man. That stuff is awesome. Get a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. That stuff was great. I used to multi-track with using VHS tapes, man. I had 2 VHS recorders, and I would, play the rhythm, put the tape in the other one, hit record on the other one, play the rhythm along with maybe a lead, right? And then I'd put that tape in there and switch it, and now I would play that one and then, add some drums or something. It was just, by the time I got done, man, it was just a big fucking hiss fest, really, man. I was like, But at least I was multi-tracking, man. Fuck it.
That's awesome, though.
It was what I had to work with. So yeah, there's a million ways to do things, and that was the way I was doing it at the time, man, back in the early 90s. So it has made a little bit of a comeback. I mean, certainly never be like it was, but a lot of really cool artists will put out an album these days. I'm like, damn, that's pretty cool.
That's kind of nice for the artist you enjoy puts out a vinyl or something like that.
Yeah,
You're like, that's cool.
I've even been to like little shows where it's like a small band. Like, it's not just a kind of a popular, maybe in like Los Angeles or something, but they're not mainstream. But even those guys are like, hey, we're selling albums. Like, damn, that's pretty cool. So,
yeah, I think the last 2 concerts I saw were Sabaton and Ghost. Both were phenomenal.
There you go. Brand new album. Vinyl. They make the vinyl? Did they put this shit on vinyl?
Oh yeah. They have since they started making music, and they still do it to today.
I love that. What's up, Timbo? Are you?
I didn't know my mic was on.
Why did you get the name Slice, man? I never did ask you that. What did that come about?
Well, Steve B did it. So
are you a shitty golfer? Is that what you're saying?
No, have you ever heard of Kimbo Slice?
Yep. Okay, that was my guess.
Yeah.
That MMA fighter.
One day, I'm not sure what happened, but It was after one day I was on here, and then I woke up the next morning and he'd changed my name.
He probably thrashed someone so hard like Kimbo, and they were just like, "No, he's Timbo Slice now."
Yeah, he did thrash somebody that hard. And
Or maybe I was slicing into people's conversations. That might be more like it.
that could have been it.
Yeah.
No, I think you were slicing them to pieces, man, is what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were, man. I've seen it at least 30 times from you, man, where you, hey, wait. You're like, wait a minute.
I've seen 3 since I've
minute,
been
what
here
did you
for these
just say?
2 weeks.
What did you just say? Wait a minute.
What did you just say? What?
Run that back.
Repeat
I live in Australia. I live in Australia. What are you talking about?
I've got these trigger words. Anyone says the Southern Star rotations, I go, what?
Yeah.
What?
Hey, that's a big hang up for our friend Trouble about.
She's a glober, man.
Well, she fucking was flat Earth for 5-6 years, bro.
Yeah,
and then one day, man, she just fucking. I was in like a back chat with her on. It was like a Google Hangout turned to what they call Google Chat. One day, man, she just went, "I'm done with flat Earth and it's just the star rotations don't make any sense.
You guys don't respect my stars in the south.
You guys don't
I told her one day,
my
hey, they're not your fucking stars.
Yeah, it was something like that, man. And I was like, oh shit, she fucking. I mean, I hung out with her for hundreds of hours, like I've hung out with you, Timbo, just hanging out.
Yeah, and then
Talking
she just
about whatever.
switched.
Art, talking about music. We talk about her brain injury that she had, where she had a stroke and then had to recover, and that's when she found flat Earth and the whole story behind it, right?
I was just reading some back chat messages, and someone mentioned Flatty.
McFlatface?
Returning to the globe. Do you remember Flatty? Him and Tim came in at the same time.
Don't remember Flatty.
He had like a
Tim.
duck or something.
Like Tim. Tim was what?
He's something happened with him as well.
Yeah, I'd like
He's on Jam Panda's server, posting memes about flat Earth and stuff like that.
There you go.
He's switched back to the globe.
Dude, man, I was thinking of the list of people that were used to just do live streams every day, and then, they would have panels, they'd be playing videos. I mean, it was crazy, right? All kinds of people, man. Hot for flat Earth, man. Out there doing activisms, standing on the street, fucking going in, arguing with globies all over the place. They were just fucking balls out people, man. And they just like, there's a lot of them that are just kind of just stepped away. It's crazy, man. It happens.
It can be a lot, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot of work, man. I try to dedicate a few hours every day to, hey, what's up going on, man, with the NASA or whatever.
And I think if you're not very good at handling stress and stuff like that, it can be pretty taxing on your emotions, I reckon.
Yeah, especially in today's world after the whole last 3 years bullshit we just went through.
Yeah.
That really took its fucking toll on a lot of people, man.
Yeah, a lot of young people, that's fucked them up. You can imagine, like,
I knew it would.
That time they go into it as a 13-year-old, and they come out the other end as a fucking 16-year-old. Can you remember the amount of shit you did between 13 and 16? It was unbelievable. What did you learn between 13 and 16? Like, this is a whole different world. And they missed out on it.
Yeah, they did, man. These social media kids now, man, they think they got the answer in their hand with their phone, man. What do you mean about star
They ain't got
rotations?
shit.
Hold on. I know about star rotations. Hold on. look it up.
Wikipedia.
I know all about star rotations. Let me look it up. Oh, why? You don't know nothing.
Well, you see it on here. You hear them typing when they come in, googling shit. Yeah, come on, man. What? Gravity? What do you mean? Yeah, it's mass attracting mass.
Well, it goes
No,
back
it's
to
not.
the whole transhumanism thing, man, where they want to put your brain in the computer, man. They're basically doing that with the iPhone. It's like, dude, I don't have to know shit. I got an iPhone and YouTube and TikTok, and I can find out anything. You know, like, nah, that's not how it works, bro.
Isn't it?
Dude.
I know they can't do it. They can't do it. All this putting fucking chips in your brains and shit like that. It's bullshit, man. They can't do it.
I think that's the way they were trained, and that's the way they were brought up with computers and iPads in the schools. And I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
my
man,
kids have got them. It drives me fucking crazy.
Oh, wait, I can find out anything. I just have to Google it, and like,
look, there's a picture of a satellite in space. Oh yeah, who took the fucking picture?
I'm still waiting for that one, man. I've asked. I don't know how many people have I asked for that. Just that's how I got into this shit, man.
I gave the kids an assignment.
You guys can set me free, man, by just bringing me one picture of a satellite in space, man. All right, Koso?
Yeah,
Xanax,
I gave the kids an impossible assignment. I said, all right, first one who gets me a real photo of a satellite from space gets $50.
There you go.
I'm still waiting for it. It was like 6 months ago.
I'm going back to the club, man. Bring it. I'm betting everything I got on it, man. Fuck this. Let's do it. Yeah, they're gonna be 100%.
How do you know it's a globe? Well, we've got satellites. Yeah, but they knew it was a globe before that. I don't know, but now we've got satellites, so it doesn't really matter what was before it. Yeah, it does. How they get the fucking things up there?
That movie company, was it 20th Century Fox or one of those?
Yeah, Universal, I think, had the globe, didn't they?
Back in the 20s. Like, they had the globe perfect, man. They had it perfect.
Yeah, the scale of the land masses and everything, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what they came back with the photos was perfect match. You could just overlay it.
It was pretty. Yeah, there's a meme out there. I probably have it somewhere. I do have it. I got to download it.
That's so weird, man, isn't it?
It was hilarious, dude. I'm like, you got to.
We knew exactly what the globe looked like before we went up there. That's how good we are.
How dare you question us? How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? Oh man. No, I appreciate
that kind of shit. Like, yeah, what's that?
Go out and take pictures of the horizon and how far we can see and all that. I was talking with a flat earther last weekend that I've known for years, and he's like, "Dude, man, it's been done." Jay Tolan. I mean, come on. We're gonna taboo.
What more? What more do you need?
He goes, dude, do we really need to go out and be like taking pictures of anything right now? He's like, I don't think so. And he did it all too, man. He's like going out to Salt Lakes and shit, shining lights and lasers, and yeah. I don't know, man, dude. But if you want to go out and observe it for yourself, yeah, good on you, man. But yeah, Jay Tolan pretty much fucking spanked that one shit, 1,200 miles. Yeah, thanks.
I would love an infrared filter, though.
Yeah, that would be fun. Heck yeah. I like Jay Tolan's setup. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, he's got my...
camera and it.
But sometimes he uses a telescope.
And then he puts that one on the telescope. He'll put that Sony right on the telescope, right?
Oh, is that what he does?
Mm-hmm.
But the ones from the plane, that's all done from the camera, isn't it?
That's just the camera and the lens, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fine, man. The camera's like, well, back then it was like $2,000, and then the lens is another $2,000 or something.
Yeah, and then, but the good thing about those Sony lenses is it's got a screw cap on the top, so on the end of the lens, so you can just screw a filter on it.
That's what he does. Yeah, he just screws
instead of adapting the camera. Yeah.
Yep. Because it's mirrorless. Yeah, it's a mirrorless. Fascinating, man. Set up, man. A little pricey, but
yeah, he I think he's got a good computer system as well. That because he does something. Yeah, after he takes all the footage.
Yeah,
he does something with the saturation.
Yeah, he might.
But some of that footage from the plane, that's what I could, when I first discovered him, I could not stop watching his videos. I'd watch them again and again and again. And then, because I was watching them on my phone, and then I went to the computer, and I said, fuck this, I'm going on the big screen. So I sat down in my lounge room.
Yeah.
I was just staring at what he was looking at. I was like, mate, you can see it clearly when he got Hudson Bay and everything like that. This was his early days.
Yeah.
But even just his one, I think one of his first infrared ones was like across the water.
Yeah.
And then he got Mount San Jacinto and stuff like that in the background.
From the from Santa Barbara,
yeah.
That was pretty sweet.
I went, whoa,
yeah, I got
no way, look at this shit.
I got into some arguments with some globies on that one, man. They're like, well, look at it, man. Of course it's being cut off. You're not seeing the whole mountain. I go, dude, man, I've driven by that mountain 100 fucking times. No, it's pretty much the whole mountain, bro. I guarantee it. Have you driven?
It's not the whole mountain, because there's a city in front of it.
Yeah, you can see the fucking freeway. It's like right there at the base. I'm like, dude. And they just try to argue with me. I'm like, nah, I'm not putting up with that shit, man. Calling you out. Forget it. You come on out here and show me. I put it in the ball in their court. I'm like,
I love it when they say, oh, look, there's a third of the mountain missing, which is predicted by the globe. And you go, fuck do you know?
I've been there. I've been on top
predicted by the globe. I love it. It's predicted by the globe. Globes don't predict things, mate.
No, they don't.
Predict. Oh,
I gotta just post this because I found it. Not what I was looking for, but I always like this one. One of my favorites. I love the one down in the center middle. Oh man! Then when they go flying off to the side there, and then the top
the guy on the top when that thing appears. Yeah.
I went up against Veach with the one on the top left. I showed that to Veach. I'm like, dude. He goes, if they're doing this, man, what else can they do? I mean, they're pulling a fucking doll out of the fucking thin air, man. Right? And she's playing with it. And she's fucking playing with it. I mean, what else can they do?
Bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, the flappy. Yeah, I heard them.
The paper cover.
Their defense for that is like, oh, that's just a dust cover or something. It's not really the.
So where's the real cover then?
It's inside the unit. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
With bottom left, what's he playing with?
He dropped something. See the gravity? I think I dropped it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Anyway, that I just found that one. I'm like, fuck, man, I got to share that because it's pretty. I'm looking for that 20th century or Universal or whatever the hell it was. I know I have that picture saved.
Well, like one side by side or something.
Yeah, the side by side. It's so laughable, man. It's hilarious. Oh shit. Yeah. I try to save the best memes. Ones. But satellites in space, man. Got any pictures of satellites from space, in space? That would be cool. Anybody out there, man? Take the dude out, kick him back to the globe. Pictures of satellites in space, from space. That would be good. Still waiting, man. 8 years later, still waiting. Hey, did you know that all the autopilots on the plane, the programming for the autopilots on the planes is all at AE map, man? All of them. They're all the same map, too.
Are they?
Yep. I'm going to dig into this one, man. I'm going to find out. I'm going to talk to some people, bro. I got to get this one down.
Yeah.
I think that would be a crusher. That would be a crusher. And cheers to all you good people, man. There you go. Good people. But yeah, that would be one I would. I gotta dig into it a little bit more, but that's the claim at this point. I'd like to find out a little bit more. But yeah, if all the autopilots have the same map in them, I would assume they would, right? Duh. It's all the same thing you're flying over. But yeah, it's an AE map. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
All right. Oh, well, shout out to all the people that who change their minds when we're presented with information that contradicts their beliefs, man. And well, Crow 777, man. Belief is the enemy of knowing. I like that one, man. I've always liked that one. Because I'm a knowing kind of guy. I like to know shit. I don't like to guess. And sometimes you got to guess. I ran into that shit recently, man. I'm like, damn. I got to make a fucking guess here. Shit. I got to figure it out. But, it's an educated guess. Not perfect. By any means.
I have returned. It looks like we're on a NASA binge now in chat.
Hey, fellas.
Right. Am I back? I hit the wrong button.
I got a surprise for you guys.
Oh.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Oh, man.
To post, bear with me. It might take me a minute because I don't have my glasses on. I can't see shit. I'm going to post some pictures for you guys.
All right. Take your time, man.
I don't know if you guys were here when I was talking about this. I think you guys were.
I think I passively was.
But let me show you. I'm interested to see if you guys can guess what it is.
All right. Check it out. Take your time. So what's your guys' favorite? Which one of those little gifts that are going with the NASA bullshit? NASA fakery. Which one's your favorite, man? Which one's your favorite?
It's funny. There's some that aren't even on there that I also will probably be posting here soon. I think my favorite is the one where it shows a guy going left to right, but in like the distance, supposedly on the ISS. And before he even goes through like the connecting tube on the right hand side, he himself, you can see him just vanishing. He's not like going through it. He's not maneuvering through it. He's just vanishing from the video feed.
Right. Yeah, that one's not in here.
Yeah. And that one, I was like, there's no way.
That was a pretty strong one. Like, I don't know who brought that to the table, but I was like, oh shit. Probably Mike Helmlich. He's dead. Rest in peace, brother. But he was a graphics guy going back 90s. Yeah, he knew his stuff, man. He was on top of everything. He was like, this is a layering, and he had all the terminology and everything about it. And he would even show you how he could do it, and they did it.
Even though, especially the wire ones, like that middle one where he shows his friend pulling him on the wire and stuff, you see that all the time. Like their pants and their shirts are clearly being pulled somewhere, and even in space, like that can't happen. Supposedly,
is that gold, Paul? You get some gold in them rocks. What is that?
Back. That, gentleman, is petrified dinosaur shit.
That's the dinosaur shit. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, well,
phenomenal.
You found this. There was the gift shop souvenir, baby.
Isn't that funny? I believed it too. I was so proud when I was a kid to have that and show it to people.
Yeah.
Well, looking geode though.
Talking about that NASA stuff though, one of my favorite ones is when that guy's like he's trying to spin around and he gets like caught.
Oh yeah.
That one? Oh yeah.
And they never did it again after that.
Yeah. Live on TV. Yeah. But my favorite is definitely the top left. That's the one I went up against Scott Beach with, man. I was like, dude, watch this. All right. If they can do this, tell me what else they can't do. Okay?
Yes.
What about when
he tried to laugh it off, man. I remember him trying to laugh it off. He's like, well, NASA's they're kind of just nerds and I'm like, fuck
what
off.
about when the scuba tank guy goes past the hatch?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
so he vanishes.
That's a good one. But this one they actually did on purpose with the doll pulling it out of the air with the globe there. I mean, that is just gold, bro.
Again, revelation of the truth. They have to show you the truth before they lie to you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But yeah, I go up against any astronaut or any NASA person or anybody who wants to say that NASA's not faking shit. What the fuck is this? I mean, that is dead balls evidence that they can do shit.
I always ask,
what gets me about all that stuff, bro, is they leave that in there on accident. I mean, not on accident, on purpose.
On accident, on purpose.
It's almost like they're making fun of us, laughing at us.
Yeah, they have to.
If they wanted to, they could edit all that and they could clean it up, and we wouldn't ever see any of that shit. But they don't care.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Scott Beach is
it's almost like a barometer they have, right?
They're just kind of nerdy guys. They just do weird stuff, man. I'm like, dude, that's your defense. Your dad was an astronaut, fuck's sake. But they can do this, and they're not doing what else? They're doing the crazy hair in space.
Yeah, that's also the thing. They keep making it like, oh, look, her hair keeps flying straight up. It wouldn't do that in space. Her hair would just rest until it's moved, and then it would move in such a way.
Exactly.
Stay in such a way. Like, it hurts. Just the stupidity. Like, there's just so many proofs. Like, especially with Flat Earth, there's just so many obvious things. Like that moon picture System posted earlier. It's just like that alone literally proves we're not on a globe. But people just can't accept that. That's frustrating.
Well, this is the psychology that keeps me coming back. I don't know about you guys, but still studying it. And what is it that makes people hold on to their beliefs so tightly? They'll defend it with not even knowing anything about it. And that is just a psychological fucking dream to investigate.
I think it's because everyone subconsciously knows that if that means that all this is a lie and that's fake, flat Earth is real. And if flat Earth is real, that means there's a creator. And if there's a creator is real, then that means every action you've ever done, you are now responsible for.
Yeah, you gotta
People
own
do
it.
not want to be held responsible for their actions nowadays.
Nah, especially these days. Oh my goodness! Even the cocks like Bill Nye that said he said some stuff like to go out and get some free medical treatments they were giving out, but he was like totally like anybody that was against getting the free stuff was completely. They should be locked up in jail.
Oh yeah,
You're
it's just like on flat Earth, the violent, the vitriol and violence they showed towards people that were just like, no, thank you.
We're like, no, thanks. We don't want your free stuff. And they're like, well, you should be locked up in jail.
If someone has to pay you and give you all this free incentives and bonus stuff, especially coming from the government to get or do something, it's probably not a good idea to get or do it.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. So, yeah, just a little off topic, but it was kind of the same thing. The same
like the Tuskegee experiments.
But to watch them try to backtrack on that now is so cool. I love to watch their eyes because they know they fucked up and they're on the wrong side of science, man, literally.
And history.
And history, exactly. And it's fun to watch them try to wiggle out of what they said 2 years ago. It's funny. It's like, oh shit, you said that. We didn't know. We thought we knew, but we didn't know. But
how did you not know? I thought you said you did testing. You would know if you did testing. Are you now insinuating you didn't do testing? That sounds illegal.
It was a lot of data. We were moving at the speed of science. It was
I hated that phrase. I hated that phrase so much. The speed of science.
They tried to.
The masks was what was funniest to me. Because I did firefighting before the military, and like when we have all the wildfires here in California, like they're like, "Oh, put on a mask," but the particle size, like the particulate size from the smoke particles, is so small, it's going to get through most masks. Yeah, other than an N95 mask, and even then, some particulates are still going to get through. Yeah. The free stuff size that was supposed to be flown in the air was even a quarter smaller than that of smoke, which made it literally impossible to stop from almost anything other than a full-face respirator. So even the M95 would not work, and people are like, "No, it's going to help. It's not. I'm telling you right now. Like working in the medical field, this is not going to help."
How many of those things did you run in the parking lots, man? Just laying there.
Yeah, all over the place. Pollution.
I ran into 1,000, at least 1,000. I don't know about you guys. But
oh, I know. I'm guilty of at least 2 in anger, at least.
Oh, well, I would, I chuck them out. I'd just grab a handful and chuck them. That was
a difficult fight.
I'm like, dude, these things are floating down the river and they're everywhere, man. Oh shit. This is not good. And everybody was all worried about, the boogeyman.
It's all crazy. Yeah.
The boogeyman. And they would just, let this throw their shit out in the street. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Why would you do that?
Or they would touch their mask and then touch their face or touch other parts. It's like, congrats, now just spread it. Like, people don't understand virology and how stuff works. Like,
no, I had to become I spent 2 years looking into virology. I was like, oh my goodness, dude. Kind of checked out of flat Earth for a while. Like,
that's a rabbit hole within itself.
I was around and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta watch this 3-hour fucking interview with this doctor. Fuck. All right. But anyway, so yeah, we went through some stuff. So they faked the ISS stuff. Man, is so.
I love when someone tries to tell me, well, I saw the ISS with my own eye go across the moon. No, you didn't.
Oh, we had a guy last night, I think. Yeah, it might have been yesterday. Well, what's that thing that's flying in the sky above us?
Good question.
You guys got an answer for that? Like, really? Dude, have you been on the thing? No. Okay.
Well, anyone that tries to tell you they
know as much as I know about it, man. It's a fucking light in the sky as far as we can both fucking visualize, right? You
Well,
got that?
the approximate size of
This ain't no
the
fucking
ISS.
Hollywood movie, man.
Yeah, the approximate size is that of a 747, and you can barely see a 747 at its cruising altitude. So you're telling me at the height the ISS is supposed to be, you're going to see a plane that high in the sky? No, you're really not.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. I mean, it's a ridiculous distance. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, if a 747 flew over my head right now, which I've seen many of them, because I live near Los Angeles. There's a lot of them coming in. Yeah. I can see them, at 30 miles from my house, but they're coming in for a landing, so they're kind of lower on the horizon, man. I can, but once it's overhead, I can barely see it. It looks like looks like an ant, really, little teeny ant in the sky.
That thing is super bright too.
It is
so bright.
It's abnormally bright.
Isn't it funny how abnormally bright it is, but how lack of brightness the Earth gives off, apparently? Every other supposed planet in their system reflects the light back. Why doesn't Earth? We should reflect more, if anything.
Earth shine, we call it.
Right? Where's our Earth shine? I don't even think it's a fact issue nowadays. I think it's just a critical thinking issue with people anymore nowadays, because you only really need one of any of these many proofs that we throw out at people, and that literally destroys the entire globe. If one thing is wrong, everything is wrong. That's the problem with their math.
That is the problem with their math.
Everything is reliant upon each other to exist.
Everything is wrong. So Matthew Learns and I, on we did a solstice and I think equinox, we did both. And we measured the distance to the sun using angles to the sun from our location. Both times we came up with a distance to the sun using math of like about 3,400, 3,500 miles, roughly. Give or take 50, 60 miles, whatever. And it was like 3477, and then it was like 3545, something like that. Anyway, it was just math, baby. We calculated a distance to an object in the sky. Ain't nobody can do better than that, dude. Ain't nobody got a tape measure going, hey, check it out. That's it. That was all we did. Calculation. It was math. It wasn't a reality. Dude, all I know is, man, the sun's, when it's closer, it's hotter. When it's farther away, it's colder. It's just like a campfire to me, man.
It's like that old phrase that used to exist but seems to have like disappeared now with pseudoscience, which is, well, it'll work on paper.
It works on paper, right?
That old phrase, it works on paper. So it's never been tested or experimented, but the numbers are right. That's what all their math basically is.
On paper, baby. I love that. Yeah. Everything works on paper, dude.
And that's basically the excuses a lot of these globers have been using, dude, or, like the arguments. Yeah.
A 7-speed automatic transmission works good on paper, bro. But let me see you build one of them, motherfucker. That is some wicked shit, man. Super wicked. Gears turning every which way you can think of. Pretty cool shit. But somebody built one. We can check it out. It's guaranteed. 100%. Right. I guarantee it does actually work. But
hey, Bob Lazar, get on it. You built a water car, built a 7 speed.
Lazar was the
UFO
one guy, right? Yeah. I remember him on Coast to Coast.
His hydrogen car though was cool. I was interested in that.
Well, that was another guy. That was the
well, he also had a rocket.
Myers. It was Myers. Something Myers.
Did he just pass away not too long after he created his thing?
Yeah, he
supposedly
he had an accident or something right after he was like showing that to the world. Yeah,
just like everyone else that discovers cool free shit.
I'm driving from here to California to New York on like 100 gallons of water, bro. What do you got? And I was
I've always wondered about airships too. Like, why'd we get rid of those? You know, they said, "Oh, you know, the Hindenburg." Yeah, but you know,
that was the
just feels like
excuse to get rid of them.
That feels like a false flag / like it only went wrong because someone made it go wrong kind of deal.
Yeah, that was really like early in the 20s, right? 30s.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just. I remember seeing that the first a couple of times when I was younger, man. Even like at school, they would show that. It was like
the potentiality for
film.
transport and
Literally,
travel.
we had like film. We had a film projector in school when I was in school, and yeah, they would bring in the Hindenburg, you know, like because it was some pretty dramatic footage at the time.
Growing up, they always try to put these traumatic historical events in front of us to almost like deter us away from certain ways of thinking and certain technologies and certain things. I've noticed. I mean, that's just as a history nerd, you know, that's just something I've picked up on.
Yeah,
like mainstream archaeology. No, we can't accept anything new we're finding. You know, we got to stick to the status quo.
Oh, the archaeological finds that I've been looking at for the last few years, and people are coming up with all kinds of crazy stuff, and I'm like, oh man, ooh, it's being shook up as much as the fucking space heads, man. I mean, the archaeological guys are going fucking hog wild, and then you get the architects that are just going stupid wild because of the Tartaria shit, man. So yeah, there's a lot of battles going on out there over what the hell we live on, how it was, who built it, how they built it. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on out here, boys and girls.
Oh yeah.
Then they want to throw in, AI and all kinds of stupid, crazy stuff. Fucking transhumanism and fucking climate this and yeah, we got a lot of work. There's a lot of shit getting thrown at us. We'll get through it. Man. They're throwing fastballs. We're fucking hitting them out of the park, man. Just takes a little time. Some dinosaur poop souvenir. That's fucking 70 million years old. Poop, dude. How dare you? 70 million years ago. Dinosaurs. Right on, man. Cool story, bro. What do you got to back that up? I got some bones here, maybe there. I got a femur. I got a rib bone. I got a rib bone. Yeah. Yeah, the whole dinosaur thing was pretty cucky, man, as far as like who came in and controlled the narrative. There was a couple of guys early on that were like late 1800s. They were figuring that out. But it's a long process to go back and look at all that shit. But yeah, it seems pretty contrived to me. Pretty contrived. All right. Where's the YouTubers? We got Greg T. The Hood. That's it. Greg T. to Hood. All right. It's a 24/7 flat earth Discord, man. You don't know what you're going to get at what time of day. If it's going to be slow or just crazy people dropping in left and right. You don't know. But there are some people around here, man, that are trying to promote this Discord on other platforms. And I think that's a good idea, man. Get on as many as we can, I've talked to doctors in here, dentists. I've talked to satellite engineers, pilots. I mean, some serious guys, man. Know their shit, right? And yet, not a lot of them are. In fact, none of them can come in here and go, "Hey, man, I have a direct measurement of this curvature, bitch. I got it." And nobody's ever come in here and goes, "There's your curvature right here, guys. I know you guys been asking for it. I got it." And we've tried, and we begged, and I've talked to, like I said, the top of the top, the physicists, the scientists, and it's all a bunch of hooey. What were you going to say, bro?
Oh, it was irrelevant. I forgot, but it was irrelevant.
Right on. I love irrelevancy most of the time.
It's one of those comments where it's like cool to add in, but even if it's not there, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember. It was you're talking about curvature, and how that brings up, the horizon to them would be 1.2 to 3 miles out. But we clearly can see farther than that. That alone, that simple concept. How do you not understand? Like, I clearly can see over 100 miles.
Mm-hmm.
I should only be able to see 3 at max by your math. How is this possible?
Right. I caught a guy on BitChute today, of all places, man. He went out. He was shooting Catalina Island, which is from where he was at. It was it's like almost 80 miles. It's like 78 miles away, and he could see the whole fucking island. And according to the globe math, and he had all this, he goes, "Dude, use the curve calculator, man. Don't trust me." And he put it all on the screen, and he's like, "Dude, it should be like 90% of the island should be hidden at 78 miles." And he's like, "Dude, I can see the whole fucking island. That's it." And he goes, "Dude, man, I got a lot of work to do." And he was talking to the camera. He's like, "Dude, I can't believe what I'm seeing, man." And he goes, This is blowing my mind, man. I know using the Earth curve calculator, I shouldn't be seeing this." And it was kind of his waking moment where he visualized it for the first time. And it was pretty cool, man. So yeah,
I love seeing people wake up. It's such a great feeling.
Mm-hmm. We've had a few in there this year, man.
I've been trying to get my dad real hard into it, just because he works for Northrop Grumman. And they do they do satellites and stuff. And I'm just like, look at your math that you're doing. Like, look at all this stuff. It doesn't add up to what we can observe and what's going on. And stuff.
Exactly.
He's like, yeah, but come on, they do satellites. They're a big military company. Blah blah. It's like, okay, and that doesn't make you wonder? Slightest?
Well,
but I think he's slowly getting into it, because he was like, "Hey, you got anything cool or any more things you want to send over and stuff?" So I think slowly but surely he's starting to warm up to it.
Mm-hmm. I like that, man.
Yeah.
He'll get there. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to jeopardize his job. And
that's the big thing. I think that's what holds him back. He's just like, I work for a company. How can I work for a company and have a different belief?
Yeah, you can't. That's not going to go over well.
Yeah.
Hey, man, be a team player, bro, man. It's a globe, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll go with the globe thing, man. How much you paying me? Yeah, okay. Cool,
all right.
So yeah, it works both ways, but maybe after a couple more years or something, man, he'll.
All right, I'm sure when he retires or something, then he'll probably be more willing.
Yeah.
And open. He's into other stuff too. It's not that he's not into he definitely doesn't trust the government and all that stuff. He agrees with 95% of everything else we believe in here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just come on, man. If you're that far, you can't just take that last step. Come on.
Yeah, we had a guy come in here, man, a couple years ago, maybe. It's like, dude, my dad worked for the satellite company, and he built all these satellites. That's all he did his whole life. And one day, man, he got invited to some warehouse, and he goes, he went in, and he got some secret clearance, or one of his buddies got him in, whatever, doesn't matter. But he's like, dude, all his satellites he built are sitting in a warehouse. And after that, he goes, dude, man, my dad was a complete fucking disaster. I mean, he went fucking. He told me the story, and then after that, he just became just so withdrawn and fucking depressed and just completely racked. I mean, can you imagine,
And
your
it's
life's work, dude.
He's just sitting there.
He goes, dude, my dad was just fucked. And I was like, oh, shit.
All they are replacements, because they don't have like an emergency package to protect them when they fall down after, their balloon, expires or pops. So those are literally just replacements for whatever needs to be replaced.
Well, my favorite one was the Samsung selfie satellite. That's my all-time favorite so far. I haven't found a better one, but I actually watched the promo when they were actually doing the first satellite Spaceys selfies. And it was like a giant, Hollywood show on stage, and they're, bringing up these, models, actresses, I don't know, they were like supermodels or whatever. And they took the first selfie satellite picture, and then I don't know if you saw the drawings of what they call the CGI version of the selfie satellite versus the actual one that crashed back down on the ground.
I think someone posted like the article versus like the image they showed, and they're completely different than what's
completely different, right? I mean, it was like day and night difference. And it was made out of like just some shitty material. It was hanging on a fucking balloon, man. Just like, yes, thank you, God, for that one, man. That is, I will bring that up to anybody, anywhere, anytime, man. The Samsung selfie satellite is such a bust. It's like as far as satellite goes, it's my favorite bust. 100%. You're done. You're over. You got nothing. You're kaput.
Flip it and ship it, baby.
There ain't no fucking defense for this shit. There's zero. And it's my favorite, man. Thank you. Thank you, God, for that one. That's a dead giveaway, man. Yeah, dead giveaway. Did you guys ever hear that song, Dead Giveaway?
Dead giveaway. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Dead giveaway. Yeah, you remember. I'm glad you remembered, man. Thank you. Dude, that was like the first mashup, one of the first mashups I ever saw. And I was like, oh, fuck, that they mashed that into a song? That was like a mainstream news story, man. They mashed it into it. I was like, fuck off. That's fucking awesome, man. And it did go viral, man. That thing got fucking probably 1 billion views by now, man. And it was just insane. I remember that thing blowing up. I'm like, oh, fuck. And it was, it was nicely done, man. But yeah, those were the days back then. Early mashup days.
90s and early 2000s were
killer mashups, bro. People were doing so creative shit, man. I'm like, fuck yeah. Love it. And I don't know if it was Witsit I was talking with the other night, but it's like, dude, man, we got to have more humor in Flat Earth, man. We got to have a lot more humor and make fun of these guys. They're being ridiculous, man. I mean, come on. And I couldn't agree more, man. I do love the humor part of the argument, because it's like, you really believe you're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour right now? Really? I mean, honestly, do you feel any of that movement? Zero. That's what I thought. Zero. And it's just a crazy claim, man. Stand there and go, yeah, we're shooting through space for millions of miles. No, he ain't shooting through fuck all, man. This place is stationary as fuck all, man.
Big chillin'.
Yeah, I'm in the rocking chair of the flat Earth at this point. I'm like, come on, you guys got to do better than shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. I mean, I understand you have to stick to the claim, but your evidence is falling a little short, pal.
You're looking a little light there, buddy.
Look a little light on the evidence, bro. Oh, it's a whole fucking. Not only a little light, man. It's a whole lot light. Because you ain't got.
Is this speculation Sunday?
He's talking about the Earth, man. Earth presents itself as in reality that is not in your imagination. I guarantee.
I always find the concept so interesting. How everyone could be looking at the same reality but seeing a different movie.
That's even.
I'm sorry. Did you think I was challenging you when I said that, dude? I wasn't.
Oh man.
I wasn't talking about. Okay, I was just asking because I wanted to start speculating on something. But
Oh, I know. Trust me, I love speculation.
Oh shit, we kind of touched a little bit earlier, man. We were talking about the whole shit show that went down for the last 3 years, but we kind of
ancient civilizations.
Ancient civilization.
we were talking about satellites, and I keep thinking about that fucking stupid satellite however many weeks or months ago that they said was Chinese. Yeah, I keep thinking, why did they do that?
It was the Chinese balloon satellites.
It's the revelation of the method. They have to tell you the truth before they lie to you. So they plainly came out and said, "Oh, it's a Chinese satellite." They just confirmed
on a balloon, on a fucking balloon.
You know what's funny too is all the news reports I saw about that. Nobody really mentioned the balloon at all and explained why it's on a balloon, or even asked, hey, what the fuck? Why is it on a... Nobody said anything about the balloon.
It's like the Emperor's News Closed. We're going to call it a satellite, but just not acknowledge the balloon attached to it.
Dude, what a fucking shit show.
And nothing's an accident, right? So they did that on purpose and showed it to us on purpose.
I know they did it on purpose, man. That was a complete... we call that the Edward Bernays of satellites right there, man. That was...
By words or spelling, because you can create different meanings by just putting a different word in a different spot.
But then Edward Bernays would have been proud of the old Chinese satellite. It's not on a balloon. Don't mention that. Yeah, don't... But they did mention it quite a few times in the mainstream. They did mention it.
They did touch on that? And did they say why it's on a balloon?
No, they would just like, spy satellite. It's a balloon satellite or something. They actually mentioned it here and there, but
they tried not to.
But at the same time, man, they got to tell it a little bit of the truth. A little bit. Like 90% lies, 10% truth, or something. I don't know what their code of ethics are, but it's something like that. They got to throw.
It was such a funny thing, man.
It was really funny.
And just out of this shit just happens out of the blue. One day you wake up, turn on the TV, and you see some crazy shit like that. And you're like,
and then that makes you wonder, why did they want me to see this? What am I not supposed to be seeing?
Right. And why did it have to be Chinese?
I think that every time when I see a mainstream news story, even hitting the truther channels, they're talking about it. I'm like, all right, I probably should be looking for something else, man. Where am I missing this, man?
Right.
I got to go look. Oh shit! They just passed a bill that says that you can masturbate in public. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Something crazy like. Just out of the blue, man. They'll just throw something. It just gets put under the radar for a while, man. Apparently, man, there was something about the president of the United States. His son had some problems, and then all of a sudden, man, there was like this Titanic exploration thing that went down and didn't go so well. It went bad. And that was like the main headline for 3, 4, 5 days, man. Maybe a whole week.
Did they pass a bill about public masturbation? Does that mean I'm not going to get arrested every weekend?
Exactly. You can do it freely now, PMAC.
Oh, bro, you could just go to San Francisco and do that and they won't stop you.
Fantastic. I'm moving to America.
Can I say it's entirely possible that whole submarine thing is a complete hoax?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, you can. I would agree with that. Today I watched some video of them pulling the wreckage onto the boat, man. It was some suspicious looking wreckage, man.
I'll tell you right now, if the bodies aren't, or if the bones are not in there, you can tell it's a fake. Because if anything, the bones should still be in there. If anything.
Well, it was just pieces, dude. It was like...
Oh, that's convenient.
It was like 12, 15 pieces, man. They're pulling out like big giant chunks.
And all these people that went on it just happened to have enough money that if they just never wanted to show their face again, they could.
It's weird, man.
Something to put out there.
It's kind of weird, man. I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
when it was going down, man.
Like that all the time.
Hang on. What would be the point of the hoax?
Distraction
From a different story, man.
From something they don't want you, just something else they don't want you to see. Who knows? I mean, we had a whole world's worth of things happening all at the same exact time at once.
Yeah, there was.
No, I understand that, but a couple of rich guys
And
going to
humans
look
want to
for
explore. Humans want to explore, right? And they want to keep us from exploring where we live. So that's a good deterrent too. They say, hey, look, this ain't as easy as you think it is. You can't just build a sub and, go wherever you feel like it. This shit is dangerous. Look, these guys died.
If you put in my mind, what the 2 and 2, the 2 and 2s I put together are all right. NASA started off as a sea exploration, organization, and then just started pushing up above. Even nowadays, they're like, oh, let's go here, let's go there, but right below us here on Earth, they're like, don't go below, you'll die. Oh, don't go here, you'll get crushed. You can't go this deep. Like, why are they pushing? Stay away from what's here on Earth so away, but trying to push this just go here, go where you can't reach, and you'll never be able to reach. It's interesting. They keep trying to divert your eyes away from places.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't go there, it's too cold. Don't go there, it's too hot.
You're telling me all these countries at war all can synonymously agree, no one can go to Antarctica. You could be at each other's throat. I hate you, you hate me, I wish you were dead, but no one's going to Antarctica.
That's a dead giveaway, man.
Dead giveaway.
No, I get what you're saying, because one of the things that occurred to me is the space program, where America and Russia were fighting proxy wars on Earth, and everybody hated each other. And the next thing you know, they're smacking each other's butts up on the ISS, going "Good job, bro," and talking in Russian.
Good
you guys hit each other.
Good to see you. Yeah, vodka.
Yeah.
You know why they're celebrating? Because they just successfully pulled the wool over everyone's fucking eyes. That's why they're celebrating.
Yeah. Dead giveaway. Hey man, there's some land over here, bro. Man, you guys want to just make a treaty? Everything's cool. We don't have, nobody conquers it. No wars. No, you guys aren't gonna fight over this land over here. Yeah. We're down with that. Okay, let's do that. Meanwhile, Russia's like, you Ukrainian bitches, you fucking owe me, motherfuckers. Wait a minute. Fuck, man. What about having the treaty, bro? Man, what's up, man? What's up with the treaty?
Well, that's the thing. Again, this is according to mainstream news. Take it or leave it how you will, grain of salt. But, Russia's been trying to say, we want to pull out of the Antarctic Treaty. People are more about that.
They want to.
Yeah.
Key word there. They want to. They should.
Just find it interesting. They're starting to bring. I just find that
they're threatening. They're bringing it to light. When they start saying they're threatening to get out, and you got to take them real serious.
I don't even care about all that. I just think the fact that they're bringing up the treaty into modern day news is very interesting. So people are going to probably wonder, well, what is that?
Hang on, that's the thing? I never heard that. The Russians are actually talking about putting out the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah. I heard that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, it was a while ago. It's not modern news. It's 3 weeks old, dude. Fuck, man.
How is it a threat? I'm confused.
Well, because if legalese-wise, if you want to get into it, if one country fucks it up, everything becomes free game down there. All it takes is for one person to disrupt the entire thing.
Okay, and it'll make the whole contract null and void, but just by one person?
Yep, and it becomes a free-for-all.
Gotcha.
And you have to think all these countries have all their these military bases down there and stuff. It would be nasty if it became a free for all. It'd be like, good luck.
Down there.
Down there.
Down there.
Yeah, down. Anything considered away from the north, which would be the center. So if you're looking.
Okay, no, I thought you were pushing on the globe.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at a table at a flat map. Like,
speaking of Russia, you know when you see they do those like military parades and they show these big trucks rolling down the street with what looks like, I don't know, a giant missile on the back of them.
Yeah.
Is that just a big septic tank? Like what is that?
well, in some of the North Korean videos, it absolutely is like cardboard and stuff. Like they've shown, it's just like, oh, that's embarrassing. But
yeah,
when have those ever been used, bro? It's just
don't mess with us.
Like, how many resources? Yeah, how many resources and how much funding are we wasting on all these weapons to kill each other that we just are never going to use? Like, it's. I know it's a scam, but like, it's clearly such a fucking scam.
I say they probably don't even work.
No, they're using them now, man. They're just.
Well, technically, according to the science, they shouldn't because they have to go up into space in orbit and then come down and stuff. So it couldn't work.
Wait, but don't Russia have a hypersonic missile there or something?
Yeah, it flies close to the land. On a horizontal plane, ironically.
Gotta calculate for the curvature and all that.
And refraction, right? And that's the thing. How come weapon optics don't ever have to take into consideration refraction? That's a fucking big one I just came to realize. Holy shit.
I got a copy of a book this guy wrote called Flat Pilled. Mike Montier. Anyway, one of the first things he writes in the book, man, was something about the fucking radar. They could see the radar of the Japanese planes attacking Pearl Harbor from 137 miles away.
I feel like I've heard something similar to that.
And I was like, what?
I know, I've heard that we knew they were coming, but nothing was done about
137 miles out, man. That gives you, those planes fly probably like, what 150?
Even then, you're telling me there was not even a fishing boat or something off the shore? You're telling me there was no one paying attention to the horizon at all?
137 miles out, they say, like, oh shit, there's a bunch of planes coming our way.
Yeah, you would think one doesn't simply drop a whole plane, squadron on top of an island like that.
I mean,
just out of
137 miles, if the radar is on like the highest peak of Oahu, it's still, I mean, there's curvature issues, man. There's a lot of curvature issues, is what I'm saying.
That's the old Pearl Harbor. There's been a new one since then.
Well, and the idea too to put almost every one of your entire naval fleet in one spot during a time of fucking war. Even though we weren't in war at the time, but still, you take your entire naval fleet and put it in one spot.
Well, not entirely. All the aircraft carriers were to sea. All the ships that mattered weren't actually in Pearl Harbor. Those were old ships, almost ready for the wrecking.
That's right. They were like ready for the wrecking anyway. Yeah. They were like, that was old, some old shit from like World War One. It was World War One ships, man.
Yeah, the ships that mattered weren't there. They were out to sea in a fleet, a couple of fleets.
Anyway. Yeah, I looked into that. I'm like, Pearl Harbor, what a shit show. That's like 9/11. The day that will live in infamy. That's what they said about Pearl Harbor. And now we got 9/11. We will never forget. But
where were you when 9/11 happened? I was taking a shit.
Building 7, forget about it. Forget about it. Anyway, funny stuff. So the world is not what it seems, man. And most of us in here know about that, but people out there hanging out, man, maybe might need some help figuring out where the hell
the world is definitely not what it seems.
Not what it seems, people.
You know what's a funny one too that nobody ever talks about anymore is SEAL Team 6 and that amazing mission to kill the bad guy. Dude,
that's so funny. Sorry, any DNA? No, we buried him.
Save that one for Sunday, man.
We dumped him in the ocean.
Yeah,
save that one for Sundays. It'd be perfect, man. That SEAL Team 6, I'd be all over that one, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, the guy
I
actually
got
wrote
some
a letter.
interesting stuff pertaining to that.
He wrote a letter to his dad. Says, "Dad, there's something not right here. There's something not right."
He's
And they put
probably
him up
out
the
in an
chinook.
island. He's probably out in an island in like a.
Yeah, save that shit, man. Save it. That's good stuff, bro. I mean, that makes me smile. Like, oh shit, yeah.
Speculation Sunday or something.
Yeah, Sunday. Save that one, man.
They throw so much shit at us. It's hard to fucking remember it all.
It's impossible to remember.
That's
it all.
part of their game.
That is the Bernays way of doing stuff, man. Confuse them. Yeah, just keep it going, man.
Well, that's what they've been doing. They've been shortening everyone's attention span.
Yeah,
most people at least.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Attention spans.
I'm just kidding.
Attention spans is like 27 seconds, man.
I'm sorry. What did you say? I can't remember.
He's fucked.
What? Hold on.
He's
Let me
one of
Google.
them.
Let me Google
He's
it.
one of them.
Let me Google it.
What am I, goldfish?
I know everything. I have Google. Bitches.
Yeah, but gravity.
Are you guys You guys don't believe Google? What's wrong with you guys?
Just gonna call them gravity goldfish from now on.
What's at the edge?
Oh my god!
Do you guys remember there was actually a guy that came in here and said like 20 years ago, him and a friend actually measured the Earth, but he couldn't share, all the numbers and shit that he wrote down because someone broke into his house and
My
stole
dog ate my homework. That Mongo. Yeah, I remember that guy. That was like, oh shit.
That
Really?
sounds like some good trolling there, bro.
I did. Yeah, it was. He was laughing the whole time. I'm like,
And everyone stood up and clapped.
was that the something dog? Remember?
I can't remember.
Something dog. I remember dog was in his name. Yeah. Anyway, should have been Troll Dog, but yeah, he was funny, man. I'll give you guys the numbers, man. And I kept posting mine and Matthew Learns Math. I kept posting it in the live stream, man. He never mentioned it once, man. I'm like, dude, here's the math, what you did, by the way. But yeah, it was just a calculation of an angle to an object in the sky. That was it. It was just a fucking.
What did you say it was again when you did it? You said was it
3470. The last one we did was 3477. The one before that was like 3500 something. So yeah, it was a little bit of a give or take on our calculations. One was equinox, one was a solstice. So anyway. Just some math with a math professor, for fuck's sake. That's all. I was like, yeah, dude, let's do it together. Let's do it. And we had to assume our latitude. Exactly. To even start the fucking measurement. But you just got a latitude that was given to us. And so we had to assume that we were on this latitude.
What does that break down to in feet?
Once you get the latitude and at high noon, or you measure a distance of a shadow, and then you get a measurement of the shadow, and then you can do all kinds of calculations, man. You can calculate the shit out of those two numbers. Fuck. Hell yeah. So anyway. Calculations, mathematics. It's not reality. What we observe in reality, man, is the sun's closer, it's hot, man. Farther away, it's cold. Oh, shit. That's weird. That's like a fire. Yeah. It's kind of like a campfire. I like that.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Fuck off.
I love that, man. Back off. Back off.
Back off. Hey, man. I would. Most of my heritage is English. Most of it, yeah, I'd say.
What?
My heritage. I'm mostly English, bro. Mostly.
I'm sorry about that.
I know it's a sad thing to be, but I grew up in California. My mom's from Texas, and my grandmother they taught me how to speak. Basically, was from New York. So fuck off. It just feels right, feels right. So, but that's part of the English thing too, is tell them to fuck off, right? It's kind of.
Yeah, I do it with my friends. I have a friend. I say to him, Chris, do me a favor. Do me a favor, would you? He goes, what? Fuck off. Fuck off.
It's like a gesture almost in England. Yeah. And the C word. It could be, you guys throw that around a little bit there too, man. Fuck. Anyway.
Cabbage?
Cabbage, yes. Cabbage and carnivorous.
Carnivorous, yeah. Yeah, we use them a lot. Yep.
Use a carnivorous? Yes.
Yeah, when I like to...
I really, P-Mag, man, I really love country music, okay? What? What are you laughing at? Country music.
I like your controversial opinions.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Got some opinions. No, man, my boys in England, man, that word flies left and right. I'm both sexes too, man. Male and female. There's only two, man. Last time I checked. Yeah, the girls like to use that word too, man. In England, yeah, they love country music in England. Guaranteed. I don't know. It's just a thing. It's a thing, man. I don't get it. I didn't grow up there, but I can relate.
It's the one word I hardly ever use because there's something bad about it, but only to describe somebody that I really don't like.
Right. That's the point, man. There are words that we can use to describe somebody we don't like fuck off. Yeah, I love that.
You're fucking cabbage.
One word. And
yeah, you're a fucking cabbage.
You're a fuck off cabbage. So yeah, there are these wonderful things they do in the UK that we don't get to do here in America, man. We don't get to do that shit, but you guys get to rock it, man. Damn.
Yeah, but we don't get to walk around with guns on our hips, so.
Well, you'll get there. Hey, we got somebody with no rolls up in here, man.
Hey, new person. Welcome.
We got Chris Stickbeats. Chris Stickbeats. What's up, Chris? Crisp. What's up, Crisps? Can somebody unmute him, or we have to go through the whole check-in? What do we got to do, man? Any
Stick Beats.
Yeah, done. Done? Hey, Chris. Yeah. What's up? Welcome.
I'm just listening, bro.
Right on, man. You sound like you're fucking upside down on the globe. Are you?
Yeah, mate. As bottom as you can get.
I love it. Did I nail it, Timbo? Man, shit. I can pick that shit up now, man. Thank you, Timbo. Where you at? Like Melbourne or Sydney? Where you at?
New Zealand. Auckland.
Oh, New Zealand?
Yeah, he's on the other side of the Dutch.
Yeah, mate. Fuck those Australian cunts, mate. Full of shit.
Likes the Dutch.
There's that word again.
You hear that, Timbo? He used the C word to describe Australians. Fucking cabbage.
It's a friendly term in the south, mate.
No, this is the thing about Australia. No, saying a cunt in Australia means fuck all.
Hey, I use the word mongos. I use the word mongos a lot, because I got some mongos in the UK, bro.
Well, hello.
Yeah, there's one of my mongos right there, man.
Yeah,
T-Mac for sure.
He's gone, man. I don't know what happened to him.
Scared him
Silly
off.
cunt.
Fucking cunt.
Hey, Timbo. Did you hear the two facts about?
Fucking Australian cunts. How's that?
Did you hear the two facts about koala bears, Timbo?
What?
I'll let you guys.
There's two facts. No, I found this out. There's two facts about koala bears. Fact number one: you can get chlamydia if a koala bear scratches you. Fact number two: your wife won't believe you.
Yeah, there is a chlamydia problem with the koalas.
That's a fact.
Can't believe that guy just jumped like that.
So I watched a.
Well, he's from New Zealand anyway, so he gives a shit.
I watched a video today of a guy who was trying to feed a bear like a McDonald's hamburger, and the fucking bear would not eat it. And this guy was like the trainer of the bear. He hung out with the bear. I mean, they were like doing bear hugs. Yeah. And the fucking bear wouldn't eat that shit, bro. He's like, nah, that shit. I'm not eating that shit, man. Get it out of here. I thought that was pretty cool. Anyway, it was a short little segment with the guy with the bear. Giant bear, man. Anyway, there are amazing people out there that do amazing shit right here on Earth. But there aren't amazing people that go to outer space, man. I'm sorry. Those people do not exist. Those are not reality people.
My dog used to do the same thing, dude. When he was a puppy, I used to feed him, an all raw meat diet. And whenever anybody would ever try to give him table scraps or a French fry, he wouldn't eat it because he didn't recognize it as a food item.
Right.
And he would never eat shit like that ever.
No. So
haven't you ever seen that McDonald's burger that somebody kept for like I don't know how many years, and it never
like 10 years in the closet, like in a shoebox. She pulls it out. It's like,
oh, the earth is round.
It looks exactly like the same fucking hamburger that they just made yesterday. Yeah.
It sounds about right, but he could possibly have trained the bear not to eat the burger to make it,
Right. You're right. But
don't you dare touch that burger.
No, I don't think it's that. I think the burger's just fucking disgusting.
The burger is just completely synthetic fucking everything.
Yeah, the guy had it for like I don't know how many years, or the lady or whatever.
It's weird, man.
And it was like still like it looked like it came.
Yeah.
It looked like it came out from like the fucking.
If it doesn't rot, there's no organic material in it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm amazed they're even in business anymore. Anytime I've ever eaten McDonald's, afterwards, it's you get this awful feeling. I feel like shit after I eat McDonald's. It's horrible. I want to fucking stick my finger down my throat and throw up.
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago, man. I was on a camping trip with a couple of buddies, man, and we were like, dude, let's hit McDonald's. All right, get some fries and some. Dude, all three of us became like extremely exhausted all at the same time. And I'm like, what's the fucking chances, man? I mean, we're all getting good night's sleeps. We're all, drinking the same water or whatever. But we got poisoned, man, so bad. It was like 20 years ago. That's when I'm like, I'll never eat that shit again. Because we all became like lethargically like tired. It was just like, dude, what the fuck was in that shit, man? Something fucking stupid. All right.
Danny was popping in here.
Who's popping?
Danny 75. He popped in and then disappeared.
Danny 57?
Yeah, whoever he is.
Oh, that's the astronomer. Yeah, he dropped in, dropped down. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, bro. He's just cruising around servers, see what's going on. He's not going to talk to my ass because I'll just keep calling him out. He's like, he probably saw me in here. Like,
you guys kicker.
Nope.
Yeah, Danny ain't gonna fucking come over here with this fucking kooky math bullshit. Hey, guess what? That light in the sky that's next to that light sky in the sky is 400 fucking years apart, dude. Or what? The light. Let me get this straight, Danny. The light in the sky that I see two lights, right? Two stars. One of them's 400 years older than the other light. Is that what you're fucking telling me, Danny? Yeah, fuck off. You ain't telling me that bullshit, man. That's what you're telling me? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. That's what he would end up with me. Thanks, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Danny 57. Come on.
The light that you are seeing existed long before the Earth, but you're looking at it from the Earth, which wasn't here.
Pay no attention that everything's supposed to be evenly distributing. It stays in the same spot.
Yeah, we've been measuring that shit for hundreds of thousands of years, and nothing's changed.
We have been looking at the fucking lights in the sky for a really long time, and nothing's changed.
Yeah.
However, you can come in here, Danny, and say, that light that you're seeing on the left is 400 years older than the light on the right. What?
And you measure that?
Fuck off, man.
Or is that one of those, well, it works on paper moments?
What do you exactly? That's it. Works on fucking paper bullshit.
Works on paperism.
Works in the computer fucking layout. But
Colorism. Don't forget colorism.
Oh man.
It's a different color.
It's a different color. It's not red, it's blue. If it's not blue, it's red, and the red's in the. And I gotta take a shit. You know, when it's red and blue, I gotta take a shit because it shifts. You know, when it shifts, you gotta take a shit, and that's all there is to it. That's it. Red and blue shit, I call it. What do you got? What color's your shit? Your colored shit is blue today? Yeah, okay.
There's someone with some interesting roles in here called Gibby. Are you there, Gibby?
What's up, Gib?
Yeah, I'm kind of not in the mood to talk today at the moment. I just got off playing Valorant and I'm like scheming angry. So I kind of just want to chill and listen into the Discord today. If that's all right.
I didn't understand a word. I don't understand a word you said.
I'll give them a too long didn't read for you. He had a really bad game at night, and he'd rather just relax and sit down and listen to us talk than have to like interact because he doesn't want to like blow up. I get it fully.
Thank you.
I lost my Diablo 4 character tonight, so I get it.
Oh my god, is that even a game, Valorant?
Yes.
It's like Fortnite.
It's a competitive shooter.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, PMac.
I got you. I got you, Gibby.
I got you, PMac.
Thanks.
I'm just trying to,
You're just trying to take a piss. I get it.
I'm just trying to make Gibby defend his game. Like I just say,
Oh no, I fucking hate the game. But it's the only fun game I have right now. So
you fucking hate it now because you fucking suck at it, bro.
Yeah, I do suck at it. That's why I'm not playing it at the moment.
Exactly. You got put the controller down.
You sympathy party? Yeah, it's kidding.
Crack a beer or something, man. Come on.
Oh, fuck, that's a great idea. I got a beer downstairs. I'll be right back. That's a great idea.
I'm sorry you suck at Valorant, Gibby.
Yeah, I do
beer,
too.
man. You'll be all right, man.
You'll be better tomorrow, I swear to God.
Hey, is that game played on a flat surface or a round or a spherical surface?
All games are flat, man. Come on. All games are flat. Video
Jesus, hey, Timbo, why you have to get so philosophical, man?
Because I saw what you were trying to do. You were trying to egg him on into a conversation. He
was trying.
You were trying
I'm
to
making
divert-
him angry.
He's not. Hey, P Mac, we don't have to fuck around with these guys, man. We can just tell them to fuck off. But
shut up, you cabbage.
shut up, you cabbage. Hey, but at the same time, man, it is kind of funny to egg them on sometimes, man. That's great fun.
That's what I do,
we
man.
call- It's called banter here in America. I don't know if you guys.
Same here.
Just ribbing you a little bit.
Just revving you, kind of poking the bear a little, kind of having some fun. And
Yeah,
that-
we
that
speak
is-
English too, mate.
That is a very healthy thing to do, man, is to have banter. Especially in this fucking forum, man. You got to have some fucking banter. And that's okay. And I'm down with it. But when it crosses the line into ugliness, that's when it's fucking like, whoa, where did you just go with that, man? Whoa, you crossed the line. There is a line on banter. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be ugly about banter. You can be fun with it, but you don't want to be ugly. And I've seen a lot of people go super ugly with the banter shit, man, and I hate that. Just don't do that, man. I mean, I don't have to go like stupid and start calling everybody assholes and fucktards and everything else, man. But I've seen guys do it. They don't know where the line is, man, to try to poke some fun or, really fucking dig a knife in and fucking turn it. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
What's his name the other day found QE's button real quick. Oh boy. That was funny.
Yeah. You can get destroyed by QE real quick, man. You get destroyed.
Iban.
And yeah, he don't fuck around, man. He'll stick it in, turn it. But he'll turn it for the flat earth. He ain't turning it for the globe, man. Fucking yeah. And that, when the truth hurts, man, it hurts. I mean, you got 4 or 5 PhD level physicists saying, hey, man, this is the way things work. Not to appeal to consensus, but these are things you can check out for yourself. You don't have to believe any of us. You don't have to believe any of us, man.
Yeah, but see, that takes work and effort to actually do that stuff, and they don't want to take the time and effort to actually do stuff.
Yep. So, they might not have the resources to do it, but most likely, man, you got a table, penny laying around, and you can watch things observably disappear bottom up on a fucking flat table. You can do it. You can do it with your naked eye. You can lay on the ground. You can lay on the ground, put your eyeball on the ground. How the fuck far can you see at the horizon? How far can you see? If you're laying on the ground, I did a 15-foot room. I could not see the edge of my baseboard when I put my eyeball on the ground, and I was only like 15 feet away. That's it. I laid my eyeball down. I'm like, nope, I cannot see the edge of that baseboard where the caulking is. There's a nice little white line. I couldn't see it. 15 feet away, man. I'm like, shit disappears bottom up. No shit. It's called perspective. Fuck. Who would have thought? What a shit show. Now you're going to completely divert perspective angular resolution. You're going to completely divert it into refraction. Really? And now I can see buildings I shouldn't see from 58 miles away. Nah, I shouldn't see most of those buildings. And well, the reason you do is because of refraction. Guaranteed. 100%. Every time. Well, that's interesting. Which way you want to play it, boys and girls? Which way you want to play it? Because you're going to play it both ways. I get it. We get it. You're going to play it both ways, man. But the reality is reality, man. If I can't see my baseboard, the bottom of my baseboard from 15 feet away on a flat surface, how's that going to work at 15 miles or 100 miles? How's
You
that
think
going to work?
you think the only way they can make people believe that is because a lot of people don't actually know how perspective works?
Exactly.
They don't teach it.
They don't. That's true, unless you're in art class.
Yeah, and
I
art's
was
an
gonna
elective,
say.
which means art is a choice. Which is funny. If you look at our education system, they're allowing us to choose what we do want to learn and don't want to learn. It's like, here's all these things you can learn, but you can only choose a couple of them. You can't know them all.
They taught us perspective in art when I took
Yeah,
art.
that's yeah, same here. But if you don't take that art class, you'll never learn about perspective in your life.
Yeah, it is a globe killer, man. Perspective.
They're making you choose your fate.
Yep. Yeah, step up, man. Be brave, man. Be in the observation game, I call it.
Yeah, it's like you look out the window of an airplane, right? Out of one window on one side, and you always see like a slight little curve on the edges of your view. But then the problem is you go to the other side and you see the same thing.
Yeah.
And so then it's like, what?
Yeah, what? What the hell's going on here, man?
They're built that way.
They are built that way.
They are, like, way back in the day. Like, I'm talking about 15 years ago. People go, well, you know, you're a retard, right? Because you're saying flat. Because I seen it from my airplane window.
Well, people,
what? I said, first of all, you're not high enough. Second of all, it's probably fucking concave, convex. It's made that way. And they'd be like, oh no, you're a complete retard. Turns out it was true.
yeah, it's just the fisheye lens most of the time.
You cannot see the curvature from the airplane.
You can't see the curvature from 100 and it's only 2 millimeters above this beach. You can't see the curvature. No, you can't. Oh, okay. Where do we see the curvature? Where the fuck do we see it, Neil? Grab ass Tyson. Where the fuck do we see it, man? Where the hell is it? Because I've been looking for it for a long time. And
How many feet was it that he said you couldn't see it? It was like 200 something thousand, right?
like 2,000 feet or something.
How many miles is that?
Oh, no, wait. No, not 2,000. 2,000.
I think 40 is about 200,000.
No, it might have been. Oh, fuck.
He said 200,000 something.
Is it? I mean, the
It's about
ISS.
40 mile.
40 miles?
62
I think it's.
miles.
I think I could. Is it 62? Right. Okay. I thought every 100,000 feet was like about 24 miles. But I'm not a Google converter, so.
Yeah, because that rocket that stopped midair after 72 miles.
The Go Fast rocket.
Yeah, that one. I think it went higher than that, and I didn't see a curve.
Felix Baumgartner, the first jump in history that showed Mexico was half the size of the globe.
Yeah, New Mexico. They can never be consistent with their pictures of the globe, funny as that always is.
They don't have to be because people are just sheep. Like they just eat everything up.
You could be right.
They don't question anything. They just let the authority tell them what to do. I mean,
Hey, the litmus test for that was the fact that everybody put something on their face for fucking almost 2 years, man. And that was a serious litmus test, man. I couldn't believe that they did it.
you remember what was happening to
It
the
was
kids?
weird as fuck. And I was like, oh shit, man, what the hell's going on, man? Everybody's got something on their face. Oh shit. Okay, well, they'll believe anything. Yeah, good luck with that. They will just buy the globe.
Yeah, I used to think people had like half a brain, and then that happened, and I realized, oh shit, we're in trouble there.
You know, kids were developing speech impairment because of
All
that
kinds
shit.
of crazy mental disorders could come from that, something like that. Yeah, exactly.
Kids learn by watching you speak, and they learn by watching your facial expressions and the way your mouth moves.
Yeah.
And you can't see your mouth if you've got some shit in front of it.
If you got your shirt over your face, man, yeah, we can't tell what's up.
You know what? That poor kid, if mommy and daddy's wearing a mask at home, God bless him.
God bless him. Bless him.
Bless him.
Bless those bitches.
Got two cabbages for parents.
A couple of cabbages. Yeah. Cabbage parents.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
Oh, fuck. You know, my favorite fucking weirdo shit I ever saw in my entire life was the Teletubbies, man. Teletubbies, bro.
Okay.
Teletubbies, bro. I mean,
That was some MK Ultra shit.
My friend put some shit on for his kid and said, this is the latest thing. And it's like Teletubbies. And I was like, do not let your fucking child watch that, for fuck's sake. Please do not.
That will fuck him up.
That is the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life for kids. I mean, it makes Bugs Bunny look like fucking, a saint from the Vatican, man. I'm like, holy shit, man. Teletubbies for kids?
How did kids not like freak out when they would watch those things on TV? They look like
Dipsy Lala
crazy.
Pooh.
Well, here's the thing, man, is the Teletubbies came out, and these are like your 25, 30-year-olds right now, man. They grew up on Teletubbies.
Yeah, that came out when I was a kid.
Yeah. So they're like a little bit older now,
No, I didn't watch
I'm
it.
30.
I'm 38, so I never got to see them.
You didn't see Teletubbies. You're 38, yeah. But I'm talking about like 20 mid.
You would have to be mid 20s to like 30s.
Mid-20s, late 30s, or right at like late 20s. Anyway, it was a wicked time, man. I was like, what the hell is that digital fuck off? Teletubbies was fucking weird as fuck, man. Sheepdogs like Pogs. Yeah, it was weird, man. It's even to this day, man. It's like, but yeah,
they were shagging each other behind the scenes.
Some creepy shit going on.
They were getting their freak on behind the scenes. They were. It was a thing.
Teletubbies, man. I mean, it was like an outer space kind of like they had like radar things on their heads and the little triangles. Fuck, what the?
I think one had a handbag.
The man one had a handbag.
The man guy had a handbag. Aye.
They were TV antennas.
TV antennas, yeah, like a TV antenna on the head. Dude, I mean, is that like a dead giveaway or what, man? Think about it, man. Like, this is what we're gonna program into your kids' heads. Is fucking Teletubbies, of all things to program into somebody's head. You think they want them to learn about Teletubbies or the fucking curvature of the Earth? You know, which one do you want to go with, man? Teletubbies. I'm gonna let my kid learn about fucking Teletubbies, not the curvature of the Earth that doesn't exist. Or
Yeah, and they're talking shit too. They're like they're not even talking English to each other. Where Bugs Bunny at least would go, it's rabbit season, it's duck season, it's rabbit. You know, Daffy Duck.
Exactly. We got like some
They would talk to each other.
Dream dumbing down.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was
It's, you're despicable.
You're despicable.
You're despicable. That's my favorite all time Looney Tunes. Remember when Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny were arguing, and Bugs Bunny always got the upper hand, and he would say, "It's rabbit season. No, it's duck season. No, it's rabbit season. No, it's duck season."
It's duck season. No, it's rabbit.
And they shot him in the face. You're despicable.
Fire.
Shh.
So simple.
We're hunting rabbits.
Oh, Leghorn was great.
Foghorn Leghorn. Oh my god.
Now I says now.
I'll tell you, boy. There was something, boy. Fuck.
Those faces, man. Like, it was so creepy.
Dude, it was just creep as fuck, man. It was.
They never blinked and stuff. Like,
Yeah, they look like rodents or something. I don't know, with weird
I don't
looking
know.
things on their heads.
I just remember going to my friend's house and he's putting that on for his kid, man. I was like, dude, really? I mean, that is some creepy fucking shit, man. There's something wrong with this. Please don't do it.
Well, no, I haven't seen most of the kid stuff now, but all of it now supposedly has a lot of rainbow flag stuff, and it's really disgusting.
Yeah, I'm a guy who has looked at the timeline of the music history and said, hey, man, in the 20s, they were shaking their asses, right? 30s, Great Depression, they were totally into the blues, man. There was some really good blues that came out in the 30s, man. And here in America, anyway. The 40s was like this big band jazz, swing, shit was popping, the war was going on. In the 50s, you got Elvis, man, and Chuck Berry, and Bo Diddley, man. You got some really
soul.
You remember when Elvis came out? You remember when he came out dancing and people were freaking out because he was
freaking the fuck out. The guy was shaking his hips, right? All right. So yeah, that was in the 50s. They were freaking out, man. How dare him? Fuck him, you know. And then you had the 60s. You started getting into like this folky pop truth music stuff that where people were singing about the war. It was really wild. And then you had this rock and roll coming in full fucking steam ahead, man. And by the time it hit the 70s, man, it was like this crazy fucking Teletubby fucking disco thing, you know? And like, what the hell? People wearing fucking crazy shoes and fucking, yeah, getting wild. In the 80s, you had this, like these girl boy bands with long hair that looked like chicks and rock and roll. And it was getting more radical. You know, the 90s hit and then the fucking grunge shit fucking busted out and like everybody's rebelling against everything. And in the 2000s and this hip hop and now they just fuck right on the stage, man. That's what's going on. They've gotten to that point where fuck this shaking the hips.
The fall of Rome all over again.
It's just completely gone to the fucking diabolical fucking end of how disgusting more can we get, man? I mean, it's gotten to the point, how much they're just going to kill each other on stage next? Well, what the fuck's next, you know?
They already do it in the streets.
Do it in the road. Why don't
I mean, someone, I don't remember who said it, but somebody said that every 100 years, few hundred years, there's like a reset.
Yeah.
Because maybe people just start getting too crazy.
Too crazy, man.
You guys know what's next. They're already trying to implement it. You know, they're trying to normalize a very disgusting act with children.
Yep.
They've already have in California, sort of.
Yeah, they're going to try to do that, man. But it's going to.
We've got a VC verified member in the chat. Galclas Felizardas. That looks like a Portuguese name to me. Are you there? Cal.
Cal. Hello, Cal. Welcome.
Are you there?
Cal. Are you there, man?
You hanging out or you lurking tonight, brother? What are you doing?
It's cool, man.
I think that C with the funny thing under it. It's pronounced like a Z, but I could be wrong. Balzas.
Feels Zizard. Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't want to talk either.
But
you know who would know? Donato.
Donato would know. Sure.
He speaks Portuguese.
Brazilian Portuguese. Okay.
It's Brazilian Portuguese.
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 Pork and cheese.
But he doesn't know this person. Pork what? P-Mac. I've never seen him in here before. He's not PC verified.
All right. Well, welcome, Cal.
No one wants to talk to us.
It's fine, man. We don't take it personally. It's like, okay, you want to talk, man? That's fine, man. I don't give a shit. There's another. No, of course not. But he might be. He's gonna be the guy that's got the picture of a satellite in space from space, man.
He's the one that's measured curvature of the Earth. He's the one that's measured.
He's the curvature measurer. Oh, damn. I would love
after I said that, Phil sent me.
I wish he would. He's got the spin rate measured like Bob Nodell. Rest in peace, Bob.
Join and leave.
So, Bob,
I photographed him standing
you guys
there
know that
with
a
a really
flat
wide-angle lens, curved horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't.
Yeah,
that stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
One more time for the people in the back. That stuff is flat.
Hey, snacks in the bag, man. And the Earth is flat, man. That is too good, man. What a controlled.
Did you ever regret saying that?
Oh, Scott, man. But that guy makes, whatever.
Maybe not as much as it's pear-shaped. Maybe a little rotund.
He had to backtrack the pear-shaped thing.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
That's another fun one to get the globy stuck in.
Yeah, so the Earth is pear-shaped. Why are all the images of it round?
Right.
I think he was talking about a woman.
He's like, she had a big booty on her. I'm sorry.
I like big butts. Get that.
I'm gonna leave you guys. I gotta leave you guys with a little nug, man. So today, man, I watched a scientist say, "Hey, man, the politicians were forcing us or pressuring us to say certain things." And I remember all the politicians were out there like, "Trust the science, man. Trust the science. You gotta trust the science." But it turns out that the politicians were telling the scientists what to do. And it was like, that's interesting dichotomy. That's a hell of a fucking twist. So anyway, it's food for thought. Maybe save it for Sunday. I don't know, but I thought that was interesting. Carry on, my great people of Earth. Carry on.
Nanu.
Yeah, did y'all see what I posted? I'll post it again. My Twitter battles. I'm trying to get people to come in.
Yeah.
So I got this theory out there. They can't say that if the Earth, this is what they can't say. If the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is flat. They can't say that. Globers cannot say that. It literally, like if they say that, they feel like they're casting, maybe they feel like they're casting a spell on themselves. I don't know. But they can't say it because if they say it, then it might come true. That's the only thing I can think of.
They can't say it?
They can't say if the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is flat. If you tell them, say, hey, finish this statement. If the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is blank. And then they can't do it. They'll give you every answer in the world. Every answer in the world except for flat or straight. But anyway, this guy, he says there's only two options. Are you sure? And he shows me a dodecahedron.
Still
and I'm
ignoring the curve argument.
I'm like, dude, dodecahedron is it's a bunch of it's a polygon, and it has a bunch of flat surfaces on it. Yeah, but it looks like a sphere. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like a sphere.
Flat isn't a shape. So in theory, his theory would coincide with yours. It is flat.
Well, I mean, there's angles to it, and the angles end up coming back all the way around.
Every side is flat, though.
But every side is flat. How many sides are there to Earth?
That we know of one. Technically two, because you have underneath, and that's technically a side.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because you have the top and bottom sides of things.
So what's underneath?
We only know about up to 8 miles down. Anything else past that, speculation. Anyone that says otherwise is incorrect.
Right. So the top surface where we all live, is it a dodecahedron or is it a sphere?
That'd be cool. I wish.
I know, because D&D is so much fun.
Right? Puts the literal phrase "roll the dice" into perspective.
But anyway, so yeah, no, it's actually quite funny to watch them squirm around that answer. And then they try to present it to me like, oh, well, you're a flat earther. I bet you can't say it the other way. And I'm like, what? That if the Earth is flat, then it's curving?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard to do, man. It's called being factual with evidence. I'm only wanting to experience the facts. I mean, show me the curve, and I'll go back to the whole ball theory all over again.
I liked that picture. I think it was earlier in the night. Systems posted it. It was showing, clouds all around the sun, behind it, and in front of it, like the sun was almost like nestled in it, kind of like a nest. And I wish when I was deployed, like when we would transit the Atlantic, you would see that all the time because you have nothing but ocean around you. There's no clouds. All you can see is like the stars and the sun. And I regret I wasn't like a flat Earth aware then, because then I would have just recorded video and taken pictures upon pictures and videos. I'm sad about that.
Well, we live and we learn, right?
Oh yeah, but it would have been perfect because there's no pollution. There's nothing in the way. It's just you and the ocean and nothing but the horizon.
Yeah.
Sneaky's back.
Sneaky's back?
Sneaky.
Mr. Sneaky. Oh, he just joined today. Or yesterday, or...
Hey, for anybody who's out there, before we get to, like, while we're waiting for M Sneaky to open up their microphone, anybody out there who ends up following me on Twitter, the easiest way to get blocked is to put me on a list. So if you're going to put me on a list for harassment, I'm just going to block you, dude. Straight up. There's no point in having that conversation go on anymore.
Why join the VC if you're gonna play League of Legends though?
What the hell is Twitter?
Oh, what the hell is Twitter? Well, PMAC, ever since MySpace went down to shitter.
Wait a minute. You mean I've been posting on MySpace for 20 years and fucking nobody's watching it?
No, man. You know what? I thought about going back to MySpace and logging in just to see what's going on. Because I know it still exists.
I was wondering why it was very quiet in there.
It might as well be GitHub.
All these ads.
Yeah.
Bastards.
Who is that? Who's Gibby?
Gibby's a really shit Valorant player.
Okay.
I was just kidding, Gibby.
Gibby's been around for a while.
I've been here for maybe I think 4 years. Maybe I think around there. I'm not sure. I think I joined maybe like 2018. I left and rejoined a while back.
So you're just waiting for all the evidence to play out. But you're skeptical about some of the sketchy shit you've come across.
Well, so mainly, I've looked I took a flight on a plane multiple times, and I've looked at the salt flats. I don't remember what the fuck they're called. It obviously those things don't add up. I was in a plane 4 or 5 times, and I've never seen the curvature once. It's all just been flat land. And obviously, you walk outside, look at the beach, and there's no curvature anywhere. I don't know why they put globe skeptic in my thing when I don't believe in the globe at all. But I don't go out and do the testing research like you guys do, because, to be honest, I don't really have time for that. And I don't care much to really do it.
He insulted Gibby. I spoke to you before. You said you were in a bad mood. You didn't want to talk. As soon as Sheepdog asks you, you talk away. Fine.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's because you weren't using that sweet kind voice you were using earlier.
I was just explaining why I've been here. I've been here a while, so
Just in the last minute, you spoke more words in the last 4 years, bro.
Yeah, that does sound about right. That does sound about right.
It does.
What do you think's like the most interesting like thing that just doesn't add up to you, Gibby?
So I remember when I was here a long time ago, they were talking about some type of radiation belt in the atmosphere and how the ISS.
Ah, yes, the Van Allen.
Yes, that. You know, that shit doesn't fucking add up.
No, but you were talking about water there.
Oh, when I was at the beach.
You said beach. I stand
when
the
I was
cliff.
at the beach and shit. I saw a city across from it. I was out in Galveston in Texas. You know,
Okay, I know where that's at.
And I saw a fucking city on the other side. And like,
fucking city.
Yeah.
That was what did it for me. Is I'm told I can only see 1.2 to 3 miles out, according to even with refraction and their curve. But I'm clearly seeing like cities across the way or ships on the horizon that are 100 miles plus out. Like that's not literally possible.
And what a plane's like 30,000 feet in the air, and I don't see no curvature. I just see flat land.
Sorry, you used to stick a McDonald's in your mouth? So I was kidding.
Oh, sorry, I'm eating some food.
McDonald's bad people.
Well, you can change my role from globe skeptic to flat earther. Just because I don't do the research like you guys doesn't mean I'm a globe skeptic.
The catapults we use on our aircraft carriers would not be possible to be used, or we would have to face one certain direction to launch aircraft if we lived on a globe Earth. And we can launch aircraft from any direction, doesn't matter what our cardinal facing is, we can still launch them. Absolutely fine.
I mean, this might be a dumb question, but since if they think the Earth is obviously a globe and some shit, when you look at the sun, would it also appear like curved because it's going over the curve of the Earth? Because it's, you know what I mean? And then with the flat Earth,
the sun wouldn't it wouldn't disappear in a flat manner. Versus it would have some sort of curve to its disappearance on the bottom.
Exactly.
That's a good question. I never thought of it.
I'm gonna go back to watching TikTok.
Yeah, I think the answer is no.
No, don't leave.
Well, I'm still here. I'm just muted.
Yeah, you just gave me an idea to dig in on James Van Allen and see what the hell this is all about.
Yeah, one thing I also found interesting was our supposed, asteroid field that's supposedly there, but if you look throughout the last 23 years, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Why is it just mysteriously not there at all in any of the pictures as well?
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, it's space. But they supposedly are like, oh, here's pictures of like Saturn and Jupiter and stuff. Not once do they ever talk about the asteroid belt that's supposed to exist within our solar system, or do we have any pictures of it? It's always either a CGI or it's just a graphic image, like in a textbook.
Ooh, speaking of the asteroid belt, how do they get fucking how do they get fucking through it with like drones and shit? The thing that take pictures and stuff. How do they get past that shit? Also, how they build a camera that can go like 150 like light years into the fucking galaxy to take some picture of some bullshit, you know what I mean? That don't make no sense.
But see, they can make the signal connection there, but they lose connection to the rover on Mars,
Yeah.
And 150 light years, but 150 miles, and then send the signal back through the asteroid belt.
Exactly.
They get a signal 150 million light years away, but my fucking car GPS drives in the middle of butt nowhere, and I can't get connected.
They keep creating all these clouds of pseudoscience and BS, and they keep contradicting each other or just not adding up, or hell, sometimes they even completely forget about them.
150 million light years is butt nowhere.
I'm also in the butt nowhere. I can't get no connection to my car. That's crazy.
I'm gonna say this real quick, and then we can get back to that. Okay.
Yeah.
So James Van Allen, right? The Van Allen radiation belts are named after him, right? Right? Everybody agree?
Yes, apparently, yeah.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah.
Allegedly.
James Van Allen was a magnetospheric research for space, blah, 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 at the University of Iowa. Before he worked at the...
Magnetosphere. What's a magnetosphere?
I don't know. So at the University of Iowa, before he was there, he was at a place called the Carnegie Institution for Science. Do you know what the Carnegie Institution for Science is famous for?
Viruses.
Pseudoscience.
Eugenics. I shit you not.
By Bill Gates' father, was it not?
I shit
Or
you not.
he was part of it?
Ah, the not cheese. Yes, I agree with not cheese.
What year was that? What year did Van Allen discover the Van Allen radiation belts? Or make them up?
No, I think they named him after him. I don't think he...
Yeah, okay. A magnetosphere. You're going to have to look that one up too.
Thank you for posting that link, Paul V, because that image they're using there, they state in that image that that's a representation of what Mars would look like, and they're using a photo from Earth. The fact is, people don't understand this concept. If they're literally faking that to look like Mars, why are they not faking everything else?
I also think there's a very real possibility that the Van Allen belt is a powder shake.
It is also worth noting that James Van Allen used to work for Johns Hopkins University.
Ooh.
What?
What?
You know,
Interesting.
probably a powder shake.
Johns Hopkins University were the university to hold the simulated thing that we just had over the last 3 years. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, that was St. Paul.
What?
University of St. Paul was it St. Paul?
That was John Hopkins Research University.
Oh, you're talking about Event 201?
Yeah. Am I wrong?
I don't think Event 201 was housed by John Hopkins.
They were definitely. They had a chair on it though.
Right. They had a chair on it, but I don't think it was at their location. I think it was somewhere else. But quite interesting, nonetheless. All right, so I'm gonna post this just so everybody can read it real quick. So if you look right here, James Van Allen, right? He worked at the Carnegie Institution for Science from 1939 to 1942. Right? So
during the Second World War.
So here, about halfway down, it says the Carnegie Institution ceased its support of eugenics research and closed the department in 1944. Gee, I wonder what happened.
End of the Second World War.
I wonder what happened.
It's almost like they had a certain group of people do all their eugenics testing for them and then took all their data. Not like that was an operation or anything.
Oh, not at all. It's like they paperclipped it to another.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see what you did there.
Well done, sir.
I see what you have done. You have bested me. Congratulations.
We just two lost souls living in a fishbowl.
Yeah.
Year after year. Yeah.
Well done. Even better. You can high jump over that fishbowl if you want.
That would take an enormous amount of operation.
Maybe Dominic could help that.
Could be.
If anyone doesn't get those jokes, you're way behind the 8 ball.
Way behind the 8 ball. In the post 2 picture. Okay. Oh, paraplegic. I don't think the Van Allen belts are real either. I think they're just a made up thing to explain, what they need to in order to have that string theory thing going on. But
yeah,
there's a story running around out there that says that the Van Allen belts are the firmament. I don't know.
Did we just turn into Sunday? Did we?
Oh, did we?
It's hard not to because flat Earth is just so interwoven into literally everything. It's almost like the foundation for everything else to collapse upon.
It is.
That's where we stand. I mean,
it's the literal foundation of what we live upon. So,
and the Globers will make that argument like, "Oh well, you can't explain everything." Blah 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 blah. It's like I would.
Why do I need to?
Well, I mean, I would like to.
Yeah.
I'd like to know a little bit more about what's going on, and be able so that way I could debunk the globe better. You know what I mean? Like, because I have the same tiresome, 10, 12, 15 arguments, but it's the same. You can't undo those arguments.
It's like it's almost it's a sin to question anything.
Yeah,
I'm just questioning, bro.
Yeah.
What are you, a conspiratard?
Yeah.
Do you know how many days has Globers?
How dare you ask a question?
What's that,
How
Sasha?
many days Glober has in a week?
How many days?
Yeah.
7.
No, 1. Every day is Sunday.
Every day is speculation to them.
Yeah.
Well, here's another one.
No, the sun. It's always daytime.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Where do you hear
It's got a double meaning.
The double entendre.
You can put more meanings if you put sun inside.
Right.
Those meanings will just have to orbit around though.
Relativity, whatever. Speed of light.
I don't feel no motion.
Philosophical concept of my word.
Yeah, it's like okay, really, real quick. It was like 500-600 years ago. We got catapulted into a world that was totally different, right? When most cultures, nations, worlds, people believed that the Earth was not moving. Something happened about 400-500 years ago. They just took us into a different kind of realm, and now everybody's doing it. Just make believe. But it happened about. Well, I don't know how much we can trust history. Apparently, it was about 400 or 500 years ago. Some guys came up with some fucking thing and just went, "Yeah, well, that's it." And, oh, yeah, it must be true. And then they permeated it through schools and through learnings and through everything, and everyone went, "Yeah, well, that must be the truth." And there's no proof for it. And there was a lot of people. There was quite a few people through the ages that went, "Hang on a minute, you can't actually prove this fucking force. This magical, mystical force you're talking about." And we come from a place where it's not moving and all. And then people just went, "Yeah." They just accepted it. And that's where I find we are today. So anyway, do you remember Admiral Byrd? So he's sitting on mainstream TV, black and white. There's plenty of land beyond. There's loads of land. There's fucking all these kind of resources and shit like that there. What people don't realize is maybe he was saying that because there isn't. The reason why they did that And I know he died soon after that interview or whatever, but that's probably just become natural causes. Like, he was an old man, like, but he was given the spiel about there's more land beyond the Arctic. The Arctic. Yeah, but what if there is a fucking firmament? What if there is a border? And the whole reason why they got him to say that was they didn't want people to realize that. Do you know what I'm saying?
But
Or
he
maybe he
didn't
just wanted
realize.
people looking that way so that they didn't look north.
Yeah,
He didn't realize that, but people who sent it rockets realized that.
Well, he's an admiral. He's part of the establishment, and he's telling us that there's plenty of land beyond Antarctica. Why would you do that when we kind of have an idea? We don't know for sure that there's nothing beyond Antarctica. It's an ice wall and it's a firmament. That's it.
Yeah, but you don't have a PMAC, nobody, like a footage that somebody went with the airplane and he said that he was with the airplane somewhere. You understand? Maybe it is some kind of land there, but
okay, there might be. That's true. Yeah, there might be.
Nobody check it again, let's say.
But why would they broadcast it on mainstream TV about talking about more lands and shit?
And that part of Antarctica, it's like I don't know how to explain it. It was like he was in New York, let's say, and now he knows how America look like.
Right.
Yeah, that's the how Admiral Byrd knows about Antarctica, and everybody who knows about. They're going to Chile, and then they go to Antarctica. It's the same thing to go to New York and say, "I know how all USA look like."
Right, there's more infinite resources beyond Antarctica. There's more than America and Russia put together. It's just an infinite land. No, there's not, bro. There might not be. It's more misdirection is what I'm saying. People suck that shit up and think, yeah, I mean, look, you see, even he says that there's more to the Earth. But
all that interview could be bullshit also. Yeah.
Maybe that's bullshit. He's only saying it because they want to make you believe.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, nothing beyond Antarctica.
If you use, airplane GPS tracker maps, you can also watch ships and shipping containers. And if you would like to explain to me why a lot of those ships seem to be going inland on the GPS in Antarctica, you're welcome to, because they're definitely not icebreaker ships, so they don't have the capability to do so. So why are container ships showing GPS that's going inland? I just find that odd,
Yeah, but where? Still where? Is that the north about Russia? Is that right to New Zealand or down to the Australia? Or it's always Chile?
Well, did you hear what he said? It's Antarctica.
Yeah, it's always Chile.
No, I'm saying like if you pull up the GPS trackers though on the map, it shows like ships in and around edges of Antarctica, and then it shows them going inland, which is impossible. It doesn't matter flat or globe, regardless. That's not possible, which therefore would indicate the ship is going past something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also
I didn't know that one. That's a good one.
That's something I've found, and someone else put me onto that, and I started tracking ships and like aircraft that way, and you can find some very weird stuff that way.
Bro, you have.
Yeah, but it's a map that they've given us. Like you don't know that's
true
actually
yes,
that they've gone past land.
He's not talking. He's not talking. Yeah, but he's not talking
it's
about.
Showing, it's just showing a fallacy in their map and a fallacy of what's being represented, which is another lie. Which means either their map is incorrect, which we all know it is. It's not a globe. Or it's showing the truth, which is they're going past, Antarctica in theory.
Positioning.
Yeah.
And what's past Antarctica?
Well, we can only speculate, but I would speculate.
More ice?
I would speculate there's more out there, just because why would shipping ships and container ships be going that way otherwise?
But what's past? Is there more ice, or is there unfrozen land?
Haven't been there. Who knows?
No.
How is it heated?
But I could put two and two together. Of if I was going to send a shipping or container ship somewhere, it's usually to pick something up or to drop something off.
It's heated by a second sun, Timbo. Come on now.
But Timbo,
Who knows? Who knows?
Tim, like on some of those flat Earth maps, you'll see like some openings in going through Antarctica to more land or whatever. And so, if the theory is correct, and like he's saying, they're either the map is wrong or they're going through something and going to the other side. That's all he's trying to say.
Yeah.
I know.
Irregardless,
I always question
something's
that,
wrong with their map and they're lying.
Yeah.
How
I always
many
question
openings-
that more lands, like
How
there
many
needs to be another
openings-
sun.
How many openings could be in the ice wall?
Who knows? We're not allowed to check.
Let's say 1,000.
We're not allowed to check.
There could be fuck all, like.
That I'm saying, people thinking there is no even one, because of contained water or whatever. But what if
I
it's
could
1,000?
Who knows? Like I said, we could be in a container for all we know. I would just like to know.
Like out of pounders and all that there, that's a possibility. Like, I would never sit here and say, that's not possible. I believe that it's possibility that there's fuck all openings, there's nothing else out there. But
not some strange openings, rivers, man.
Sorry, 1,000. Sorry, there's at least 1,000.
But rivers, I'm saying, why not rivers? Like we have rivers here going into the sea.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So there's obviously something weird going on in the north and the south.
The fact that they won't allow anyone to go there alone is question enough. It's like the cheetah thing that people say. You put a cheetah in a 50-foot enclosure, it's unhappy. You put it in a 50, mile enclosure, it's good to go. You put a human, it doesn't matter how big the enclosure is. They see a fence. What's on the other side?
Like human nature.
I just wanted to maybe get you to question, just because there's a GPS signal of something on a map doesn't mean that there is actually something there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Could
And
be,
then what
could
I
be
was
a
saying,
glitch.
what I was saying is even if that's a glitch, then they're lying to us one way or another. Irregardless, there's multiple fallacies that could be potential, and if any one of them is a lie or wrong, then they're lying to us. And why would they be doing that?
Yeah. I think it's a big jump to say, well, these boats are going to the lands beyond.
So,
I'm not saying they're going to land beyond. I'm just saying from what the information being provided.
That's right. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to start an argument with you, dude. I always think I could be totally wrong. It needs another heat source to be unfrozen. Because the only heat source that we know is the sun. So, I'm not saying there isn't any other heat sources, but
you heard about my concept. Didn't you, Timbo? Didn't I ever tell you that one time? Or were you here when I said that?
is it relating to the video with I've seen something about Mars being a sun and all the planets being suns of different areas? No, wasn't.
No.
Can you fill me in?
So what if the sun is not the heat source, but whatever is making those motions for everything underneath, like what's causing the ocean currents and the wind currents and everything? Speculation, even though it's 3 a.m. and nobody's probably awake, but
yeah, there's no one around.
But you know what I mean? Like what if it's not to sound weird, but what if it's the black sun underneath that's causing the heat and the energy?
You're talking about the black sun. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just saying that, maybe
who knows,
it's
man?
a magnetic energy thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and pretend to know one way or the other. I'm just throwing out something else out there that, could explain some things, because we can't go up there and verify the sun is the actual heat source. And in fact, the higher up you go in altitude, the colder it gets, which you think the closer you get to the sun, it would get warmer. So.
Yeah. I do understand that that kind of heat needs needs particles to bounce off. Needs particles to excite and to heat up. So the further apart the particles are, the less the sun's effect would be. So if you got a thick air, I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you got thicker air at the ground, and the sun, the radiation from the sun has got more to heat up.
Oh yeah.
Kind of makes sense to me.
No, it does.
I always think were you in the chat when that guy was talking? Was typing that daylight and sun are two separate things. Now there was a lot of mixed views about that. Some people were saying, yeah,
it has to do with.
I was very stringent on. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say it just has to do with the excitement of the gases. Is basically what the guy was boiling it down to was.
Yeah, but caused by the sun. Yeah.
Right. You can't do it without the sun being there.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So the only thing that, again, I could be wrong, but the only thing I seem to come up with is everything seems to follow the sun.
Right. Right. But okay, have you ever seen that Freemason video where the guy draws on the whiteboard?
Yeah, with the CD.
Yeah. So the black sun is based off of that philosophy. The black sun is considered directly underneath the physical sun, and the physical sun is just a projection of that light source, I think, or something like that. I don't know. It was hard to follow the video, but it made sense.
It was hard to follow because it wasn't. Was there any language in it? It was just typing, wasn't it? It was text. He was doing these weird motions, and
it was originally in Russian, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it was hard to follow.
But yeah, no, I mean, my brain wanders sometimes, but that's one of the things that I love about this Discord is just because you can let your brain wander, but keep it in reality.
Yeah, I like to do it as well, man. But I have to come back to things that are logical to me. Right. You know.
The thing I don't get about the black sun. You're saying it's reflecting from underneath the ground. How does that work?
It has to do with Polaris. It's really weird, man. You haven't seen the video?
I've vaguely seen it, but I don't know.
It comes out of the center of the Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand.
I'll find it and post it for you. But it's supposedly it's pure energy or sheer energy causing the motions of everything.
Well, they do call the sun a black body as well. I was never understood that either.
That makes sense because you can't go to the north.
And don't be mistaken. If you look up black sun right now, online, everything will point to
the normal sun.
Well, it'll point to the Nazis.
That will as well.
Thing. But every culture has a symbol of the black sun in it. It's just not called the black sun. It's called something else.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all the same understanding that this is the thing that makes everything go round. So it's really weird.
Black sun, black hole sun, won't you come wash away the rain?
You're all fucking
black
weird.
Hole sun.
Whoa, Tumble, you're fucking weird. Fucking weirdos.
I knew if anyone knew that song, it would be you, P-Mac.
Where are you from?
Crypto. You're trying to get in? You're
cutting out.
You're roboting, mate.
That CGI the NASA. Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, sorry, man.
We'll have to
You're,
rejoin.
Oh, awesome.
I'll give it. You'll get in there.
What about now?
You sounding better. You sound far away, but it is what it is.
You still sound very British.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Okay. I just wanted to say that music video has got better CGI than NASA.
Yeah.
Good morning, Crypto.
Good morning, Crypto.
That was funny.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Did you hear what PMac said when you were asking if you were coming in okay?
No, but it was probably offensive.
He said that you still sound British, but it's okay.
Very British. Somebody says, I'm sorry about that.
So does he.
True story.
Oh, dude, that was like a total burn right there.
You're supposed to say terribly sorry.
we all come from the same islands.
Oh, damn.
We're having a little speculation Sunday here. No one was around.
Yeah, on a Thursday.
A mini one.
Yeah. We just made it up. It's never all day, right?
Did you find that video, Sheepdog?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, it makes sense when you mention the center of the Earth.
Just watch the video, but like it's fucking hard to follow. You might have to watch it a couple of times. It's weird, man. Comes up with the Freemason symbol and everything, like from the two suns, and it's wacky, man. It's like you just start going, what?
Well, person that made the video, Atlantic Falcon, like at the end of it, he tagged in also the that video of like that plane ride where it looks like it's flying over the North Pole.
Oh, when it goes from London to Russia or something like that.
Oh no! So they're just flying around this like
oh, the ice ball.
The hole in the Earth.
Black. I've seen that video.
Oh, that really CGI one. I hate that video.
Is it? I've never seen anything to like any stores to that video.
Nah, it just looks like a really bad 80s CGI.
Right, like they're flying like around the edge of a black hole in space or something.
Yeah, and everything's getting sucked into it.
Yeah.
Who was that? Jumped in. Was that Fungi?
Yep, fungi.
Long time no see.
What year is that video? It looks pretty good to be CGI.
So the video was made supposedly like in the 70s, like that. But you're talking about the drawings on the whiteboard?
No, the North Pole hole.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. We can't find anything to prove or disprove that video. It just stands on its own by itself. And there's nothing to back it up.
New perspective. Oh, jumped out.
Hello, chaps. Can't chat. The attack of the British out here.
That's where it looks like if that's like where like the demons come from. Jesus.
Yeah. I just looked at it. As soon as I saw it, I went, nah, fake. No, you're still coming across a bit jumpy.
Hello, chaps. Can't chat.
I just someone just said that's where the demons come from, and I said, what, England?
England, Spain, Portugal, France.
It seems to be in that area, doesn't it?
Well, all the really cool people.
All the world conquerors.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so surprised. I wouldn't be so sure about that narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't
They seem
trust
to be
Anna.
very.
I'm not saying they come
seem to.
from there. I'm saying that their house.
What were you going to say, Crypto?
I was just going to say, we seem to be very keen on shitting on ourselves and ignoring.
Seem pretty keen shitting on what?
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo arigato, Mr. Sticks. I am
Guys,
the man.
Gonna duck out for dinner.
Have a good dinner, man.
Gotcha.
With pods made in Japan. Secret, I got a secret. Sorry, Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. That sticks.
Interesting video.
The sticks. Oh, sorry. No, I know.
The Atlantic Falcon one.
It's very simplistic, and it almost kind of makes sense. And like if you take the same consideration and you look at like ancient religions and how all of them like have some form of like cosmic egg in them.
Yep.
It really makes a lot of sense.
It's funny, and these religions probably didn't even have communication with each other, possibly, right? Or
same thing with the architecture. All these nations that never communicated just magically happen to have the same stories, the same, astronomy, the same architecture. It just doesn't add up.
Or maybe they did, and the story about the Tower of Babel is true.
Yeah, we're just not being told the truth. Yeah, maybe they were all connected in the olden days.
Maybe the story about the flood was true too, and maybe the story of Ragnarok is also true.
Well, yeah, and they all come up with pyramids and astronomy, and it's all the same thing. So that just makes me think. Like, I don't believe it, right? I don't know what I believe, but it looks like there was a kind of a one world system going on,
right?
Long time ago.
Rohypnol.
It's very, very easy to change the population's thinking, the entire world's thinking. Within like 60 to 80 years, all you do is you put a hypothesis forward, you make it real, you tell everybody that it's real, you teach it in schools. If anybody goes against it, you automatically decry them as a pariah, somebody against society, and within 80 and 100 years, you got everybody thinking what you want them to think.
Or you just make them disappear.
Well, hey, hello, Stalin.
Or you just create them out of nothing, like Shakespeare.
All right, Horatio. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't know how much of history is true, but I mean, here we are questioning the mainstream narrative that everybody accepts without question. And it was only brought into existence, 400 or 500 years ago? Maybe less. So it's very, very easy to change the population's perception of what they believe in. They don't even need proof. You can just tell them that's what it is, and you drum it into them. You make the lie that big, they'll fucking believe it. So who knows what happens in history?
It's like everything else, our history is a lie.
You know what the worst thing, for me at least, about finding out the Earth is flat is that now I'm like, I've started to consider a lot of other things.
What else is bullshit?
Yeah, and it's like I've gone into like
pretty much everything.
Don't get into ancient history; you'll just tear your skull apart about how angry you get.
Yeah, I've got into so many rabbit holes that it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I want to explore the labyrinths beneath Giza that they have blocked off.
Well, this is what it does. It opens a whole new can of worms, and you start thinking deeper and deeper about things. But I suppose you should stick to what you know, is that you're being fed bullshit, and see it for the lie it is, and just understand that, come to terms with that, get to peace with that. Maybe now and then spread a little bit of fairy dust and try and wake other people up, but don't try too hard because most people won't. We're living in a fairy tale land.
At least I know that the majority of stuff that I see from the mainstream is probably fake. At least that's
why it's called programming.
Yeah. But then you got people like Alex Jones, and it's like, oh god. After he did that one interview with Dave Weiss, I was like, dude, I can't respect this guy anymore.
He didn't let David Weiss talk at all.
He's supposed to be like he's supposed to be open-minded, and in that interview he was like,
he had to take the spotlight. He just kept trying to take the spotlight.
Yeah, and making him sound crazy.
Yeah, but I think he learned his lesson after that Dave Weiss thing, and I'm not a fan of him myself. All right, there's just some things that he says that a lot of other people don't say, so I give him that credit. But he was it earlier this year? He went on Eddie Bravo's podcast, and Eddie Bravo just like flat smacked the shit out of him the whole time, dude. It was great.
Oh, I'd love to watch that. Where is that, on Rumble, or is that anywhere?
Hold on.
When in doubt, BitChute or Rumble.
No,
was this before or after Dave Weiss?
It's on Rockfin. Probably after. It's on Rockfin.
I didn't even know about Rockfin until like maybe like a few months ago.
Yeah, I didn't either. But like, so Hibbler does Eddie Bravo's podcast on there.
Oh.
That's just the deal that I guess that Eddie Bravo struck was with Rockfin. But somehow his podcast, like, you can listen to it on iTunes, and then YouTube, apparently it gets struck down every time or whatever. But Rockfin, he gets to post it, and they haven't said anything to him yet about anything. I just posted the link in there for you in the live stream.
All right.
Don't you have to pay?
Not this one. This one was a free episode.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, Rockfin has like a membership thing. I'm not ready to pay for that. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like having a Netflix.
Honestly, I would rather just pay Eddie Bravo than to pay Rockfin. But that's just me.
Yeah, like Patreon or something. Yeah.
But Eric Dubé is also on Rockfin too. Found that out.
Netflix isn't even that good anymore.
Netflix is shit.
Bro, did you hear about the Netflix conspiracy thing?
Nope.
How Netflix is connected to Sigmund Freud?
What?
Yeah.
What Netflix fucked us more?
Hold on. Let me find it.
Elaborate.
Here, I'll just
etc.
I'll just post the Twitter thing and let
First you
you.
had my curiosity, and now you have my attention.
I know, right?
Where is that? What films are there?
Django. Mr. Candyland.
Right. Fuck.
Django Unchained, yeah.
I love saying that all the time.
There you go.
Every opportunity you get.
Oh, I'd be remiss if I didn't.
Oh my god.
It would be a slur.
Twitter link, that link right there, you can watch the video that explains the connection between Netflix and Sigmund Freud.
Alright, hang on. Rockfin finally fucking loaded. 1 hour 33 minutes without any trouble. Yeah, okay.
He literally gets flat back the whole time. Like Eddie Bravo just keeps like laying into him, throwing jabs at him and shit. And he's like, Eddie Bravo's like, you just don't you don't look into this stuff. He's like, I'm just not into it, man. But then Eddie Bravo doesn't let him up. He just keeps going, dude.
Who was he talking to? Alex Jones, or what did you say?
Yeah, interview with Alex Jones.
Oh, okay.
You know, if Alex won't touch the subject, it's probably spot on.
Right. I mean, he's touched a lot of subjects that a lot of other people won't touch, but there's subjects he won't even touch. Same with Joe Rogan. He won't touch certain subjects. Won't even look into it.
Yeah, but fair play to him. He did touch the Jabba Dabba Doo. He did touch on that.
Right. No, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, he'll touch into that, but like, I kid you not, like,
not the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth and the nature of Earth. It's literally like they think it's suicide, and it's not.
Because here's the thing: if he goes too much into flat Earth, like we say, the flat Earth is the literal foundation for everything. If that crumbles, everything else does. He's part of the machine. He can't let the whole thing fall. But what he can let fall is part of the machine he's not tied to or responsible for.
Well, and then I figure too, like if he said the Earth was flat, he'd probably lose at least a third of his subscriptions.
But if he has enough money to live in a nice house for the rest of his life, why would he care?
Right. Well, it's just like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan never got into politics because he just wanted to sell his products.
Yeah, he just wanted to play basketball and sell his shit.
Yeah. He was smart. I think that's what Joe Rogan's trying to do. He doesn't get too involved in the whole politics thing. He'll talk about it or whatever, but he won't have the discussion. He'll have other people on that'll have the discussion. No, he plays mediator. I don't think he plays moderator. I think he just plays mediator. But at the same time, some things he just won't cross the fence for.
What if guy?
I mean, this is the same guy that read an article about the Mexican space program finding UFOs and making a joke saying the Mexicans have a space program. Like,
that's pretty good.
You believe that shit, but then you won't fucking look into flat Earth. Like, everybody has a space program, and it's fake. Like, how fucking more funnier can you get?
Yeah. It's like if this collapses, forget about everything else, bro. It's the end of the world as you know it.
Yeah.
It's Armageddon. It's the Great Awakening.
Flat Earth is one of the truths they cannot afford to lose on.
Yeah, because that would destroy everything.
Everything. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. As they get, what do they call that game? Jenga or something? The one where you pull the sticks out. It's the stick at the bottom. Yeah, it's the stick at the bottom. The whole fucking thing will just collapse. People will be walking around zombies going, "Holy fuck! It's not a ball."
Yeah, the flat Earth is the foundation, man. If that goes down, everything else on the top breaks.
Everything
breaks with it.
Everything. Well, we realize that the whole thing is a fucking fugazi. The whole thing is a nothing burger. It's a pile of shite. They've been feeding us for years and years and years, and your children, for decades.
That's a good saying that it's like Jenga. It's like the last piece on the bottom of Jenga. If you pull that out, everything else falls. Yeah,
it's all gone, bro. The whole thing just fucking poof.
You can risk those higher pieces, but you can't risk that bottom piece.
Don't you dare! Don't you touch it. But we all know, some of us do, or most of us are supposed to be on the panel here tonight. We know it's a fugazi. We know it's a pile of shit. I think we've already pulled the Jenga thing out and everything just collapsed, and we're just trying to figure out, where the pieces land and what the fuck is going on. Which is what I was saying about the can of worms. It makes you realize that life is people taking advantage of other people, talking bullshit to them. I know, but I'm going to stop now. But it goes deeper. It goes deeper than that. If that is a pile of shit, as we believe, then what is life?
Well, we're kind of watching everything slowly crumble.
And we're trying to figure it out.
No, I mean, like society. Like I'm watching society crumble. Like
everyone always says, "Oh, the U.S. is falling." It's the whole world at this point. Everything is crumbling.
Yeah, man, can be man. Like I can. Yeah, it's what the fuck. Like you wake up every day and you go, what else is new?
Oh, how did the world get worse today?
Yeah, it's like, please bring me back to pre 9/11 where everything was just fucking disco balls and popcorn and movies. The world's just it's turned on its head. It doesn't make any sense anymore.
It's because we're living improper lives. This isn't how we're supposed to live.
Okay.
This whole rat race life you live, that's not how humans are supposed to be living, man. We're supposed to be free and be able to live a free life.
I agree.
You know what's funny? I've had dreams where I'm in the forest with like an axe in one hand, or sometimes it'll be something else like a spear. I've had a few dreams like that. It's kind of weird.
What are you, a psychopath?
It's like your internal want and instinct. It's just let me go into the woods, give me a little bit of land, and I'll make do. Just leave me alone.
It's probably because I got really big into outdoor survival at one point in my life. Maybe that's why. But
you just want enough to make do. That's it.
I've always said that though. Humans, we're not supposed to live the way we're living. Something happened however many fucking years ago. They pulled the rug out of our feet. We're supposed to be living longer, happier, more at present more different kind of lives. But something subverted that, something came and took over, maybe a parasite of some sort. But yeah, I believe that 100%. This is definitely not what we were made for. Just reiterating what you said there, Skipper. I believe that 100%.
Oh yeah.
I know you guys. I don't know if you guys listen to Joe Rogan. Sometimes I'll do it just because I'm interested to see who he has on.
Yeah, he has interesting talks.
Have you seen the one with RFK?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that one's pretty deep. I like that one.
That's pretty good. But that's another thing. Joe Rogan won't entertain the idea, but he'll have somebody on there talk about like the importance of drinking urine. He literally had a guy on there do that, and he let him talk.
Who? Bear Grylls?
Was Grylls, wasn't it?
I don't know. It's a joke because you know who Bear Grylls is, right?
Yeah, apparently he talked about drinking urine for survival or something like that.
Yeah.
Eating camel shit to stay alive in the desert. Yeah. And he was living in a hotel, getting a 5-star meal every night.
Yeah, he was eating the camel shit, spitting it out, and then going to the hotel.
And caviar for fucking starters.
You know what the funny thing about Bear Grylls is? He comes from one of the poshest parts of London as well. He's like a privately educated posh boy. And we're supposed to believe that he's like this survival expert.
Yeah, he's the trust fund baby.
And then, yeah, exactly. And then he goes out to all these places. He stays in 5-star hotels while he pretends to be braving the elements. It's all just a fucking joke.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah, it is. The same thing with this celebrity Big Brother. And then as soon as the lights went out, they were, okay, good, all right, people, good job. And then they would bring in fucking all the food and everything. That was also found to be a fucking joke.
It's all subconscious programming. Why do you think they call those kinds of shows reality TV?
Because they're not.
Because they're projecting what they want the reality to seem to you.
Yeah. Which is what we were saying about reality. Yeah, when you pull that Jenga stick from the bottom and it all collapses, you start questioning what it is, right?
Like the Truman Show.
Sorry.
Hello, good day and good morning. And just in case I miss you, good evening.
Yeah, I remember when Big Brother was the first kind of big reality TV show in the UK, at least. I don't know about the US. But I just remember when it first came out, and like all of my mates were glued to it, and I was like, I watched one episode, and I thought, what the fuck? What is going? Like you're just watching people. Like you could just go into any pub, any bar, anywhere, and have the exact same experience, except then you get to be part of it. I just didn't get it at all. And then it was like, oh, that was wildly popular. Let's make 50 more shows exactly the same, but with slight twists. And that was, 20 years ago that started, and they just never stopped.
Yeah, I put my hands up. I watched I think it was the first season, the second season, I was kind of glued to it, and I went, this is bullshit.
Bullshit.
MTV did the same thing over here with the reality shows too back in the day.
Yeah. But it's like, I'm amazed that people actually find that stuff interesting.
Yeah, no, you know how we're like kind of geeks and we like video games, shit like that there, and I was thinking, you tell somebody, right, 25 years ago, that there's going to be a platform where people watch other people play video games. You'd be like, fuck off. And they're going to make tons of money. You're like, bullshit. What kind of world is that? I would rather play the game myself, entertain myself, and have fun myself. There's no way on God's green earth that people are going to, hundreds of thousands are going to sit and watch other people play video games and get fucking their jollies out of it. That's not going to happen. It happened.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Because you think, isn't the whole point of video games that you play them yourself? Apparently not.
Nope. You got to watch other people playing them. It somehow makes it better.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Don't get it at all.
Reality. Reality is what they tell you it is. Or
I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, you know, they do it already with reality, so why wouldn't they do it with video games too?
Yeah, non-reality. They blend the two until you don't know your arse from your elbow, which is real, which is not.
They're just watching people do stuff that they would normally do, and you know, getting entertainment from that.
Hey y'all, real quick, since we're talking and everything, anybody in here got unmute abilities? Crypto, do you got Gold Plus abilities? You're always driving.
He might have. Crypto, do you have the
because there's somebody in here by the name of Fizzy Pops, and doesn't have any VC roles or anything.
So I'm on my iPad at the moment. I don't think I can do it on my iPad.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, sorry, I can't do it on my iPad.
Hey, Fizzy Pops, if you go up to VC check-in 1, are you still in here? He left. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Strike 1, dude.
Hey, you tried, bro. You tried.
well, I didn't.
No, sheepdog trade. That's the main thing.
Alright, guys.
Yeah, hey guys. Like PMAC, I know PMAC knows, but like anybody else in here that was talking, Care Bear, just keep an eye on whoever comes in and out. Every once in a while, just check the list of people who's talking and welcome them into the live stream, especially if they don't have any roles.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna head off to bed myself. So.
All right, sheep. Hey, good chat, dude.
Yeah, man, good seeing you, dude.
Stay tight.
Let's see. Blood Sticker, I know I've seen you around a couple times. Creature.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, Creature. Creature's new too. Hey, Creature, if you want to talk, come on up to VC check-in. Up top. And I'll get you checked in before I head to bed. Go to VC check-in 1 or VC check-in 2. Creature, do you hear me?
We tried earlier and he didn't respond as well.
Rehivno is waving. Could somebody unmute Rehivno? Let me hear what Treasure she has to say.
I mean, he's got VC verified on his account, so if he's muted, it's something else going on.
I'm not sure I'm supposed to, but I will.
You're so kind, Timbo.
Fuck it, Timbo.
Okay, we're doing it live.
Ain't nobody. Yeah.
All yours.
Good luck.
Oh, you've been unmuted.
Thank you.
How you doing, Micah?
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Lovely, jolly.
Lovely, jolly.
You alright?
Eh?
Are you alright?
You're Scottish, are you?
No.
No.
Nay.
Not at all.
Name no.
Hey, okay, no, I'll tell you where I'm from if you tell me where you're from first.
Sydney. You're Irish, right?
I fucking knew it. I could hear it in your fucking accent, you cunt. That's a joke between Australians and New Zealand. You cunt.
You cunt.
Ireland, buddy. Scotland, you were close.
Mm-hmm.
So, what did you think about the whole thing that we just talked about?
I was out of away from keyboard for like 5 minutes. What were you talking about?
5 minutes? We've been talking about 5 hours. What are you talking about? You missed the last 5 minutes? We've been talking for 5 fucking hours.
I've heard bits about, the last domino to fall or the last Jenga brick. And then it all comes unraveled.
Well, was there something about the shape of the Earth in there somewhere?
Oh, not really.
No. Okay. And we were talking about history before that, and we were talking about. Can we believe it? Anyway.
Oh, can you believe anything what anyone says? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's a fugazi. The whole thing's a fugazi, right?
Fugazi.
Fugazi. What do you think, mate? What do you think, cunt?
What do I think about?
I'm just kidding.
About the last brick or the first domino to fall. Or what?
Well, yeah.
What do you think about where we live?
I'm a glober. If that answers that question.
Oh, okay.
Full blown.
So, do you think there's going to be a meteor that hits the Earth and destroys everything?
Do I think that will happen? I don't know. Possible.
How do you think that meteor formed itself?
I have no idea.
You think it was like one molecule was moving through space and then it just picked up another molecule along the way?
Generally how things accumulate.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like lint.
Yeah. Lint attracts lint.
Lint moving through space.
The universe's belly button lint.
Yep. Some black hole let go a piece of belly button lint.
But yeah, I don't think the flat Earth domino's ever going to fall, or the Jenga brick, if you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, what gives you the idea that you're on a ball?
Every observation is consistent with it being on a ball, and there are plenty of observations that are inconsistent with it being flat.
Well, I mean, the ball is the only claim here, right?
Well, what do you think we live on? Do you have a claim or no?
It's not curving.
How do you come to that conclusion?
We see too far.
Okay. Do you have an observation? I mean, we can do the dance. We can do the dance if you like.
Oh, we can?
Yeah, for the next half an hour at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have an observation?
There you go. Oh, I posted it in the wrong thing.
In the live stream? Can't see anything in the live stream.
Hold the fuck on.
Hold on. Hold your fucking horses, cunt.
Forget about it.
There you go. It's very simple. I'm sure you've seen it 100 million times.
Probably have, and you probably know the answer.
Yeah. So, where's the horizon in the photo that I posted at 14 after?
14 after, hold on. Between A and B, personally. I don't think A is the horizon, by the way. I don't think A is the horizon.
Oh, you don't?
No, it's if you look at the full footage, it's not. It's nowhere near a straight line across. Like it's all wobbly and shit. So I don't think A is the horizon. I think habitat is obstructed a tiny bit.
I can post the video if you'd like.
Oh, I've seen the video, yeah.
Oh, you've seen the video too?
Yeah.
All right, so what's your thoughts on how far is the horizon supposed to be?
Depends on the atmospheric conditions.
Really?
Depends on the refractive gradient.
Refractive gradient. So when does refraction begin?
As soon as a photon hits a molecule of the atmosphere.
All right. Well, how do you get refraction to begin?
Say again. Your audio is pretty shit.
How do you get refraction? How does refraction occur?
Yeah, so photons hit molecules of the atmosphere. Have you heard of the analogy of the marching band with refraction?
No.
Okay, so a marching band.
Before we go into that, you're going to have to define refraction, and you're going to have to define Snell's law.
You probably shouldn't use Snell's law for the atmosphere, but we can if you like. Yeah, so refraction is light bending through changing densities.
Bending?
Yep.
Bending or the angle changes?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. There are billions of little tiny angle changes, yes.
It doesn't curve, right?
Oh, well, if you zoom out from a density gradient, yes, it does curve. But when you zoom in, there's all these millions and billions of little different angle changes, sure.
You realize the density gradient occurs vertically, it doesn't occur horizontally.
Yes. Correct, yep.
So then where's the gradient that's going to cause refraction going out horizontally?
Because there's more molecules below than there are above. That's why I asked about the marching band analogy.
But the medium is the same all the way out.
No, there's more molecules below than there are above.
But the medium...
Right, so, can I explain the marching band analogy? Then this will make sense.
But that's not how refraction works.
It is. It actually is.
It is not.
So the marching band analogy...
You have to have a change in medium in order for refraction to work.
At a macro level, you can use Snell's law with sort of gradiated, discrete layers of the atmosphere.
So
there are issues with that mathematically. That's why you use Fermat's principle.
So when there's fog, then there's just too much refraction going on for me to see anything?
Oh, it's usually scattering. If it's fog, you just can't see shit.
Come on, man. You're reaching for an explanation just so that way you don't have to say the Earth is flat.
If I explain the marching band analogy, I think you'll understand why, even if you are pointing light directly horizontal, why it will still refract downwards. If you understand the marching band analogy, which is kind of close to how refraction works.
I've done your marching band analogy, and I would think that scatter would occur a lot more than refraction.
Oh, scatter does occur, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't see scatter occurring in the image.
Light is scattering, right? But it's not enough distance to scatter it all away.
Oh, just 10 miles, that's it.
Yeah, that's not very far.
That's like 50,000 feet.
Right? You don't think you can see 10 miles?
Shoot, I've seen the weather advisories and I can see 25 miles.
Right. So why do you think the light would be scattered away at 10 miles?
Because you claim density.
Right. A density gradient, an optical density gradient, yes. That's there regardless of whether there's fog.
it doesn't explain refraction. Refraction requires some kind of a change in the atmosphere.
Yes, there is a density gradient. And again, if I get to the... Yes, right, exactly. If I get to the marching band, right, correct. That's how it works, yes. There is a vertical gradient. That's how it works. Okay, so can you imagine... there's a good video on YouTube about the marching band. Let me find it. It's basically if a marching band, like there's a row of 4 marchers or whatever playing their instruments, and they hit mud at an angle, right? So the marcher, the person on the inside will slow down, right? The person that hits the mud first will slow down, but the people that haven't hit the mud yet, continue at their speed until they hit the mud. And that causes a bend in the marching band. I need to find the video I can't explain it in words. I'll find it.
It's the same air all the way across the water, man. There's nothing different.
Understand, but there is a density gradient.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. There is
vertically. Yes, vertically.
Yes,
not horizontally.
Right. I agree. It is the vertical gradient that causes it to bend down.
So the upward gradient causes it to bend down. That seems counterintuitive.
No, it's how it works. Okay, I found... Yeah. I'll stick it in the chat anyway. That's kind of the marching band analogy.
Marching band to explain light refraction.
Yes. All right. As a photon hits...
Why don't we use light to explain light refraction?
Yeah. Okay. So a light, as a photon, it's traveling, and it's...
Marching bands to explain... Okay.
Yeah, it's an analogy, but I can explain it with the actual molecular interaction, if you like.
Let's say we have... Explain it with an actual demonstration.
Yeah, I'll explain it. I can't show you in my hands a molecule and a photon hitting it. I can explain what happens. Donato, that is a shit image. That is not how refraction works.
I can show you in my hands the Earth spinning and the water being held to its surface, but if you can imagine it.
You sound like God there. He's got the whole world in his hands.
So Donato.
The whole world in my hands.
Donato in the chat.
I want to hear.
Donato in the chat. That's not how refraction works. It's not gradient horizontally. It's not how it works.
Bro, we're not talking about
gradient horizontally.
I agree. That's why that diagram in the chat is shit. Because that's not how it works.
You would need a horizontal gradient in order for it to bend.
No, you need a vertical gradient. Let me post something. Do I have image perms? Hang on.
I don't know.
Just find out, do you?
I'll find out in a second.
You shouldn't have.
No, you don't.
Boo.
Someone really needs to get an image.
Yeah. Who can I send it to?
You can send it to Sheepdog. I'll post.
Okay.
You can explain it, and then we'll try and figure it out in our heads, and go, well, that's bullshit.
All right. There's Snell's Law. Snell's Law sent to Sheepdog. I'm going to post that in the chat. That'd be lovely.
I suppose if we're going to go all the way, may as well go on. Like, if we may as well see what he's trying to represent.
Yes.
With pixels and cameras and angles.
No,
and
just with a Snell's Law.
I want to hear the mark.
Did you send it?
Yeah, it's in your DMs.
Oh.
Tomorrow analogy.
Oh, there it is.
So, come on, you cunt.
Come on, cunt.
There you go.
There we go.
Go ahead, walk me through it.
All right, so that's Snell's law, and this is I have to stress it's a simplification of the atmosphere, but the lower density, the lower refractive index, is at the top generally.
Yeah,
and it's more dense generally below.
Okay, right. We're not. You see the first one you posted? The water's flat, bro.
What? It's not water. That's air.
The blue stuff is flat.
No, that's just more dense atmosphere. So more dense atmosphere below, the dark blue, less dense higher up, light blue. All right, so let's say our light beam's coming from the left, traveling to the right, and it's hitting the boundary at 90 degrees. We just do Snell's law, and it bends towards the denser medium. That's the rule of Snell's law, bends towards a denser medium. Even if the light is traveling in an upwards direction, the direction that it bends is towards the denser medium.
Right. So, okay, you're getting bogged down in mathematics, in stuff that doesn't really matter, because logically we can see and prove that the Earth is not a ball. It's not moving. Water does not adhere to the exterior of a ship. I don't know.
I got
okay.
this.
All right. Okay. But it's bogging us down in bullshit.
No, I know he is, because he's gonna claim like the infinite gradient, and so there's an infinite bend of refraction or infinite refraction index.
No.
So ball, right?
You've heard the word infinite, and you've heard the word refraction, and you heard the word Ruhif.
Is that supposed to be a water hill?
All right. So let me ask you this. Now, can you give me a demonstration?
I can explain to you what happens at a molecular level, and I can show you the.
I need a demonstration of this occurring.
Demonstration.
Sorry, can
guys,
induce.
Sheepdog, just 2 seconds, Ruth. If Sheepdog, your microphone's a little bit dodgy, dude. Don't be too close or too far away.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's brilliant. Stay there. Don't move a fucking muscle. Your microphone was shit before. Now it's perfect. That's all, buddy.
Oh, my voice. Sorry. Anyway, I'm going to need a demonstration now. I don't need an explanation. I need a demonstration.
Sure, of refraction happening where we've induced a density gradient?
With this density gradient.
Yeah, so I'll give you examples.
A gaseous density gradient.
Sure, one of these is a gas, yeah. Actually, more of them is a gas. There you go, I DM'd it to you. So one of them is the sugar water, one of them is inducing a horizontal density gradient. Dang Joss does liquid nitrogen to induce a density gradient. Greater Sapien uses temperature to induce a gradient.
So fluid is your demonstration, not gas.
No, I've used Dang Joss, who used liquid nitrogen, which evaporates in a matter of a second. So it's a gaseous gradient. Greater Sapien has used temperature to induce a gaseous gradient. And Mick West has used temperature to induce a horizontal gradient.
What is naturally occurring about those things?
What's unnatural about it? What do you define as natural and unnatural?
Well, obviously they had to be isolated and purified, right? So what's natural about it?
Okay, you want it happening in reality? Sure. Like in nature? I've DM'd that to you then.
Oh my God. So you're going to use that as your explanation. You're not going to show me with a laser, show me bendy laser going through the natural air, right?
Bottom right, Taboo Conspiracy, bendy laser through natural air. You want to post that in the chat?
Bendy laser, natural air.
Yes. Bottom right.
That's scattering. That's not bendy laser.
That's bendy laser. Come on, champ. Come on. I'll even post the source video so you can verify for yourself that it's bendy laser. Taboo Conspiracy, 16.4 miles.
Taboo, is that the one where it's bending up?
Taboo conspiracies, yes. Yeah.
Not bending down.
No, I'm not focused on the name, bro. I'm asking if this was the one where the laser bends up.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it bending up?
Because it's an inverted density gradient. Oops, that's the... Boom. Let me post the link in the chat. There we go. Oh. Yeah, so if you watch that video, you'll see most certainly the laser is curving.
This is the video that the concavers like to use. Say that we're on an inverted surface.
I'm not sure how they would use it for that, but sure.
Oh, come on. You've been in Tartaria. You've had conversations with the concavers.
I actually tried to avoid concavers.
I find that an insult. Like they're not as bent as us.
Yeah, they're a little nuttier. Anyway, sorry, the marching band analogy when it comes to the molecular interaction. Let's say a photon's traveling horizontally and it hits the absolute dead center of a molecule, then it should go straight or be absorbed and re-emitted, whatever. Let's say it's traveling horizontally and it hits the top of a molecule and gets dragged downwards. All right, so that'll cause a change in direction.
Right.
Yep. So if you hit the top of a molecule, the molecule's below you.
Rohypnol.
So the world is a molecule?
You use the mud analogy, right? As the marching band moves to the mud, they kind of like turn inward towards the mud. But you're going from a density gradient higher to a density gradient lower. So wouldn't it scatter if they come out of the mud?
It's only meant to explain the change in direction.
I know, but you use an inverse explanation. So I mean, come on, dude.
Well, I'm trying to give you an analogy for what happens in the atmosphere with the molecules.
Oh, I know. It's a poor analogy. I get it though.
Okay, well then, yeah. So if the photon hits the top of the molecule, it gets dragged downwards. So it changes the direction to point downwards. If it hits the bottom of the molecule, it gets dragged upwards. Cool. Yeah.
So what you're saying is in this laser experiment we're bending upward, then it's just hitting the tops of all of the molecules. Is that what's going on?
Not all of the molecules, right? But in a typical gradient, it's actually the other way around. So in a typical gradient, you've got more dense below you and less dense higher up.
Mm-hmm.
Statistically, you are going to hit more of the tops of molecules than you are the bottoms of molecules. So statistically, you'll more often bend downwards than you will upwards.
Oh, so if it gets lighter as it goes up?
Not sure how to respond to that. I thought I explained it fairly well.
I mean,
if the gradient is more dense below you and less dense higher up, statistically, you're going to hit more of the tops of molecules and bend down than you are hitting the bottom and bending up.
So it's bending off the tops of molecules? Bending downward off the tops of, it's bending downwards off the tops of molecules?
Yep, and upwards off the bottom. And you're going to hit more of the tops than you are of the bottoms in a typical density gradient.
Oh. Yep. I still don't see it.
Okay. Which bit don't you get?
All right. So where's your proof of curvature then?
Sure. If I go to the top of a mountain and I know what my elevation is, and I know another mountain off in the distance and I know its elevation.
Please don't tell me it's theodolite.
Yes, a theodolite. Measurable drop.
You love big tunes, don't you?
This is my theodolite measurements. I did this years ago.
I wish you'd come in here and have a conversation with God Rockin'.
Sure, I've spoken to him before. In fact, when was my video put out? Let me check.
Bro, you're off your tuss. You believe that's proof of anything? It's
Epic. I did mine in
Ben the Lasers.
June 2019 was my theodolite video.
And so, what's the range on your theodolite?
I can see it. I can measure an angle to it. Fuck my voice. There you go. There's my video in the chat. Theodolites don't have a range. They're just angle measuring devices. If I can see it through the scope, I can measure an angle to it.
And how do you be precise with it?
You be as precise as you can see. Should be within about 10 arc seconds. If I had a really good theodolite, I'd get within 1 or 2 arc seconds.
And so, what does that prove exactly? As far as, go ahead and walk me through it.
Okay, I can make a prediction for the angle that it should be if the Earth is flat, and I can make another prediction for what it should be if the Earth is a globe, if there's drop. And I go and measure it, and it matches the globe prediction. I measured drop.
From where?
From one mountain to another.
Wait, what?
Known elevations. Let's say I'm at a mountain. Let's say I'm at 1,000 meters elevation, and I look across to another mountain that's also at 1,000 meters. All right, so it's the same elevation.
Wait, so we're not measuring the sun anymore, or doing curvy angles. We're measuring one mountain to another.
Yes.
Okay.
Measuring an elevation angle.
Oh, okay, I see. Because of Earth curve. Okay, all right.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm in a flat Earth and I'm at 1,000 meters and the other mountain's 1,000 meters, theoretically I should measure 0 degrees elevation. Right.
Well, how far away is the mountain?
However far? 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Long way away.
What about 80?
It's a bit far to see with.
You can't see it, right? Right. Okay. All right. But people do see. But people do see things that should be hidden behind a curve.
I disagree with that.
Well, I mean, it's fucking. Hang on a minute. What's the word I'm looking for? Hang on, I'll find it. Documented. It's documented. We see things too far. So now you're talking about from one mountain to another that's 50 kilometers away, but people see things that are way too far away, right? Okay, so let's just stop right there. Let's just stop right there. What are you trying to do?
With these measurements, it's a measurement of drop. So 8 inches per mile squared.
Right. So if we are seeing things that are way too, like 80 kilometers away, where's your drop?
At 80 kilometers?
It's drop. The drop it's way beyond the drop. So I don't know what you're trying to do here, bro.
Well, do you understand that if on a flat Earth, and we ignore the atmosphere for now, on a flat Earth, if we're both at the same elevation, then I should measure 0 degrees. Well, just for now.
Okay, all right.
That's
fair enough.
I mean that they're both the same height, man.
Yeah, so it should be 0 degrees, right?
Well,
assuming they're both the same.
There's going to be some fucking drop. But why are we seeing things that shouldn't be there?
Well, show me something you think shouldn't be there.
All right. Well, you get your theodolite out and you tell people that they can't see things across the fucking Great Lakes of Michigan or fucking mountains that shouldn't be there, or across the mountains of Hawaii that should not even be there. You shouldn't even see the tops of them.
Show me one.
What?
Show me an example. Yes.
You ever seen them?
I've seen stacks. I've never seen one that is not possible on a globe.
Well, here's my thing. You claim refraction over water, but then you won't claim refraction when you're using a theodolite?
I said just to ignore the atmosphere for now. I did factor in refraction in my calculations.
Why?
Just to get the general principle across of like if we're at the same elevation, it should be 0.
It should be?
Well, in reality, it won't be, right? Because there is refraction. It will be above 0.
The spot you're looking at on the other mountain is the same height above sea level.
Right, we can measure that.
How?
Differential leveling. We can get elevations regardless of the shape of the Earth.
If you're 100 miles inland, how do you get elevation from sea level?
Differential leveling.
Differential level. You're going to have to explain it.
Yes. Okay. You have some point of known elevation. You can start at the sea, sure, right?
Yeah.
But you have some point of known elevation. You stick a rod on that point, right? So you got this 2-meter rod, whatever, sticking on that point.
Uh-huh.
You have another rod 100 meters away. You stick your auto level in the middle, 50 meters in the middle. You look back at the first rod, measure the height on the rod, spin your auto level around, look at the second rod, measure the height on that through the auto level. Whatever the difference is, yeah.
So how do you triangulate the height of a mountain from sea level 100 miles away?
Yeah, that's what we're doing, differential leveling. Right, you take it from one point, you transfer an elevation from one point to the next with an auto level.
And then you assume it's curving, right?
No. Differential leveling does not care about the shape of the Earth. It works fine on flat or curved. In fact, I've got a slide for that, and I'll DM you the slide for that. Hold on. Is it?
After refractions, ignore.
Refraction again, because you're looking the same. Hang on. You're looking backwards and forwards. Yeah, refraction and curvature will cancel out.
So you're not even in the water, man.
Right.
You don't even know what your height is.
Let's say the first point on the left is sea level. All right, just start at the left at 0. That's fine.
Let's just say, okay.
I got to go feed doggies in about 5 minutes.
I mean, you're going to have to prove that both of these mountains are the same height.
Yeah, differential leveling gives you correct elevations regardless of the shape of the Earth.
This is a new one on me. So you're talking between two mountains?
Yeah, we're just establishing that we can get accurate elevations. We have a process to do that.
Okay. And the mathematics proves that it will be the same on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, but if you use the globe Earth mathematics, it proves that the Earth is curving.
The two predictions, the two calculations, one of them includes drop and one of them doesn't. That's it.
I know.
Right.
100 meters at a time to get 100 miles inland elevation. And 100 miles would have a mile of curvature behind it.
Right, but differential leveling doesn't care about curvature.
I know, right? It's insignificant, even over 100 miles.
It cancels itself out.
Never.
Can you see that it would cancel out on both sides?
No.
You don't understand why it would cancel out?
No.
Let's say you look...
You have to account for the curvature, dude.
No, you don't. With differential leveling, you do not.
I mean, you can ignore it, and then the Earth becomes flat.
No, it doesn't matter what the shape is with differential leveling. That's the whole point.
I think it's just an excuse to ignore curvature.
No. Let's say we're in the middle, and let's say these two rods A and B are a long way apart. Let's say they're a mile apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did I explain the process of actually transferring elevation?
Let's say they're 100 miles apart.
Yeah, whatever. Something with a lot of curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I know, let's say I know the elevation of point A, right? I've transferred that from sea level to point A. I know the elevation at point A. I measure the height on the rod at point A. Then I spin my auto level around and measure the height on the rod at point B. Whatever the difference is between those two measurements, that is the change in elevation, regardless of the shape of the Earth. Let's say the shot from the middle back to A had 8 inches of curvature. Right, the shot from the middle to B also has 8 inches of curvature. They cancel out.
Do you know how much curvature is supposed to be in 100 miles?
Oh, shitloads, whatever. But do you understand the curvature cancels out?
Maybe if it was over 10 feet, yeah.
No, any distance. Any distance. If you're in the middle, the amount of theoretical curvature will cancel out because you're looking back and then you're looking forward. You're just taking the difference in the measurements on the rod. Have a think about this for a while.
I'm already thinking about it, dude. Like, I don't understand how you could see something from 100 miles away.
Yeah, fuck it. We're not 100 miles away. This is like 50 meters, right? Doesn't matter. But if you want to do it over a mile, and there might be 8 inches either way, do you understand that it will cancel out?
150 feet, that's it?
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter what distance.
It doesn't? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Do you understand the geometry of it? That if you're in the middle, if you're looking to the left and looking to the right, there might be 8 inches of curvature either way. They cancel out. If it's flat, there's 0 drop and 0 drop either side. That cancels out.
So you know 2 mountaintops that are 1,000 meters high and a mile apart?
Oh no, that was just a theoretical, to establish that elevation angle would be 0. It's just an explanation of what an elevation angle is.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't establish that.
Well, if you watch my video, I do real life measurements of these. There's like a dozen measurements in it. Oh.
I thought you were doing so.
No, we'll feed the dogs in a minute. Yeah, she wants to play Hex Cells, which is the game we're playing. Yeah, but have a think. Yeah, have a think about how that would work on a globe, the differential leveling part.
It can't.
And
oh, bless her. She must be a saint living with you, man. Holy shit.
Again?
I was just saying, she must be a saint living with you.
My daughter doesn't have a choice living with me. Oh, how'd you go?
Oh, it's your daughter? Sorry, I thought it was your wife. Sorry.
All right, sorry.
Daddy, feed the dogs.
Yeah, we'll feed the dogs. Have a think about differential leveling and why it cancels out both sides of curvature.
Man,
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
Or if you don't account for a curvature, then there's no curvature.
No, the method works regardless of the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't, man.
It does. Think about it. Have a think about it, and I'll chat to you guys tomorrow. All right, we're going to go feed some doggies. Good night. See you.
Enjoy your evening. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank God that's over.
Anyway, thanks for letting me swim around a little bit on that one.
No, you're fine, mate. If I start talking to him, I'm just going to get shouty and angry.
I appreciate it. That was a good opportunity for myself, so.
No, you're fine, man.
He is a die-in-the-wool, never surrender, roll-burfer to the end, and that's it. Good night. It's like a...
And that's all I was trying to do is, like, let him move on to his point. Because there was a lot of things, honestly, I don't know that much about, like...
Yeah, me neither.
Like that. But I know that, like, I knew eventually he would come into triangulation, man, and you can't fucking triangulate on a globe.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you've done good, man. You've done good.
It's like,
I learned a lot from Godrock, and you can't use a theodolite for long distance observations. That's some bullshit.
This is why I asked in the text how far this device works. And it's 3,000 meters or something like that.
Right.
Yep. But they will take you down the road, right? And they'll fill your brain full of fucking angles and numbers and theodolites and things. And then you ask them, hang on, how far is it? 50 kilometers? Right. Now, why do we see too far? What do you mean see too far? Well, there's loads of evidence that we see too far. Oh, I've never seen it. What? You've never seen evidence that we see too far? Nope. Well, that's just selective blindness. That's just like that guy is never coming back from whatever world he's living in. He's going to be there forever. There's no changing him.
And I'm going to need to, I don't know, maybe I need to talk to Elijah or somebody that has more knowledge on refraction, because I'm pretty sure that, like, isn't light supposed to take the path of least resistance? So it should bend upward and not downward?
This is a tricky one, that one, mate. It doesn't always take the path of least resistance. I get that nature usually takes the path of least resistance, but...
Or maybe it's frequency dependent?
Yeah, I think so, mate. I mean, look, I don't jump into those types of conversations because I know fuck all about them. Take quantum erasers kind of advice. I don't know anything about mechanics, so I'll shut up. So I generally shut up when we're talking about theodolites, but and refraction and shit. But yeah, God Rockin, Elijah, Timbo, and Indio, and Memulus will be the best people to talk to, mate.
Who?
Elijah, Timbo, God Rockin, Indio, and Memulus.
Timbo, he's a cunt. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You know he's listening to it too while he's at dinner.
Oh, I hope so.
P-Mac, I'm glad you've got in on the fun of just abusing Timbo for no reason whatsoever, apart from the fact he's Australian. Well done, mate. Good job.
Yeah, you're welcome. No, but it's the same thing. I know fuck all, right? But and you listen to a lot of these people talk about stuff, right? And they mention refractions and infractions and angles and shit. You will sit for the rest of your life, listen while your eyes are closed and you're falling asleep. Listen to these people talk about fucking numbers.
Yeah. They talk about numbers and then tell you that what you're seeing is an illusion.
According to the numbers. Yeah, fuck off, mate. You're a cunt. I'm just kidding. You got to get real with it sometimes. Like, how far can we see? What we experience? Is it fucking flat? If you stand on the fucking cliff and you look 3 miles that way, 3 miles that way, the water's fucking flat. The whole fucking ocean is flat. Now try and picture a spinning ball, right? A spinning ball, right? That you basically don't feel any movement though. It's holding the water, dude. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's all I can say. You can sit and talk to Nathan and other people for all you like about refractions and theodolites and angles and maths. But the fact of the matter is, it's all bullshit.
It is. I saw a new argument today. This pilot was talking about the new pilot manuals that are coming out are talking about how, like, the gyros correct themselves, like they auto correct themselves or whatever. And he's showing this book, right? This pilot book on like how to fly. It's one paragraph is dedicated to this. That's it. One paragraph telling you that don't worry about it. It fixes itself. You don't need to worry about it. Keep flying. It's ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, you have to put your stake in the sand at some stage and go, listen, bro, you're just look. Okay, I don't understand what you're talking about. I believe that what you believe in, what you see in the numbers, makes the earth a ball. But according to logic, and then everything I experience with my 5 senses, sometimes 6, because I may have a 6th sense, you're bullshitting. It's all bullshit.
Don't worry, the math all adds up. By the way, PMAC, that's why I never talk shit about somebody in the background. I guess I'm going to be turning this into an all-nighter. Can't sleep.
I might just have to do the same thing.
Sucks. I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of starting to wonder if it's like all the frequencies out there and everything, but it's just what it is.
Fucking frequencies, bro. Most things that we live on today were invisible. Electricity, things, people in frequencies, bouncing things, and they're talking radios, and most things that make up our life were invisible. Nobody could see them for up until like 100 years ago.
Hey, Donato, you have knowledge on theodolites, don't you? You use theodolites. I thought. I'm not experienced in theodolites, and from what I've heard, it's a weak argument, and it was somebody found a way to make it look like a parlor trick, and so I don't like it. Oh, you do not. Well, it sounds like you're learning to be about theodolites. Someone on Twitter sent me this link, and I'm going to go ahead and share it with you guys because anybody who has any knowledge in coding, like computer coding, hold on. Apparently, this person is saying, "Hey, find the computer code in the onboard computer," and I'm willing to bet it's in there. I'm willing to bet it's in there. But I just don't know computer code that well. So how was the Miggy show earlier, the Mayhem show? I'm sure some people were around for that. So begging the question fallacy. Right. No. So yeah. So that's what begging the question is basically like, I assume the Earth is a ball, so therefore sticks and shadows. That's pretty much the begging the question fallacy, right? I'm trying to get these fallacies down.
Yeah, you've already made the presupposition before we've even. Yeah. You've already presupposed something. I think that's big enough. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of that statement they made on their on that Twitter account. It is a begging the question fallacy. They're assuming the code is correct because they assume the Earth is a globe. But I don't know enough about coding to go in there and look and cipher all of it out. Because that would be interesting to go into the computer code, look at it, and be like, damn, look, it uses a flat Earth map. It doesn't use a globe for its position.
That sounds like a first world problem to me.
You don't have first world problems?
Me? Nah, I don't even know what they mean by.
So at the end of the world.
I'm in the second and third. I can go to sleep. The apocalypse could happen. I wake up, I wouldn't even know.
Yeah. How you been, P-Mac? I haven't talked to you in a long time, dude.
I've been fine. Working away.
You've been hanging out in the lobby? Doing lobby squad stuff?
Yeah, sometimes I get a little too drunk and I act like a ball bag, and I am a Cogdas VIP, and I'm actually proud of it.
If anybody deserves to be a Cogdas VIP, it's you.
Yep.
Because you won't fucking they have to get past you in order to get back into the graces of
God bless them. Yeah, no, it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Is it?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You listen. If someone is going to put a badge on you, you may as well wear it well. Just show it out to the world. Like, it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, it's just a badge.
Oh, no. No, I like going in there because that's an opportunity to teach.
Teach, not preach. Teach. I'll be right back. Preach, teach, don't preach.
Creature, do you want to get VC verified? If you'd like to get VC verified, Creature, I need you to go up to the VC check-in. Please. I'll make it as quick as possible. Logitech, I am the science. Ooh, you're VC verified too.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Not much. Just sitting here freezing my ass off.
Where are you?
Why are you freezing your ass off?
It's winter time here.
Oh, it's down. You're down below.
Yeah.
You're upside down.
Upside down land. Yeah.
South America.
What part of upside down land are you in?
I'm down near Melbourne.
Okay.
Like an Australian. I can't deal with all these cunts.
No, but I'm a real Australian. I'm not one of these fraudulent.
Are you a proper cunt?
Are you a
Okay, I'm not one of. Okay, okay. I better rephrase that. I'm not a New World Order Australian, but I'm also not like a bad Australian. If you get my point.
I don't know. No, I don't. What's a bad Australian?
He doesn't believe in. You don't believe in gambling?
In gambling.
Sorry, government. Did I say gambling?
Government.
Oh yeah, no, I totally disagree with government. 100%. It's a fucking scam. It is money launderers and criminal cartel. That's all government is.
Yeah, it's legalized.
So what's your what's your position on the shape of the earth?
Yeah. What's that?
What's your position on the shape of the earth?
I'm an anti-glober.
You're an anti-glober.
That's like extreme. You're like an anti.
Didn't you and I have this discussion before about being an anti-glober? Was it you or was it somebody else?
Yeah, I think it was actually. You were trying to convince me that I should use the term flat Earth.
Yeah,
you can use true Earth. You don't have to use flat Earth. You can use true Earth, but like saying you're an anti-glober just makes you as ignorant as an anti-flat Earther.
Yeah, well, you could argue that, but there's many terms I could use, like non-glober. There's other stuff I could use.
Non-globe believer.
But the problem. Let me tell you. I think I told you this. The whole flat Earth thing is a psyop by the government, and it's also been hijacked. The whole flat Earth movement's been hijacked by flat earthers who actually pretend to be, who are actually globers. So you probably come across this. Like people, flat earthers, go and make YouTube channels and pretend they're globers to mock flat earthers. So that's why there's a whole movement, whole connotation. I don't like the whole.
No, like I know there's like a double cross and triple cross thing going on, and people do it as a means of like selling, social media or whatever. But
yep, 100%.
I mean,
and I discovered that
when you're in here, all we ask is that you just be honest. That's it.
Oh yeah, I've been honest. So I went after these fake globers, right? Well, they never admitted.
There's fake globers? Like I don't understand.
Fake people who are globers who are actually flat earthers. And that is, they worked out they get more clout and more views from being globers than flat earthers.
Or vice versa.
That's what pissed me off. So I didn't want to be associated with being called a flat earther, because it's not so much most people are honest, but there's a group who are dishonest, and that's why I didn't want to be associated with them. So that's why I was trying to move away from the whole flat Earth psyop. It's all out of the United States and all out of Israel, and it's all coordinated. And I'm like, you guys are full of shit. And it pissed me off. Well, you can't prove that we're dishonest. I said, I can tell. You're entrapping people, new people, to set them up or humiliate them, and shit like this. And I said, I don't agree with it, and I'm not going to be part of it. So, but it's good, as you said. This is a good server full of honest people. That's what I'm here for, which I'm happy to hear.
So it's cold there right now, huh?
What's that?
Open your brain.
Oh, you just passed the winter solstice, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago. I think last week. I'm not sure now.
Melbourne's on the northern side too, isn't it?
No, Melbourne's down south.
How?
Well, okay, I don't believe in. Okay, I don't believe in north or south. I say up or down, or higher or lower.
How cold does it get down there in the winter?
Well, okay. Last night it was 0 degrees Celsius, so freezing. Tonight it's going to be 6 degrees Celsius. But I had my window
It's not
open.
bad though for nighttime, man.
Yeah. It depends.
Nighttime in the middle of winter.
But it's not bad if you're compared to fucking Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska. Minus 40.
Minus 40. Fuck me.
That's up around the 65th parallel, though. That's not like, the 58th or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it gets cold there. You get down to minus or 0. Sorry, I didn't know that. In Australia.
What'd you say about Australia?
You get down to 0 degrees.
Yeah, there's snow up in the mountains. It snows.
Yeah, are you close to the coastline?
Yeah, kinda. I'm not far.
No, it's Australia. Everybody's close to coastline.
Not true, man. They could live inland, but all the cities are.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the only reason why I was asking, because if you're right on the coastline, you're just not going to feel. It doesn't get cold because the coastline will allow the temperature to drop to zero. Water acts like a buffer at that location.
And also, cities are naturally
warmer because more people there.
And if it's really cold,
concrete absorbs energy and heat. So
more energy. Yeah.
But on the flip side, Australia gets very hot in the summertime.
What is your favorite way to demolish the globe? What's your favorite argument?
I've gone through phases. Now I just feel sorry for globers.
Now you're sounding like a politician. I asked what
I am. But this happens naturally because I've had arguments and fights and fake debates and shit like this. Now I just think, wow, you're either completely brainwashed or you're just a double crosser. So I try to avoid the whole globe thing. Now the arguments are more on points. Like this morning, I was in another group and we were arguing about this. Okay, get this. I problem solved the whole satellite thing, right? And I collapsed the satellites and the ISS, right? So there's a glober, right? He's in there and he's talking about the speed of the ISS. I looked it up and it said 17,500 miles an hour that the ISS is traveling. And I said, dude, come on. I said, do you understand how fast that is? He goes, yeah, it's fast. So I began to break it down for him. I said, I went to the calculator, online calculator. I typed in 17,500 miles an hour converts to feet per second, as in velocity of bullets, right? That 17,500 miles an hour equates to 25,000 feet per second. So 10 times faster than a speeding bullet or missile or rocket. I said, do you have a comprehension of how fast that is? Right? Any object at that speed would break up or destroy it. And he's going, yeah, but there's no orbit in space, right? I said, yeah, that's fine. I said, so you're saying that the force of gravity of Earth is holding an object in orbit traveling at 25,000 feet per second.
He's saying there's no matter in space.
Yeah, so this is ridiculous. I said, one, you can't get an object to propulsion that speed. Nothing will travel that speed. It will break up or destroy it, no matter if it's an orbit or vacuum or whatever. And it actually, get this, it actually equates to Mach 22. Okay, 7,500 miles is Mach 22. It's off the scale ridiculous. I said, dude, you couldn't be that low IQ. I've given you the facts on all this. You couldn't be that low IQ to actually believe satellites are traveling that speed. Or the ISS. And he just said, nah, it exists. I've seen it. I said, you can't see an object traveling at Mach 22. There's a camera wouldn't even capture it. Nothing would see it, right?
True.
And I'm saying, how would it stay in orbit? The gravity wouldn't be power. If gravity existed, which I don't believe gravity exists, if the downward force existed, an object at that speed wouldn't travel. It would just keep going. And that's it. And I just
into outer space. Yeah.
I destroyed it. It's over. I'll ring up any professor in any university and any college dickhead and argue that point. If they're still doubling down, they're not worth of any degree or any qualification.
And the angular momentum, the angular velocity on that going around the Earth
wouldn't exist.
Okay.
At Mach 22, there's no force could hold it down.
Does that answer your question, Jimmy?
No, because this has nothing to do with shutting down the globe. This has to do with talking about a point. It doesn't prove or disprove the shape of the Earth, right? I'm talking like you want to destroy the shape of the Earth, right?
But you could argue satellites.
What form of argument should you take to prove or disprove the sphere globe?
Well, okay, in science or mathematics, if someone proves to you that your math or observation or belief is incorrect, the whole science is out. It's over. So if I sit there and you believe in all these satellites and ISS, and you're using that as evidence of space and gravity and velocity and all this other shit, it's over. All of it. The whole NASA's over. The whole SpaceX is gone. Round Earth's finished. Gravity's finished. Orbit's finished.
Somebody pulled that stick.
So it's over. I've completely destroyed it for 1,000 years and it's finished. They got to go back and start again. Right. But okay, honestly, I know I'm ranting a bit here, but who came up with the figure of 17,500 miles an hour and why?
It's kind of a double-edged question. It was like, what argument would you use to prove or disprove? So he's giving you both sides. Like you pick one. Well, disprove. You know.
Well, okay.
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm just saying that was the question. It was kind of like a double-edged sword. Like you could take either side of the argument. What argument would you use to prove or disprove flat Earth? Well, pick one.
The best one is obviously long-range photography, and how there's no curve. The lack of curve is the best argument.
Is water the second?
What?
Water. How water behaves.
What about it?
Well, my argument to prove flat Earth is how water behaves.
Water always keeps it level at rest.
Yeah, that's a given. Yeah, that's day one. Flat Earth understanding.
101. Okay.
I'll take it even higher. I do. You can't have gas pressure without a container. It has to be contained. Now, granted, you could get gas pressure going down, but when it bounces off something, something's got to keep it in.
So you're referring to a firmament, as in pressure inside the dome.
Some kind of not a dome. Like people use a dome, but like if you actually look at the scriptures and what it says, it talks about a vault for an expanse. Firmament was a later interpretation, and I think it had to do with like something that was firm up there, but we don't know what it is up there. And you start talking about superfluids and other things like that. We all saw the SpaceX launch where that thing bounced off the sky and looked like it was skimming across water. So
We did
See, with that,
groups. We did a group session on on one of the SpaceX's rockets, or two of the SpaceX rockets launched. We know the one where it goes up and comes down sideways and lands again. And we proved so many inaccuracies in there. It's too much CGI. It's just totally fake.
Which one? Are you talking about the one that goes up like 60,000 feet and then lands?
Yeah, then it comes down sideways for some reason, and then it lands on the thing.
By using fins. Just fins.
It's a joke.
It's a fucking joke, bro. It's a joke.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I didn't like it either because like all it proved was that it went up to a certain height and then it came back down. It never like exceeded the outer space that they so-called called out. Go ahead.
How fast was it traveling? How fast were them things traveling before they disconnected and came back to Earth? What's the escape velocity again? I forget. That's 7,000? 7? Is it 7? It doesn't matter.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I think it's a hell of a amount. Yeah, it's like 3 times. Those things came down right by fins. Oh my god! They fell out of the atmosphere at traveling at 7,000 miles per hour, and they just managed to magically land on a fucking platform in the middle of the sea by fins.
There is an argument for it landing, and I'm going to say this because they do it with drones. They have the computer program thing that like learns how to land based off of what's going on underneath it and everything. So I get that part of the argument. I'm fine with a rocket landing itself. That's not a problem. That doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it went up in the sky, then it came back down. It didn't go to outer space. It just went up in the sky and then it fell back down once the boosters turned off.
Right. So something in free fall hasn't got any forward, upside down, up, down, right, left propulsion, fell out of the sky at 7,000 miles an hour, and somehow directed itself to a platform, a very, very small platform. In the middle. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's totally believable.
Well, I mean, it's just computer programming. Like it's no different than your Robo Shark coming out, sweeping the floor, and then returning to its home.
Bro, look, I get that. I remember somebody said that to me years and years ago, when they first started this shit, and he said something about computers, and I was like, no, seriously. What do you call a forum? Lunatic Outpost. Well, computers can do that, you know.
Well, I mean, you've seen those robots that play tennis and then they learn how to like not drop the ball. Have you ever seen those before?
Sorry.
So if they can do that, like a robot playing catch and it learns how to not drop the ball, or like have you ever seen the one where the drone? It was a drone. It had a platform. It had a platform on top, and it would bounce this ping pong ball up and down. It had to learn how to maintain the ping pong ball, and it would drop it, and then it would correct itself. It would mathematically correct itself, and then it would continue to do that. And you could bump it, and then it would swing back over and continue bouncing the ping pong ball up and down.
Okay, was that an episode of Jetsons?
No, I'll see if I can find it. It might be a little bit of a search.
Okay. Did you hear what it said? A cylindrical device without any wings. Okay, maybe a computer, but without any wings, any aerodynamics or means of propulsion, fell out of the sky at 7,000 miles an hour and managed to land itself with fins, just using fins, little small fins, on a platform in the middle of the sea.
Are you talking about like a SpaceX aircraft or something else?
Holy shit, bro!
I don't know what you're talking about now. I thought we were talking about the same thing. That sounds like we're talking about something different.
SpaceX, please, God, tell me you don't believe it. Please tell me you don't believe it.
You didn't watch? Did you watch the video? I watched the video, dude. There were as it was falling, it used thrusters in order to brace the fall when it came back down. I saw the video, dude.
No, okay. Give me the link. I can destroy that video in 10 seconds flat. It's embarrassing that people fall for that devil deception. Yeah, what's it called?
Even though it had thrusters, right?
SpaceX landing shuttle.
No, she won't get the video, man. Please, yeah, please. Thrusters.
I'm gonna post this video. I didn't watch it, but I'm gonna post it and see if this one's it. Probably the one you're thinking of.
You got to be careful too, because people listen.
They lie and say that they fly to space. I don't think it flies to space. I think it just goes up high up in the altitude and then it comes back to Earth. Now it turns sideways before it starts to fall, but you'll see like little thrust things coming out of the side to kind of reposition it going down. And then as it gets closer to the Earth, you see the bottom thruster turn on. And I mean, we all played that stupid Atari video game back at, well, if you were old enough to, where the Moonlander. Did anybody ever play that game, Moonlander? Anybody remember that?
I'm not going to compare a space rocket launch to Moonlander, dude. Come on.
Yes, I played that one.
Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Something that high up can use a couple of thrusters and fins to land back on a platform in the sea.
Hey, my links don't populate or generate. Can someone help me out here?
No.
But here's my thing: is shouldn't there have been like some kind of a spin involved? Going up that high?
Look.
Yeah, okay, dude. Maybe I was in grade school, I believe this, but I'm sorry, I'm not that ignorant.
Look at the fins. Look at the fins. They're not even solid.
The what?
The fins.
Yeah, the fins.
They're like fucking cheese, like a cheese grater.
Why would they put that on there?
Do you think? Hang on.
I think people
how much aerodynamics do you think a cheese grater has?
That's a good observation, man. That's just funny.
It's been a while since I watched this video. I only watched it like once or twice.
America needs to like form a big like militia, not a militia, like a gang, and just go to NASA and just tear it down, and go to SpaceX and just tear it down and just laugh at these people. Because this has gone on for 55 years now, and this is just mockery. You know, it's
all right, Jimmy. They're taking the piss, bro.
No, I'm not taking it. I'm pissed off. Somebody broke into my car again and broke my fucking lock switch again.
Fucking shoot him in the head.
Now I gotta enter through the passenger side to enter into my own fucking car.
My thing is they made this video, right? And you see how it's a wide angle lens for it, right? But even though it's a curved lens, you would think that they would turn that bit sideways so you could see more curvature of the Earth. But as soon as they get up laterally and that angle gets changed, the lens doesn't curve.
You and I both know that cheese graters are not aerodynamic. You okay?
Oh no! Those are landing paddles, dude. I can tell you right now, those are like they're not fins for stabilizing against the air.
So what is stabilizing?
it's stabilizing it from when it lands. It doesn't tip over, dude.
A big cylinder.
It's like a Christmas tree. Think of a Christmas tree.
Yeah. Okay, a Christmas tree falling through space. Yeah, I can believe that.
Right. So you got your Christmas tree that's playing straight up. Well, if you don't have those fins, what's going to happen to your Christmas tree? It's going to tip over, right?
Okay.
When it's standing on the ground. It has nothing to do with being up in the air. That's not what they're there for. They're there for when you land, it doesn't tip over. That's it.
Okay. Or aerodynamics.
I know you're like enthralled by the video. You love it. I should have you host you like ripping videos apart. That would be the funniest shit ever, dude.
Yeah,
I just feel bad for the people who are sitting in their homes or whatever and just believing all this. And I'm like, dude,
I really do.
It's just embarrassing.
You got to remember, like they're like, if they're not waking up anytime soon, they're part of the problem, dude.
What'd you say? Yeah, they're not trying to. Yeah, you have to be. There's no point wasting your breath on most of the population. Just those that might.
It's not even most. Like, there's some people like it doesn't bother them. They don't care either way, and I'm okay with those people. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna care either way. But the ones that I don't agree with, that I can't be around, are those anti-flat earthers. Like, if you spend more time researching flat earth and jumping into people's messages just to fucking mock them, then you're the problem, dude. You are the problem.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I left the whole thing for like about a year, and I came back, and suddenly there was this new term, anti-flat earther, and suddenly everybody, and I have no idea where that came from or was. Or
when did you leave?
Well, about 9 months ago, I left for about 6 months, bro. I was like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, because I would be one, because I find that from time to time, it's okay to not give a shit, right? Just zone out, bro. Otherwise, you're going to do your head, yeah. So I did that, and I came back, and everybody's like, anti-flat earthers, anti-flat. What the fuck?
Yeah.
We don't like them, anti-flat earthers. Me neither. Fuck them. Who are they? Where'd they come from?
No, I'm not going to say that I coined the phrase, but as soon as I came in, I could recognize who an anti-flat earther was almost immediately. So I'm wondering if, either it was there before I got there, and I just happened to pick out the word myself, or it was maybe I came up with it and then people ran with it because it made sense. I don't know, but I've been using it for about a little less than 2 years. Like, because people will say you're anti-science. Like, man, you're an anti-flat earther. Like, it doesn't matter what anybody tells you, it can't be flat. You could be shown all the evidence in the world, it can't be flat. And there's actually a fallacy tied into that. I don't know if y'all know this.
No.
Y'all ready for it? It's called the invincible ignorant fallacy. Is it invincible ignorant? Let's see. I think it's invincible. Yeah, the invincible ignorance fallacy. It occurs when no matter what evidence you are presented with, you will continue to believe whatever you want to believe.
Hello, Ruhuf. Are you listening? They're never going to change their mind, bro. They are stuck. I mean, there's some people you can gauge. You can tell maybe they can bend a wee bit. Maybe they might come across. Maybe you have a point, but there's just people that just never.
Never. It's beneath them.
Yeah, you have no chance. You got a snowball's hell of a chance. More than. Matthew Lawrence. Call that guy.
No, you know what? I got to give Matthew Lawrence a little bit of dues. I'm not saying he's like, he's still a little sneaky little bastard, but he used to come in here. He is. I've seen his videos, but I've seen him come in here and say it could work on a ball and it could work on a flat earth.
Yeah, he's only pretending.
You think he's just pretending?
Yeah, he's a pretender clown.
Yeah.
He's never coming over ever.
No, he's not. Were you here that day that I asked him? I said I was like brand new here still, and I go. So if NASA came out today and dropped all the documents, said, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, the Earth is flat. We've been lying to you for a really long time. Here's all the evidence. Here's all the information. We are going to disband and yada yada yada.
Yeah,
the Earth is flat." And he literally said, "Then I'd have to say that NASA is lying."
See, that's exactly what I thought. I pictured that scenario in my head, and most of the world would be going, "It's flat, dude. They've already fucking told it's fucking flat." And Matthew and them other boys will be arguing, "No, it's a fucking ball." You know what I mean? And they'll start their own fucking little group, little Discord server. There's definitely a ball. Them other boys are all fucking mad. That's the kind of people we're dealing with.
I mean, I'm literally, I pray all the time now. I'm like, show me, God, show the world some kind of a miracle that like would prove something wrong on the whole globe level. Like one thing I would like to see an eclipse, a solar eclipse, right? A complete solar eclipse, and see a partial moon in the sky. That would fucking blow my mind. Because I mean, let's face it, all solar eclipses occur when during a new moon, right?
I don't know. No, I'm not too sure about eclipses. I know they're predictable.
Yeah. And then I just found this out thanks to Sacred, aka 100 Crypto Keys. If you're listening, brother, I know Proud is listening, but anyway, I did not know that in every lunar eclipse there is a Selenelian eclipse. You just have to be in the right location in order to experience it. So that would the same thing with a solar eclipse. Sometimes a solar eclipse occurs over the ocean. Just a Selenelian eclipse can occur over the ocean as well. It's the beginning phase of the lunar eclipse, and so every single time you get to see a Selenelian eclipse. And so I always thought a Selenelian eclipse was when you see a red moon above the horizon with the sun in the same, both in the same sky. I didn't realize that there was like literally a dark shadow-ish looking thing eating the sun from the top down. Did not know that.
Yeah, okay.
It was quite the learning experience when we had that in the Twitter space the other day. But
Saturn eclipse proves that what is happening, what they say is happening, is not actually happening. There's something else going on because you can't have the crescent at the bottom.
Right. Yeah. But if the Earth was doing it, then it should disappear from the bottom up, not from the top down.
Well, here's something really, really strange, right? Because I've seen this every day. I see the moon, and you've probably heard this before. I see the moon up there, I see the sun up there. But the moon's got a shadow on it. Right? But hang on. The moon's up there, bro. The Earth is here. The moon is up there. The sun is over there. So the sun should be shining completely on the moon, right? But the moon has got fucking, shadows on it. And they're going, yeah, well, that's caused by their... No, it's not. There's the sun. There's the fucking moon. It's a direct line to each other. Why is there... Yeah. So you're like...
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 180-degree alignment.
Yeah, something isn't adding up. Which brought us to where we are today. You understand that whatever they're telling us doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
When's that lunar or that solar eclipse supposed to happen? That's next year, right? The Great American Eclipse.
No idea, bro.
No idea?
I have no idea about eclipses. All I know is that if there's a light in the sky over there and another light in the sky over there, and they're telling me that is obscured by this, but they're actually looking at each other, there shouldn't be a shadow. And I'm trying to remember, like, what the hell is going on, bro? What is that?
Right.
What is causing the shadow?
And they're like, it's just a small angle. It's no big deal. Bro, that moon is supposed to be 240,000 miles away. That moon is up there. It's out of the Earth's shadow.
It's way away. And then they try to tell you, hey, did you know the Earth, the moon,
and that sun,
might actually be in Earth's atmosphere.
And that sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away. Get the fuck out.
And most people don't know that it used to be 20, and then it was 60, and now it's 90. They just changed the numbers. Oh, it's definitely 20 million miles away. Well, who says that? Science. Okay, it is. Right. No, it's 60 now. Who says that? Oh, science too. Okay, all right. No, it's fucking 90. Well, who fucking brought that up? Same boys. Well, it must be true. And people just believe it. Because we're susceptible to mind control. Like Bernays, somebody mentioned Bernays real early on there. Bernays, the father of fucking.
Yeah.
Some British guy. Whatever.
Anybody new in this? Anybody new in here? Ross B. Oh, you're valued, bro. What's up, man? Good morning.
Good morning. Just waking up. Got this going on as in the background noise. Watching these SpaceX rocket launches. It's crazy.
The one that I posted, or is there another one?
No, a longer one. I'm more entertained by the comments and the people that fall for this shit.
Oh, you talking about, was there a new one today? Was there another one? I watched the one where Starlink got launched.
It just went to the next video after I watched your the one you posted.
Oh, okay. I got you.
They're all the same to me.
No, I agree. I mean, it's just a parlor trick, man. Like, they go up to a certain height and they come back down. Nobody knows how high they're going except the people that are like in control of it. I saw a video earlier today, or I guess it was earlier today, like yesterday for me, and they were showing this the Mars landing thing, right? They're like, oh, that sounds like a good idea. I might do that later. Like, oh, the Mars lander is getting ready to land, and so all these people are watching the computer screens, and then they say the Mars lander has touched down. Like, a voice comes over and says, as soon as they say that, everybody goes nuts. Who the fuck knows that which computer screen is going to tell you that the Mars lander has touched down? You know what I mean? They're all looking at computer screens. Which computer screen is going to tell you, hey, the Mars lander touched down on Mars? None of them. One voice said, we have touchdown.
No, the one that goes beep.
It amazes me because I know it's fake because it has to be fake because you can't get to space because space violates the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, so I know it's fake, but I'm just trying to figure: is it CGI? Are they? I guess they are actually launching rockets somewhere, and the footage from the video is not doctored at all. Like I don't know to what extent they're lying and deceiving us, but I know that it is not possible.
Right.
That
Wait, hang on. I don't know to what extent they're lying, but they didn't land things in the so that's pretty extensive.
No, I don't know to what extent they're deceiving us. Is it photoshopped from the beginning? Are they actually launching something and then just?
Well, let's just go the whole hog, bro. Just it's all in, bro. Butch and all. Just everything. Everything is bullshit. No, listen. Remember the Mars one, right? Where they were all sitting watching, and the guy, the mission controller, he was like, so, and they were asking questions. What velocity was it doing at this stage and with that stage and this? He go, well, I have to refer to my. He had no idea. Okay, was the pictures that they took in GIF form or JPEG format? Well, I would have to refer you to my photo expert. He had no idea. This is the guy in control of the mission to Mars. The one that went, they were all sitting watching computers, right? And it went, bloop, and they all high five and going crazy. Yeah, it happened on a computer screen. But the mission controller had no idea if it was JPEG or GIF. So he was definitely.
Or what's the other one? The one that they like to use, not GIF, or not JPEG, but oh God, what's that format?
Paint on that.
PNG. I don't know what PNG stands for, but PNG.
Pingu.
I used to just call it Ping.
Just call it Pingu.
I mean, they would know what format that was in.
But how did they know? Like,
that's a simple question.
Like Russ was asking, how would they know that they landed there, right? And they were all sitting in front of the computer screen, and the computer screen went ping, and everybody went off their nuts. Woo, we've done it! Yeah, ping. What?
I just want to clarify. I didn't ask that because I don't think they land anywhere. I'm just curious. This is the first time I've ever watched any rocket launch video. I have no interest in it because I just know that it's not possible. So I'm watching it for the first time, and I'm just wondering: is the whole thing from start to finish CGI?
Yes.
Or okay, there you go. I believe it. Like I have no argument with that. I definitely don't think they're landing anywhere.
Even if it's not from start to finish all CGI, if it starts out regular, eventually it gets to a point where they cut away because they say it's too high for them to continue to monitor, or they'll lose connection, or whatever they got going on, and then it'll cut to a computer simulation.
Right. See, that's kind of what I was thinking.
And I know I didn't realize that until I became a flat earther, and then I started looking at all the launches. And it's like they all are CGI at some point.
Yeah, it's like the same structure, same timeline. They cut out at a certain point, then the one thing detaches. Like I said, I have no interest in space. I never have. So I don't know any of the terms, but something detaches, and then all of a sudden it's showing the Earth. But they'll show convex. Sometimes it's concave.
They'll show the boosters detaching, and then after they do the boosters detaching, then the next stage it'll be in CG. Like they'll do that for a little while. Like you'll see it burn for a little while, fall away. Probably maybe 20, 30 seconds, and then it cuts to CG, and then you're in CGI the rest of the time.
So at that point, they're in the supposed thermosphere, right?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know which part of the Atmos they would be in.
Yeah, QE did a video on I don't know, spacecrafts I watched it the other day, and I'm sure he's not the only one to point this out, but it's about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit above its melting point for aluminum. So it literally, the laws of heat transfer literally say that it cannot be up there. So that's another thing. There's just too many violations of natural laws.
Sorry, it's aluminium.
What's that?
I'm just joking. It's aluminium.
Aluminum.
It's not aluminum, whatever you Americans get this fucking word out of it. It's aluminium. That's kidding.
Aluminium or something like that.
Yeah, something complex.
Oh, it's not aluminum. It's aluminium.
Yeah, we say it's aluminum, but it's aluminium or something like that.
Yeah, it's a running joke. Anyway, remember when the car went up, the Tesla?
Oh God.
Ross, you were watching that because you don't understand kind of things. But yeah, it went up, and I was like, "Fuck me!" The first thing came in my head, right? That's a real car, real leather, real paint, and it's not stripping.
Yeah, that's true too.
It's just logical, like it's a
Like when the
real car
when they show the shuttle landing, and it's perfectly white.
Not a burn mark in sight. Okay.
Still got the American flag on it.
Yeah, you Americans are crazy, man. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Bro, I don't understand. Like, our leaders suck, but American people in general, for the most part, are good people. There's quite a few ignorant motherfuckers in the United States, so I'll give you that.
But you're not as stupid as we're led to believe, like.
No.
Just kidding.
There's a lot of good free thinkers in the United States. I mean, Americans are builders, man. I don't care what anybody says. Americans are builders. We like to fucking grow shit and build shit.
Yeah, good people. Man. I know you're good people. You are good people.
I think it depends on the mindset of the individual. Like this, someone said, individuals are smart. Groups of people are dumb. Yeah, people are stupid. Right. And for some reason, it's like I don't know. This just massive appeal to authority. Some people have it to the highest degree, and then I guess there's people like us that don't. But yeah,
and I often wonder that, like, was the Second Amendment created just to see if you could control a population, even though they're armed?
I wouldn't doubt it.
That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, it is, but it is kind of an experiment in manipulation, or
right. Like, will someone still do what they're told, even though they have the ability to, or the freedom to oppose it?
I think it's a lot about psychologically giving us the illusion that they're giving us rights and conveniences. Look at this technology wave right now. They're selling everything to you as if it's a convenience. These and I'm not going to go deep into this, but just things like the electronic thermostat. It's like, oh, look how convenient this is. I could do it from my phone. Yeah, the government can also do it to you from their phone or their computer if your AC's on too long. At some point, like they're selling everything as a convenience to you, basically making us mindless, and they could easily use it against you. But I think that's how they sold every idea to us.
Right, hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're like, listen, bro, they're 20 years ahead. No matter what you think, forget about it.
They have think tanks for that too, though. They have people that they use our tax money to pay these people to think 20 years ahead.
Yeah, they will actually predict the certain groups that will oppose their certain ideas and how they would deal with them.
Yep.
They're way ahead, bro. So anyway,
that's what makes the world go round.
That was kind. You are a closet Glober sheep.
Mayhem thinks I am.
You are.
Mayhem thinks I am.
Well,
he says he heard somebody on Modern Day Debates that sounds just like me, and he literally has like a stink eye on me all the fucking time. I'm like, bro, man, come on. But that's all right. Whatever. I don't care what anybody thinks of me. I am who I am. I'm not gonna sit there and hide.
Yeah, well, that's how I get along there too, and I find it's far better. It's far better not to give a shit. And
yeah,
some people might say that, but they don't really believe it. But in my case, I believe it.
Did you know that if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything?
Oh, that's true. Sorry, what was that? Just be open and honest, because people can see if you're being fake. If you're being fake, that's it. They can see it. Yeah. They can see it. People I work with now, they're doing things for me that they shouldn't do. But I'm just being myself. I'm remembering that he went on holiday, his kids called his name, and they did this and they did that. And you take interest in somebody. It's like the age-old saying, and they are the best because they're fucking true. I went out to find a friend. I couldn't find any. I went out to be a friend, and I found many. You know, the unselfish part, just brighten up somebody's day. Like somebody's having a bad day, and you're like, you just call them a silly name. You know, you hit on the shoulder, you be a ball bag, you fucking wake up, you bastard, or whatever. And people appreciate that.
Yeah. But you know what I tell myself too? Because like I had to learn how to love myself, and the biggest thing is, sorry, the biggest thing is like you have to love yourself. In order for you to understand how to care about somebody else, you have to take care of yourself.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
A lot more than I would like to. I think that's because I live in America.
You self-absorbed bastard. No, but
I know.
No. Some of my friends, like I was saying to them, you feeling bad? Just, you know what? See when we go for a piss, look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm happy. Because it's all on the line, bro. Just tell yourself you're happy.
Yeah.
And it works because sometimes you can actually, it's weird, right? But you can actually see if you, I don't know how to explain this, but if you look back, you can see your mind can be your own worst enemy, and it's dragging you down. And it's,
oh yeah,
you know.
But I'm going to tell you this too. Just as a human being, every once in a while, brother, you got to allow yourself to feel the emotions that you keep suppressing. Like when you tell yourself, "No, it's fine, just be happy." Like sometimes you got to feel angry. Sometimes you got to feel sad, and it's okay to cry. And so, you know. I always tell people, you got to get it out, dude. It's a part of being a human being. You have to be human. It's important. Did I cut out?
No.
Just making sure. It got quiet. So anyway, that's my take on it. I feel like yes, like happiness is a choice, and you can choose to be happy even in the worst situations. But every once in a while, you need to sit back and remember the things that you've been through and be proud of how far you come in things.
Right.
And then if you have to, cry. Because, like if you struggled and you have a moment to yourself and you struggled, cry and be proud of how far you came and how strong you were when you got through it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's okay.
what you said, Ray. It's a choice.
Oh yeah, happiness is a choice.
Absolutely.
I, two things. Two things I tell myself. Happiness is a choice. So if you're not happy, change it. And then if you change something, make it so you can be happy. And then the other thing is no matter what happens, make today better than yesterday. That's it. Make today better than yesterday.
Oh, yeah, like people say, well, what is the purpose of life? What's the purpose, man? It's just fucking nothing or whatever.
Ecclesiastes will tell you to eat and drink and be merry.
Hang on.
That's the purpose of life.
No, that's a bad thing. Hang on. What? Is the Bible contradicting itself again? Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, right? Everybody knows that one, right?
What?
Okay.
Oh, don't put off tomorrow what you can do today. Is that what you said?
No. Right, hang on. Why, Cray? Hey, Cray, why? Because you don't know what people have been through. I've been through tons of shit, bro. I lost a sister, a brother. I done so much shit you wouldn't believe. Right? I've been through so much shit.
I know you've been through a lot of shit.
Yeah, no, bro. See, it was like 2 years of non-stop shit. I would turn to my friends and go, is there a fucking camera in me or something? Is somebody pushing me to see how far you can push somebody before they'll crack?
Oh, yeah. Everybody has a breaking point.
So, yeah, you know what? Oh, yeah. But, yeah. It's, life, not to be taken seriously. At all.
It's repetitive as fuck.
Yeah, but yeah, and once you think of how hard my life is, listen, your life, bro, it's nothing. See, in comparison to everybody else's life, it's nothing. So just see it as that, forget about it. Just be happy. Make that choice. Make that. Forget about it. Forget about it. Make the choice. Be happy.
Oh, you know.
Well, nobody's getting out of here alive anyway.
All right, Van Wilder.
Ever. And just as I said that, I have a tab open here. It says, "What is the escape?" Nobody's getting out of here alive. I have a tab open, right? I don't know why it's open, right? Bing, whatever. What is the escape?
Hey, Enoch got out of here alive.
Velocity. Escape velocity. What is the escape velocity of Earth? And even Bing can't tell me what it is.
Bro, all those videos of Hillary Clinton saying that we can't break through that glass ceiling, but we put thousands of cracks in it.
That wasn't. But their worst moment was we came, we saw, he died.
Yeah, I remember that.
And people went, "What the fuck did he just say?" Marilyn Albright, was it worth it? 10,000 Iraqi children a day. Was it worth it? Yes, I believe it was worth it. What the fuck did he just say?
But as it pertains to Flat Earth, that video of all those videos of her talking about breaking through that unbreakable glass ceiling. That glass dome over the head. I'm gonna call it a dome. I don't know what it is. It could be a dome.
But
I even have a new theory. You know how in Mecca they worship the black cube?
Yep.
What if the very ends of it is a big giant black box? You know what I mean? And then it's flat overhead, just as it is on Earth. And that would kind of go along with the whole Gaussian plates and everything like that.
Wait. A square is not a flat.
It has flat sides.
But don't they have a wee meteorite in the middle, in the side of it or something that fell from heaven?
Do what?
They have a meteorite in the side of the black cube. Did you never hear that? The reason why they worship the black cube is some meteorite was sent from. Okay. Maybe I'm making shit up. I do that often.
Well, we know it has to be some type of container.
Hello?
Yep.
All right. That was really weird. My phone decided to activate itself and interrupt the conversation.
Well, fuck him. Hey, what is the escape velocity?
Well, at least support.
What is the escape velocity of Earth? I think it's 6.5 or 7,000 miles. Would that be close?
Is that what it takes to escape the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's so-called gravity. Yeah. Anybody know?
Ridiculous, man. 7,000 miles per hour. That's
AM.
That's Mach 10, dude.
Oh, I was just going from the rocket launch video that they were.
It's about 7,000, right?